Hello dear viewers of my channel. This is the full release of the manhwa about the mad doctor who is reborn in the world of sword and magic. Here are the guys who support the channel by paid subscription. Thank you. Also, before I start, I want to thank everyone who supports me by putting likes and writing their comments. Thanks guys. I also want to wish you all a pleasant viewing experience. It was a very bright night outside as the moon lit up everything around. A man was looking at the reviews of people about his hospital, which he opened. He was completely broken because the reviews were just disgusting. People thought that in his hospital they are infected with coronavirus. For this reason, he was in debt and in a terrible moral state because of anger at all this teeniness. The man with all his might began to shout that it is not fair, because he is not to blame for the fact that people are sick with coronavirus. Suddenly the man stumbled, and a moment later he was deflected backwards, because of which at a great speed began to fall off the bridge. Not realizing what was happening, the hero found himself in the water, unable to do anything. At this very moment he could not imagine that he would fall into another world, where he would be reborn as the heir of Lloyd and become a divine healer. A moment later he received a notification from the system, which told him that for OZ points the hero could unlock different abilities, or summon different creatures. The guy started to open his eyes and saw the image of an unknown man in front of him. He assumed that this strange man pulled him out of the river. The guy instantly jumped out of bed thinking that it was too early to die and he needed to move on. With a shaky hand he grabbed a blanket thinking that it was better to live with debt than to die. The prince said that he would be more careful next time. Suddenly the hero realized that he was not in the hospital. He looked at the table on the court where gold jewelry, which were worth a lot of money. Suddenly the man began to cry and rejoice that his prince is alive. The protagonist did not understand what was happening and shyly said hello to the man. While asking who he was, the man did not understand how the prince cannot recognize him. Then with tears in his eyes he said that even if the prince does not remember him, he will continue to serve him. The protagonist did not understand what was going on, then asked for water. The doctor presented him an incredibly expensive jug of water. The guy was shocked that the jug had real diamonds and gold, but he started to drink. Suddenly the protagonist turned his attention to the mirror, in which he saw a complete stranger to himself, which immediately led him to shock, because of which he spilled the water. While the doctor wiped the prince, he thought about the fact that this is definitely not his face in the reflection. Suddenly he was numb on the spot. He remembered who this face belongs to, namely Rachel Audrey Magentano. It was a character from a novel that the man had read in the past. And now he had become a character from that novel. The prince turned to his healer and he immediately asked what the prince wanted to hear. The protagonist asked if the man could hit him in the face, and he could not believe what he had just heard. While Rachel did not wait for the man's help and with all his might swung his hand in the direction of his face, and then normal so warmed his palm on his face. The guy stopped moving for a while, then twisted from the pain caused by this blow. He covered his face with his hands. Then on his face there was amazement that he was reborn in the novel, became a crown prince named Rachel. Now the incredible amount of debts that tormented him before had no meaning, because now he was a prince in another world. The protagonist was overjoyed, for he was now rich and could live a life of prosperity. Suddenly he felt pain, and a moment later his body began to fall backwards. He fell on the bed unable to move. The healer was instantly worried about his young master. While Rachel himself did not understand what was happening, he felt incredibly weak throughout his body. He realized that his body in general was much weaker than other people's. Suddenly the protagonist realized something that made him dark. It turned out that he had become a minor character who had been bedridden since his youth, and at the age of 22 he died. Rachel asked his healer how old he was. When he heard his age, which was 21, he was shocked. He bit his lip at the realization of a very simple fact. He had only 1 year to live. Now the amazement on the hero's face was replaced by despair, because he expected to live his whole life in prosperity, but as a result he had only 1 year to live. Sitting on the couch, Rachel thought about the fact that he as a prince was getting the best possible treatment. The protagonist thought that no treatment at all did not help, because of which he will die very soon. Now the protagonist has found a new goal for himself, namely to survive in his new body. Rachel went to his healer and asked him to bring needles, and he said that it didn't matter what size they were. The main thing was that the number of needles was as large as possible. A little while later it was night outside and Rachel was yawning. The guy was sitting on the bed thinking about the problem that had brought his body to such a state. He started to check his body with the help of the pulse measurement technique. He thought that his body was really in a bad state. The hero thought that his new life would be very difficult. Suddenly a healer entered the room and reported that he had brought all the needles that he had found in the house. As a result, the protagonist was faced with a huge number of needles that were not similar to each other, and the guy started to look at them and think. Rachel grabbed one of the needles thinking that it was a bit thick, and then began to warm it over a candle. The healer didn't understand what his master was going to do with these needles. While the protagonist admitted that he was going to pierce his body with them, the healer instantly fell to his knees in front of the protagonist. He began to beg the prince to stop and not to mutilate himself, because he still has to inherit the throne. The protagonist didn't understand his healer's worries at all, after which he asked the healer to stop crying. Rachel explained that everything he would do now would only positively affect his health. The boy heated the needle over the candle, asking the healer to trust him if nothing bad would happen after these procedures. The healer glared at his master, but unable to refuse, he simply turned his head away. The healer said he would trust the protagonist if it was the prince's will. The boy began to undress, asking the healer not to worry too much. The protagonist lay on his back, thinking that the first needle would be to normalize his breathing, because that's where his treatment should start. The protagonist knew perfectly well where the point he needed was, and then he prepared to pierce the point with the needle, and a moment later he finished the process. Suddenly a system appeared in front of Rahel's eyes, which reported that the lungs of the protagonist had taken the treatment very positively, and now they began to function somehow. The lungs awakened from their sleep and then danced, for now they were alive again. This treatment gave Rahel 100-ounce points, after which he froze in bewilderment in front of the system window. Rachel tried to touch the system notification, but it failed, while the doctor didn't understand what was going on and if the prince was okay. The protagonist kept trying to interact with the system window, which from a normal person looked as stupid as possible. The doctor cried with sadness. He started to believe that his beloved prince was starting to lose his mind, while the protagonist told the doctor that he hadn't made up his mind and asked him not to be dramatic. Rachel proceeded to inject himself with needles, whereupon he hit the right spot, which the system told him he had. The protagonist was covered in needles as he continued the procedure on his body. The guy wrinkled his face as the procedure was more painful than he had imagined, while the doctor quietly appealed to God, then passionately began to beg God to help his prince, because he went completely crazy. The man, seeing what the doctor does right in front of him, was so shocked that all emotions on his face disappeared. Then the guy silently turned around and began to look at the ceiling. The protagonist decided to just finish his work, not paying attention to the doctor. The system reported to the protagonist that thanks to the procedures the guy's lungs were in perfect condition. Rachel was angry because he didn't understand the metaphors that the system was using, and he was also annoyed that he was no longer getting points. Rachel stuck one of the needles in his finger. It was the last point, after which the lung treatment was successful, after which the system made an analogy of the main character's lungs tap dancing. The imaginary lungs were dancing on the stage. They continued their crazy dance, while the organ that was responsible for defecation, namely the intestines, tried to continue their sleep, but under such noise from the lungs it was not easy to fall asleep, and the system announced that the intestines were also awake, after which the intestines declared that the lungs were doing exactly the wrong thing, and began to shout that they could not forget about him. After that, a new round of dancing started with the intestines. Thanks to all this, the main character got another 300 XP. Rachel thought that now his organs are in a slightly better position. Suddenly the system told that the main character can buy skills for points, and the imagination of the guy immediately appeared images of mages and swordsmen using aura. The guy instantly clicked on the button to see the available skills, and then a window appeared in front of the protagonist, in which there were as many as 10 skills, 9 of which were related to medicine and 1 Azrahan core technique. Rachel thought about the fact that the skills were related to what he was doing at work. He thought about the fact that the beginning of any treatment is a diagnosis, because without it you cannot cure anything. It was with these thoughts that the protagonist chose the first ability, namely reading the pulse. Rachel decided to immediately test this skill on himself, after which the skill instantly began to act and scan the general state of health of the protagonist. It turned out that the condition of the protagonist was quite deplorable and he had only 91 days to live. This information is not very happy Rahel. He thought that at this rate he will not even have time to enjoy the new world. The hero immediately began another method using needles. After some time he stuck the last needle in his finger, and in front of him there was a window system, which reported that the life expectancy of the prince increased by a day. This shocked the protagonist because he did not expect that life expectancy can be increased. The guy immediately grabbed the needle because he was going to do the same trick, and a moment later spurts of blood began to burst out of his mouth. It was because he used the acupuncture power too often, while the doctor seemed to have lost consciousness. The protagonist realized that for such treatment the patient's body should be in a more or less normal state to withstand the strain on the nervous system, and now the prince's body, if to put it in the language of gamers, was on the minimum health scale. The prince began to think that if he could perform this procedure once every 3 days, he could live a month longer. He also thought that it wasn't enough, and he definitely knew a method that could help. The protagonist looked confident, for he thought that something he could eat would definitely help him. He decided that the potions would help him in his situation. While the healer didn't understand what his prince was thinking, the protagonist looked in the man's direction and said that he had a request for the healer. The protagonist asked if they had any more effective herbs in their storehouse. The healer didn't understand what kind of herbs they were talking about, while the protagonist explained that he meant poisonous plants. The doctor said that they had them, but he didn't understand why the hero needed them. While the prince asked if they had aconite root, the doctor said that they did have such a plant, although they were not in the main palace. Rachel was glad that the plant he needed was in this place and immediately ordered the root to be brought. The doctor did not understand why the prince needed the poison, while Rachel smiled with all his teeth and then declared that he would eat the poisonous plant. This shocked the doctor, who had been fighting for the prince's life until now, while the protagonist himself, smiling terribly, ordered to carry the plant. Sometime later it was night outside, while the doctor fell on his knees begging the prince not to do that. He is a doctor and can't poison his prince. The protagonist said it was part of his treatment and that the doctor should stop whining and bring the right plant. The doctor couldn't argue with the prince and silently cried, hoping that his master would change his mind. The doctor continued to cry even after the protagonist said that if he didn't bring the plant in 5 minutes, he would get hit on the head. The protagonist sighed, thinking that he couldn't get what he wanted by force, then asked the doctor if he knew that the root was poisonous, and the doctor said that yes, he also knew that the root was often used to make poisons. The protagonist began to say that of the 2 parts of the root he wanted to eat the smaller one, and the doctor instantly said that the effect of such a substance would be instant cardiac arrest. The protagonist smilingly said that the doctor was right, and then with a confident look said that he knew how to control the poison and neutralize its harmful properties. The hero declared that he could make a cure from this plant. The doctor could not believe what he was hearing, namely that the prince was going to turn the poison into medicine. The prince explained that the process by which this would be possible is called detoxification. Such words still didn't convince the doctor, which made the prince's eyes go blank. But the doctor stated that he would always help the prince, and said that he would bring the root of the plant. The protagonist was left alone in the room while the doctor moved down the hallway with thoughts of Rahel's body getting weaker and weaker every day. The doctor went into the pantry thinking that he was getting desperate because nothing was working. He looked for the right plant thinking that maybe the prince's way would work. Looking at the right ingredient, the doctor realized a simple fact. He was determined that after the detoxification process he would be the first to eat the medicine to make sure it was safe. A short while later, the prince watched in amazement as the medicine was prepared. The medicine was on the table, bubbling and boiling, while the doctor noticed that the decoction had a very strange smell, and the hero was surprised that the doctor still does not believe that this liquid is completely safe. The doctor was very frightened because his prince was brewing some kind of poison right now. The doctor immediately started begging the protagonist to stop and not to continue what he was doing, while Rachel decided to scare the doctor and offered him to be the first to try the potion. Suddenly the doctor was not frightened and just said that the guy's idea was great. This shocked the protagonist, because this was definitely not the reaction he expected to see. The guy silently kept looking at the doctor. The protagonist remembered that in the novel this doctor was very loyal, even though he was a saint of the saints. In the novel, this holy doctor was blamed for the prince's death and eventually executed, but now he was silently looking at a pot filled with poison. Rachel realized that this is an incredibly sincere man, who for his loyalty definitely deserves a good life. Suddenly the protagonist looked at the pot and thought about it, and then with a mad look decided that he would not share such a great medicine with the doctor, after which the protagonist covered the pot with gauze. He also strained the decoction. The doctor asked if he could start drinking this strange remedy. The protagonist said that the doctor should wait until it cooled down completely before drinking it. The doctor was surprised that the protagonist so confidently says this and did not understand how the guy has such knowledge in medicine. The protagonist didn't know what to answer, and then started to talk nonsense about a magician who appeared to him in a dream and told him the secret of this recipe. The doctor, with obvious disbelief, stated that he believed the protagonist. The doctor stated that the medicine was too suspicious, while the prince himself turned towards the potion and instantly pulled his hand to the bowl. The boy greedily began to drink what he had just brewed, which shocked the doctor, because the protagonist in a moment managed to drain the entire bowl of this potion to the bottom. The protagonist wiped his mouth, then turned towards the doctor and told him that he drank it all down. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the main character's eyes. The guy's heart began to behave strangely, which made him think that something was coming. Suddenly, the system told that thanks to a perfectly prepared potion, the protagonist was able to improve his condition a little, as well as unlock the energy of the core Azrahan. This technique was created by a legendary master and knight known as Xavier, as well as a legendary aristocrat named Lloyd. This technique was transferred only to a direct descendant of the royal family, and since he is a prince, he must have learned about this technique in his youth. The protagonist was able to unlock the Azrahan Stage 1 core energy skill. Now a ring of mana began to appear near his heart. It continued to swirl near the protagonist's heart, and it granted life energy that began to circulate throughout the prince's body. Rachel was able to feel the mana perfectly, marveling at this unusual feeling. The protagonist was overjoyed because it was very cool. As a friend, the plate he was holding fell to the ground and shattered, and the prince grabbed his heart, which began to hurt a lot. He began to feel as if his heart was going to burst, because of what the guy felt just disgusting. The doctor was very worried about his lord. It seemed he had panic and did not know what to do, while in front of the protagonist appeared a system window, which told him that the mana circle is putting too much pressure on the mana. The protagonist realized that the size of his heart didn't fit the size of the mana circle. He realized that the prince didn't have time to train his mana circle as he had been sick since he was a kid. And it was at this point that the mana ring shrunk the prince's heart like a ring that didn't fit. The boy held onto his chest, thinking that he had only one way out. He began to control the flow of his mana, then went to his subconscious mind, knowing perfectly well that he was unable to reduce the size of his heart. The guy firmly decided to increase the size of the magic circle. Then he faced his heart, which was shrinking with the magic circle. The protagonist began to run towards the heart, then grabbed the magic circle with all his might, and began to pull with all his might, trying to stretch the mana circle. The guy made the mana circle spin at a tremendous speed. The prince felt that at any second he could lose consciousness, but remembering the past in which, because of some rumor, he found himself in a terrible situation. Yes, so much so that he began to go bald. A huge amount of debts that can't be paid off for the rest of his life. The guy was out of his mind with anger, remembering how he lost his own house in his past life. The guy kept pulling the mana ring. He tried his best, because this process was not easy, but he grasped the circle tighter, then took a step and with all his might untwisted the mana circle, shouting that when he kept the business in Korea he suffered many times more. The mana circle finally stopped pressing on the protagonist's heart, while in reality his body began to fall. The doctor instantly tried to bring the prince to his senses, and the protagonist seemed to physically come to normal. Suddenly, inside the main character's body, the organs announced that their king had arrived. The men were carrying a heavy wagon with difficulty. Then the doors of the wagon opened, and a frail man came out of it, who instantly stood in a strange pose, then began to glow very brightly and transform, and as a result, the heart began to look very good. The intestines greeted their boss, while the lungs laughed that the heart was shabby. The heart said hello to the organs, while the protagonist, watching this, apologized that his body was so shabby. Suddenly, the prince's attention was drawn to a system window that told him that he had received an inventory that had a capacity of 1 liter, which caused an instant parallels for the hero with the game. Suddenly, Rahel was on his feet, which startled his doctor, who asked what the man wanted to ask him. The doctor assumed that the terrible pain was a side effect of the medicine, while Rahel said that he had just choked. The prince started to show where the medicine was stuck. Then, looking at the mug, the doctor said that it looked as if the prince was really in danger and he wished he had drank the medicine first. The protagonist was surprised that the doctor wanted to drink the poison so badly, and then promised to give the poison next time, which made the doctor nervous because he didn't mean it. The prince started to leave, saying that the doctor should clean up. But before he left, Rachel turned to the doctor and thanked him profusely, which shocked the doctor, who didn't expect to hear such a thing from the prince. The protagonist began to go under the doctor's words that maybe the poison had a negative effect on the prince, because he had never said that before. The protagonist was very enthusiastic and went forward. He thought that the skill he had just gotten was something incredible. A while later, the guy began his pondering. His ability allowed him to store materials mixed with mana, and there were 10 liters in each slot. The protagonist realized that the materials from the storage could be absorbed, and that he would need to eat something to replenish the storage. The guy started to move towards the room, then he noticed a full jug of water that was on the table. Rachel thought about the fact that the water would be perfect for the experiment. The protagonist thought about the term medium lethal dosage, namely that it is a dosage that can kill 50% of the test subjects. The protagonist thought about the fact that his chance of dying was 50%, and even if he survived, he might turn into a vegetable. The guy realized that with his weight, the lethal dose of water was 4 liters. Rachel picked up the jug of water and was amazed at how heavy it was. The boy began to greedily consume the liquid from the jug, and then thought about putting away the water he was drinking right now. Suddenly the system showed that a whole liter of water was accumulated. Rachel was surprised because he didn't feel that he was drunk. After a while, 4 empty vessels stood in front of the guy. He was amazed that just now he drank 10 liters and didn't feel anything at all. After the protagonist absorbed 100 grams of water from the storage, and immediately felt that his thirst was gone, he made an analogy with a camel, which also stores liquids, and then uses them to support the body. The protagonist decided that now it was the turn of the potion, but he also understood that he could not drink the remaining water at once, because then he would surely die. The guy did not understand what to do. As suddenly an idea appeared in his head, he began to move towards the empty jug, and then prepared to use his core, because it is designed to release and amplify mana. The protagonist wanted to try to use these abilities. Then he instantly started the process of mana amplification and release, and a ball of water appeared in the hand of the protagonist. Then he began to think about pouring this water into the jug, as suddenly a clot of water at great speed flew towards the jug, then instantly smashed this vessel with tremendous force. This shocked the guy, who certainly did not expect such a thing. He did not understand how this could happen. In front of him was a broken container and spilled water. He imagined how this liquid slowly flowed into the vessel, and eventually his mana turned into a water cannon, while the guards at a great speed ran towards the bedroom of the protagonist, because from there was heard a noise. They instantly rushed and worried about the prince. The doctor instantly asked if everything was all right with Rahel. The soldier assumed that the prince was attacked, and he instantly explained that it was not. The protagonist didn't know how to explain what had just happened to these people. The prince just stood there like a fool, unable to come up with a plausible explanation, and then he started talking nonsense about being angry and smashing a jug on the table. The doctor and the guard looked at each other, while Rachel hoped that his stupid words could quench the curiosity of these people. The knight simply bowed and asked if the prince had hurt himself, and the boy said he had just scratched his leg a little, wondering if they actually believed him. The knight asked the doctor to escort the prince to the second bedroom, after which the doctor carried the protagonist on his back. Sometime later, Rachel was lying in bed while the doctor asked him to rest well. The prince said that the doctor should also rest well. Then he started thinking about what happened the moment he used the mana. At that very moment, a huge amount of mana was released from the mana circle. After amplifying it, it burst out in a flash. The guy thought that his mana was full of energy. In the end, the prince decided to just sleep until he had time to cause more trouble, and in the future to experiment but carefully. At that time, in the castle of the king of this state, whose name was Estelian Testarossa Magentano, and now he was sitting on the throne. The man reported to the emperor that the crown prince began to harm himself with needles and poison. This caused an ambiguous reaction of the emperor. He was out of his mind with anger because he did not understand what his son, who is also the crown prince, was doing. The prince and the doctor watched as a huge bowl of root was boiled. The preparation was almost finished, and sometime later the protagonist rejoiced that finally the medicine was ready. The prince instantly asked the doctor to leave the room for a while, but he didn't quite understand why he needed to. The protagonist understood that if the doctor saw him drinking 10 liters of medicine, he would faint. Rachel said that the doctor only needed to leave the room for a while, because he had something to do. The doctor asked with distrust in his eyes if the prince was going to drink the potion again. Then they talked about the fact that last time the protagonist was in pain after drinking the potion. The doctor said that he was very worried because this time the prince had prepared a really large amount of the potion. The protagonist said that it was necessary for the experiment, and he would not drink much. Just the stuffy doctor believed his master. He thought that only fools could drink all this potion, and they all laughed, while in the end only the doctor continued to laugh under the gaze of the prince. The protagonist instantly kicked the doctor out of the room, so fast that he reacted the moment the prince closed the doors. Rahel went to the huge amount of medicine, then grabbed the heavy pot, then greedily began to empty all the contents of this container. The guy absorbed the medicine in liters until it was over and filled the entire slot in his body. The guy felt great, as for a man who just drank 10 liters of medicine. After a while the protagonist released the medicine a little at a time. He did it even when he was sitting on the toilet, and even when he was lying in bed he continued to release the medicine a little at a time. For a while, all the organs were delighted with the amount of medicine, and gave HP points to the prince, but sometime later the protagonist noticed that his life expectancy did not increase, while inside his body the heart was lying on the couch, and asked the intestines what would be for dinner today. The intestines enthusiastically said that they would be having a potluck lunch. The heart grudgingly asked what they would eat the next day, but the answer did not change. The intestines said that they would continue to eat this broth. The system reported to the protagonist that his organs were fed up with the broth. A while later the prince sat at the table before eating, then ate a spoonful of soup, which instantly increased his life by 50 days, and now his lifespan was 133 days. The prince was overjoyed. He even jumped up from his chair and screamed, which scared the maid, who did not expect the prince to jump up from his seat and start screaming. Because of the fright, she broke the dishes she was holding. The hero instantly apologized for scaring the poor girl. She in turn began to beg for forgiveness for breaking the dishes. The poor girl was shaking with fear. She seemed very afraid. Rachel said it was all right and asked if the girl was hurt, but she kept begging for forgiveness and begged not to be whipped. The protagonist was shocked by such words and asked if he had done such a thing before. She said that it had not happened. This made the protagonist calm down, but suddenly he heard the girl say that the prince did not personally punish her, which caused a storm of emotions in the guy. The prince immediately inquired why he punished her so cruelly, and she confessed that she had spilled a drop of water on the guy's sleeve. The image of the prince, who was a real monster, immediately appeared in the hero's mind. The guy sat down on the bed. He was completely defeated and said that the girl would not get punished and could pass go. The girl was very happy that she would not be beaten and thanked the prince for his kindness. The protagonist thought about the fact that the girl's face reminded him of the face of a person who had escaped from imprisonment. Rachel turned to her doctor, and he arrived on the spot immediately, wondering what his master wanted from him, and the hero asked him to tell how he had behaved before, for now his memory was foggy. The doctor was about to begin his story, but suddenly the prince interrupted him and said that if the doctor began to flatter, he would drink all the poison before his eyes. The doctor could not flatter now, and then she began her long story about how the prince had behaved in the past. It turned out that in the past the prince was a real tyrant who treated his servants terribly, which shocked the protagonist, who was not such a person at all. Now it was clear to Rahel why everyone believed in his stupid excuses. The prince turned to his doctor with a question, namely why the doctor was not afraid of him, and assumed that the doctor had suffered the most in the past. The doctor started talking about just trusting the protagonist. The doctor, with a smile on his face, started talking about how he knows what the prince is really like. In the distant past, it was raining very hard in this place. The young doctor was running around looking for someone. Suddenly he found what he was looking for. It was a little prince who was sitting in the rain holding something in his hands. It turned out to be a little duck that the prince was warming with his body. This made the young doctor smile, and then the doctor said that by curing the prince's illness, he was sure that the prince would become himself. He also remembered how the prince had thanked him and that his faith was beginning to be realized. Rachel asked if the doctor liked his changes, and he answered without hesitation that he did. Then the protagonist ordered the doctor to eat one sweet, which was the doctor's reward. The prince swore to himself that he would never allow the execution of this beautiful man. He would do anything to survive in this world. Suddenly someone started knocking on the door, and then a man burst into the room, who immediately turned to the prince. He began to say that the prince was called to him by their king, which really surprised the protagonist, who did not expect it. The weather was beautiful outside, while the protagonist dressed as a real prince and moved around the castle. It seems that Rachel was preparing for the worst, because he didn't know what the king needed from him. The prince formally greeted his king, while the emperor himself scrutinized his own son. Suddenly the emperor's face changed. He seemed to notice something strange, namely the Azrahan core technique that the frail prince appeared to have. While the protagonist's body began to shake, this caused irritation on the emperor's face, who thought that the prince was agitated at his presence, when in fact the protagonist was sick of this pose and hoped that the king would finish soon so that he could finally get up. The emperor asked if the prince was happy with his life in the side palace, and he instantly replied that he was. The emperor asked his son what he was doing with the needles, because he was told that the boy was harming himself and poisoning himself. The protagonist instantly decided to say that he wasn't doing anything wrong, but the emperor interrupted his son, calling Rahel a fool who wasn't worthy of his title of crown prince. The emperor declared that his son is a prince and he should never lose his dignity. Rachel sat silently and did not know how to answer the emperor, after which the emperor stated that because of his health the prince simply could not bear the weight of the crown, after which he shocked the hero by saying that he should make a wise decision. Watching his father, he understood the emperor's ulterior motives. While the emperor decided to stop speaking in innuendo, he said in all seriousness that Rahel should give up his position as crown prince and give it to his brother. The protagonist didn't expect such a thing. He thought the dialogue would be about something else. Suddenly silence dispelled the voice of the protagonist, who with full confidence on his face refused the emperor's proposal. The emperor instantly clenched his hand in anger, then jumped up from his seat in incomprehension at how the prince dared to disobey the emperor's order. While the protagonist said that this was how he was going to refuse, he began to think that the emperor did not need the prince's consent to hand over the throne to his brother. The protagonist thought that the king wanted to use the voluntary transfer of the crown to make it appear that he had a son who had given his place to his brother. The protagonist thought with a smirk on his face that even though he was weak now, he would never go down without a fight. The king looked with anger at his son, thinking that the prince is just worried. The emperor started to approach the guy with words that the prince does not appreciate his concern. The emperor asked if the prince would be calm when he brought shame on the imperial family and him personally. The protagonist didn't really care about the title. In fact, he would be happy to hand the title over to anyone and enjoy life, but if he did that the country would go to hell, all because of the second prince. Even though the second prince was diligent and capable, there would soon be an era of chaos. The protagonist believed that the second prince was too bad a ruler for the hardships that awaited the empire next. The protagonist began to rise to his feet, saying that although he was physically weak, he had not lost his intelligence and wisdom. He said that the title itself was not important to him, but the prosperity of the empire was important to him. The emperor thought that these were very good words, while the prince said that these were not just good words, and then he said that he wanted to make a proposal to the emperor. The protagonist asked for a chance to show the emperor who could better handle the burden of the crown. A while later, the sun was shining brightly outside. The doctor asked his master why the emperor had summoned him, but the prince said that nothing was wrong, because the emperor only wanted him to pass the title to his brother. The doctor was shocked by the information he had just heard. The prince asked his physician not to worry because after all, he had rejected the emperor's offer. Prince, with a smile on his face, told how he had proposed a duel with his brother. The prince immediately changed his face when he saw the doctor's reaction and started packing his things as he thought they would be kicked out soon. While the emperor stood in front of the window thinking about something. He was thinking about what the prince had said, namely that he wanted a chance to prove that he was worthy of the title. The emperor was surprised that his son had such a side, and mentally agreed to give him that chance, while the prince himself fought with his healer to keep him from packing. A while later the weather was beautiful outside. Huge flags were flying in the wind. The spectator stands were filled with a huge number of people. Even the king himself was sitting in anticipation of the upcoming duel between the brothers. The boys entered the arena and the hero was silently warming up under the gazes of the huge number of people. The girls were crazy about the protagonist's brother and assumed that his victory would be incredible, while the brother began to move towards the protagonist, who was now warming up his body for the upcoming battle. The second prince stated that Rahel didn't have to duel. He seemed to be worried about his brother. He stated that the outcome was already clear and he did not want to maim his brother. The protagonist was well aware that his brother wanted to say that he would definitely win. The second prince said that the emperor had said that it was Rachel who had suggested the duel. Suddenly he said that it was done to make the second prince's right to the throne more legitimate, which logically caused misunderstanding in the protagonist. His brother began to say that Rahel didn't need to ruin his health for him, because it wasn't right. The protagonist just silently smiled through his teeth, believing that both the emperor and his brother were wrong. The protagonist asked the doctor to give him the shield, after which he put the heavy git on the ground. All the onlookers didn't understand what it was, while even the emperor didn't understand what it was. His brother was similarly shocked at the sight of this weapon. While the protagonist himself said with a confident expression that he was not going to lose this battle, the prince seemed to be completely confident in his victory even though he had an incredibly weak body. The city lived its life while the protagonist stood in the arena, ready for battle with people commenting that he didn't stand a chance. The doctor watched the protagonist standing with his shield. The man seemed to be thinking about something when he heard the words that the prince didn't stand a chance. A little while earlier the protagonist was preparing himself for the upcoming battle. The doctor was trying to dissuade his master because it was very dangerous. The doctor was trying to say that he believed that the prince would win, but Rachel knew that the man was lying. The doctor only watched the protagonist who said that he only had to block 3 of his opponent's blows. He said that if he succeeded he would win the battle for sure. The doctor began to pray for his master. He hoped with all his heart that he would come out of this confrontation unscathed. While the prince himself was filled with faith in his own strength. The king began his speech. He said that this battle would decide which of the brothers was more suitable for the role of king. All the spectators listened attentively to the rules announced by the king. It turned out the rule was that the protagonist is enough to last 5 minutes to win the duel. If he could not hold out, the victory would be given to the second prince. After these words, the emperor said that the guys would start the duel, and they stood in front of each other, looking carefully into each other's eyes. The brothers stood in the center of a huge crowd of people who held their breath in anticipation of the upcoming fight. Suddenly, the protagonist threw away his sword right after the start, which instantly displeased the emperor, who thought that he would at least resist. The people also thought it was a horrible sight, as the prince just seemed to have surrendered. The second prince continued to stand in front of the hero, holding his sword tightly. He assumed that his brother was surrendering, happy that he wouldn't have to point his sword at a sick man. But he also didn't believe that the hero dared to surrender in front of so many people. The prince didn't know what to do in this situation, while Rachel grabbed the handles on his shield, then placed it firmly in front of him. The prince assumed that his brother had simply adopted a defensive tactic and would try to hold out for 5 minutes. A smile appeared on his opponent's face, after which his body was covered in aura, and it seemed like he was preparing for a strong attack. The enemy opened his eyes, and then instantly leaped out of his seat, and at a great speed was right in front of the protagonist, who prepared to parry the blow. The king thought that the shield would not be able to withstand the power that the second prince put into this blow. But suddenly the protagonist also used his mana, and blocked the prince's blow. The second prince hoped that his brother would not faint, but fall to his knee in defeat, while the protagonist remained firmly on his feet, smiling slyly. The opponent couldn't believe his own eyes. His squishy brother had just blocked a full-force punch. The other people were just as shocked at what they had just seen. They couldn't believe that the prince had just blocked his brother's punch. The king began to look carefully at the battlefield. He saw the aura that the protagonist was releasing, and he knew it was no accident. The protagonist looked confidently towards his opponent, waiting for another lunge. The second prince realized that this was no accident, and then he clenched his teeth and grasped his sword just as tightly. Then with all his might he struck the protagonist with fury, who was once again able to block even such a heavy blow with his shield. The aura of the second prince put a huge amount of pressure on the hero, which made it very hard for him to hold the blow, while the second prince was about to blow his brother away. The force of the blow was enough to throw the protagonist a great distance away, a sight that made the doctor worry about Rachel even more. While the protagonist landed on the ground thinking that his body was starting to fail, even his head was starting to spin. The hand he was holding his shield with started to feel numb and shaky, but he wasn't going to give up because he had been a police officer in the past, and that was nothing compared to what he had experienced. The protagonist began to approach his brother at a great speed, while shielding himself with his shield. The enemy struck again, which the protagonist was able to parry, after which the second prince attacked again, but to no avail. The protagonist began to smile, thinking that what he was going to use would be effective. The second prince began to say that he didn't know what his brother was up to. Then they simultaneously said that this was definitely the end of their fight. Then the opponent jumped and was at a great height above the protagonist, who was preparing to take the blow. The enemy struck with his sword. It turns out that the protagonist had trained his lower body hard for this moment. He had specially ordered this shield from a blacksmith, and later began to pour a huge amount of alcohol into himself. He smiled, anticipating how this foul mana would get into his brother's body. The protagonist started releasing this alcohol with 0.2 liters while they stood in front of each other. Suddenly the opponent's legs began to squint. This caused the audience to not understand what was happening, and the king himself did not understand what just happened. While the second prince began to hiccup industriously from the amount of alcohol he had just received through mana. They stood at a sufficient distance from each other. The enemy began to retreat back. He did not understand what was happening to him, while the protagonist was glad that the information from the novel was true, because his brother gets drunk very quickly. It turned out that the explosive cocktail he used on his brother contains 20 kinds of strong alcohol. The enemy did not realize what had just penetrated his body. It seemed he was completely lost because of the alcohol in his blood. He was still thinking about the outcome and was going to finish Rahel as soon as possible. He thought that when he won he would get his father's recognition. He would be applauded by thousands of citizens and the place of the prince's crown would be his. Looking at the protagonist, he thought that if he won, everyone would be better off, even Rahel himself. The enemy began to mutter something in his ear, and later with full confidence stated that he had to win, because there could be no other option. The enemy launched a fierce attack on the protagonist, who immediately used his shield, wondering if the second prince could resist the explosive cocktail. The enemy raised his sword and charged it with mana, preparing to strike. Then they clashed again with sword and shield, under the hero's thoughts of adding some cocktail, and he added 100 grams of this explosive mixture. He watched how his brother would behave. While the look of his opponent changed dramatically, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. He did not understand what was happening now, while the heart of the protagonist began to stir the cocktail. Then put this mixture right in front of the prince. The heart pointed in the direction saying that the gentleman treated this young man. It turned out to be the protagonist who was sitting next to his brother. He started to turn around towards his opponent, after which he said a toast, namely to drink to his brother's health. The opponent was shocked that he started to hallucinate strangely, while the protagonist threw away his shield. Then he began to absorb a huge amount of air, thinking that now everything will be over. As the protagonist prepared to attack, his mana began to concentrate in his hand, and Rahel struck his brother directly, causing him to cough in pain, and because of the force of the blow the protagonist took, he began to fly with great speed, and eventually fell to the ground, leaving a cloud of smoke behind him. This shocked absolutely every spectator in the arena. Even the nobles could not believe their own eyes. And what's more, the emperor himself looked at it all with his mouth open, not believing what had just happened. The protagonist stood smiling, for he had just won his duel. There was silence for a while. The emperor noticed that the protagonist had used Azrahan's core technique. Looking at the protagonist, he was confident, despite the fact that there was a huge amount of other people's energies around, and even though they were far away from each other, he could feel the response of the protagonist's circle perfectly. A short while later, the enemy opened his eyes, and then instantly jumped up from his seat while Rachel massaged his legs. The second prince didn't understand what was happening now, while Rachel told him to be quiet, for he was now cleansing his brother's body of the foul mana. The second prince didn't understand how Rachel was able to master the technique, and he thought that there was nothing unusual about it. The second prince looked towards his blade, then realized that he had just lost a duel to his ailing brother. It appeared that Rachel had injured his forehead. His brother was worried, while the prince himself said that he had most likely been injured when he blocked his brother's blows. The second prince looked at his brother, thinking that Rachel had given his best during their fight. He thought about the fact that Rachel had made the most of his abilities, and thought about how shameful he had been about the fight, as he had originally thought he would win. The second prince realized that he had been overconfident. The protagonist asked how his brother was feeling, and he said he was ashamed. Rachel said that he didn't mean that, but his physical condition. His brother confessed that he was feeling much better, which made the protagonist proud of his skills. The second prince got down on one knee, then officially admitted his defeat in the fight with Rahel. This kind of surprised the protagonist a bit, while the second prince continued to stand on one knee in front of him. The audience didn't know how to react, but after a while all the people started cheering and rejoicing. The protagonist stood for a while, then raised his hands as a sign that he was able to handle this battle. The doctor was crying with happiness because his master was able to win, while in front of Rahel's eyes a system appeared, which told him that the hero now received a payment for treatment, namely 1/2000th of the added life expectancy of the patient, from which Rahel was simply delighted. But as soon as the protagonist found out that he had increased his brother's life by only half a day, and that he would get nothing from it, since the minimum to get it was 1 day, he was disappointed. The protagonist thought that now every time he treats patients, he will not only increase their life expectancy, but also his own. Rachel was very happy with what he had gotten, because no matter how much medicine he drank, it would end up being the same as trying to fill a leaky vessel. The boy began to smile, thinking that everything would change from now on. Suddenly the hero's thoughts were interrupted by the emperor, who asked why the guy is silent. It turned out the emperor asked whether the protagonist used the Azrahan core in battle, and he immediately said that it was so. The king immediately began to ask how the guy had mastered it, and he said that he himself has not yet fully understood how it happened. The king looked at his son with anger, thinking that he didn't understand him. The protagonist said that he really didn't understand the king, thinking that he just couldn't tell him about the needle cure. The emperor began to talk about the fact that when the prince was born, he had put Azrahan's core into his heart with his own hands. The hero said that he was honored, while the emperor went on to say that because of his weak body, the hero could not use the power. Rachel apologized to the emperor, while he was surprised that at the most important moment the boy was still able to use his power. The hero thanked the emperor, who was angry because all his work had gone wrong. The protagonist apologized to the emperor without emotion on his face, not understanding whether the man was scolding him or praising him. The emperor turned around and said that he would fulfill his promise to leave the title to the protagonist. And then the emperor turned to the prince and said that he would continue to watch him. The protagonist listened as his father talked about how he would keep a close eye on whether he could handle the burden he would receive. Rachel clenched his fists and began to be silent for a while, which displeased the emperor, who asked why the prince was silent. The protagonist began to talk about his father's recent lack of movement, and then began to say that he should move more to strengthen his muscles. Eventually, standing right in front of the emperor, he said that it was time for him to quit smoking and eat more vegetables. The emperor did not realize who was such a hero to give him advice, while Rachel himself confidently declared that he had said this with the sincerest of intentions. A short time later, in the forest, the king was traveling on his carriage, complaining at the top of his voice that his son's response to the advice was some hypocritical request. The emperor was angry that the prince never answered the question about the power he used in battle. The emperor began to stomp his foot in the hearing, scolding his son for using the power so thoughtlessly, for it could have damaged his body. The emperor began to stare at one point, thinking about how desperate his son was. He remembered that the prince had lost his mother at birth and was constantly sick, and although he was looking forward to seeing something from the protagonist, he was always disappointed. However, remembering the moment when Rachel sparred with the second prince, he realized that now a glimmer of hope made his heart shudder again. As the protagonist rode the cart, he thought about the fact that the current emperor, like his father in the real world, would also have a stroke. The night his father died, he skipped school and went out for fun, and when he got the call, he found his father dead. At that time, the emperor would also die of a stroke, right after Rachel's death. The protagonist was determined not to let this happen. He wanted the emperor to live on, and he didn't want to live through the situation of his father dying again. Suddenly the doctor began to sob and turned to Rachel, which frightened the prince. The doctor started begging the protagonist to ask why he was crying. The prince decided to fulfill such a strange request and asked why the doctor was crying, and he confessed that he was incredibly touched. He began to tell how difficult it was for the prince, while the guy pulled away from the doctor with the words that he needed to rest, because the next day he had a lot of things to do. The doctor didn't understand what kind of business the prince could have, while the prince was going to meet someone. Sometime later, the protagonist and the doctor were sitting in one of the best restaurants in the capital. The doctor confessed that he was a regular customer at this place and was surprised that the prince had decided to change his clothes, which was really strange because now he looked like a completely different person. After a while, the waiter came out and then came to the table and started taking the order. The protagonist also said that they would bring wine and that he would eat in this place until sunrise, and asked if it would be a problem. The waiter instantly asked the guys to follow him, and the protagonist got up from his chair while the doctor didn't understand anything. The doctor asked what was going on while the prince asked the man to silently follow him, and he would find out for himself. The waiter said that the guys would have to go down the stairs. The doctor was surprised that this restaurant was such a strange place, and the doctor looked at the main character and didn't understand how he knew all this. While Rachel was happy that everything was exactly as it was in the novel. The doctor asked why they were here and what this place was, while the protagonist said that he had come to this place to collect a lot of payment for the treatment. They continued on their way, after which Rachel asked if the doctor had heard of Damien, but he had heard nothing of the sort. The protagonist opened the gate, after which they found themselves on a balcony in some large-scale place, where spectators were placing bets on the warriors who were fighting below. Inspecting the ghastly place, the doctor wondered what it was, while the prince stated that it was just a secret place, whereupon the lad with a glance started looking for the right person. The doctor looked towards a tough-looking man who looked like a real warrior and assumed it was Damien. The doctor said he looked very strong, while the prince said he was the wrong man. Then an unknown man started to enter the arena. He kept moving towards the battle site. Then the prince immediately stated that the man they were looking for was now entering the arena. The man looked very confident and fresh blood was dripping from his blade. Turned out that this man was the real protagonist of this novel, whose name was Damien Cayenne. The real protagonist of the story was standing opposite his creepy man, when suddenly the judge told the man to leave the arena, because he had finished his battle. The referee began to announce that their main fight today was about to take place, where on one side of the arena was an incredibly talented swordsman who made his debut in this place when he was only 17 years old, and in just 3 months was able to become the champion, defeating every single one of his opponents. While this talented man's opponent was something whose eyes glowed in the darkness. A huge creature began to enter the arena. It looked incredibly creepy, and at the same time it looked incredibly strong. The monster screamed with great force, making even the air around it shudder. The protagonist was surprised that Damien's opponent was the very real troll. It was definitely a serious opponent. The doctor grabbed his master and turned to him. He was shaking with fear and asked where the prince had brought him. For this was the place where humans and trolls collide. While the monster headed for a fierce attack and very swiftly shortened the distance between them. While the man carelessly turned his foot while the monster's fist was already right in front of his face, and it was only milliseconds away from hitting him. The monster threw a powerful punch that shattered the concrete floor, but still missed the man. This seemed to hurt the monster, who was confident that he could end the battle with one attack, and then the enemy instantly struck again, but the man again dodged very easily. The monster decided to grab the man by the shoulder, but suddenly the man and this time was able to break free from the seemingly hopeless situation. The guy looked carefully at his opponent monster, then grabbed his blade and began to pull it out of its sheath. The monster shrieked with rage. He really did not like that the pathetic man was able to resist his attacks. But after just a moment, the blade of the sword went vertically through the entire body of the monster, and he died instantly at the hands of the real protagonist of this story. As a result, only Damien was left standing in the arena, and in front of him was the body of the monster, which had been cut into 2 pieces. All the spectators were shocked at how strong this man was, and then the whole audience shouted enthusiastically in support of the hero of tonight. While the prince watched intently, even the protagonist did not expect Damien to be so strong and so easily defeat such a formidable monster. As he watched Damien leave the arena, he realized that this was the kind of man who should be the protagonist of the novel. This man would be the strongest swordsman, the one who could be considered a true genius. The protagonist asked his doctor to stay on guard and follow him, and he said that he would follow his orders. The protagonist and the doctor approached the guarded room and then approached the guard closely, which made the guard wary and asked what the guys wanted. But as soon as the guard received a huge bar of gold, he instantly allowed the hero along with the doctor to pass. The protagonist burst into Damien's room, apologizing for the sudden visit. Damien stared in incomprehension at the strange man who had just barged into his room. The protagonist was actually incredibly scared, but tried to keep his composure. The boy grabbed Damien's bottle filled with medicine, and the prince said he felt sorry for the boy because he was drinking such cheap painkillers, and suggested that he couldn't even get a good night's sleep with such medicine. Damien asked who the mystery man was, and while the prince said he was the man needed, Damien instantly assumed that the hero had come to sell him some medicine. As soon as the guy heard that this was roughly the case, he asked the protagonist to leave his room. The protagonist said there was no use for that medicine and threw Damien's vial away. This instantly pissed the guy off and he grabbed his blade. But as soon as he heard that the protagonist knew about the burning pain in the back of his head, he changed his mind. The prince felt that now the guy was definitely on his hook, whereupon he began a lecture on what exactly Damien was experiencing. He began to tell that the guy's pain usually starts in the back of his brain. Then the prince began to list the other symptoms of Damien's illness. Also, the prince started massaging the guy's shoulders, saying that they were tense. The prince assumed that Damien was curious as to how he knew all this. The protagonist said that the pain had a tendency to spread to the whole head, after which it felt as if his eyes were falling out of their orbits and sweat was pouring down his face. The prince also said that the pain is like waves, it builds up, then suddenly stops, and then it happens again. The prince said that such pain would drive Damien crazy. Damien listened to what the prince said about the impropriety of the guy's treatment. Because he wasn't getting rid of the disease, he was just trying to dull the pain with cheap drugs. Damien thought about the unknown man talking too much and thought about killing the hero. The protagonist called the guy a pathetic fool and said he should at least say something back. Eventually he asked who the protagonist was. The prince pointed his finger at himself and said that he was the crown prince of this country. This angered Damien and he grabbed his blade to end it all. Eventually the protagonist said he was joking and was called by Kuzmin, who was Damien's patron and the one who mediated with the Colosseum. Damien was silent, as if he didn't know what to say, while the hero said that it was Kuzmin who had told him what was tormenting him, and that the pills weren't working at all. Damien asked what the protagonist needed, and he confessed that he had a way to cure the young man. The boy assumed that the hero had just brought a new medicine, but he explained that no medicine would help. The prince asked the boy to take off his clothes and lie down, saying that he would explain everything in the order of treatment. The guy agreed to the strange request from the hero. After that, Rachel sat near Damien, who was lying on his stomach. The guy had some very strange seal on his back. The protagonist was surprised that the guy was not scared at all, and the guy said that he was a warrior. The prince was happy that the guy was so confident and took out a very strange object and put it on Damien's back. The protagonist was shining with happiness, holding the torch in his hand, because the guy would be the first in the world to experience this treatment. Damien again confidently declared that he was a true warrior, and it was nothing compared to what he had experienced. The protagonist lit a strange object, to the boy's words that his treatment was not frightening. Moments later, the doctor and the guard heard hell screaming from the room the protagonist entered. The prince began to mock Damien, because he was screaming like a little child, although he claimed to be a real warrior. In fact, the protagonist realized that the pain is not a joke, and mentally asked the guy to hold on a little longer. The reason why the guy can't leave the place was because of the mark, which is activated when the blood of the bearer starts to circulate. The battles in the Colosseum make the guy feel a terrible pain, and to reduce the pain a bit he bought some medicine borrowed from Kuzmin, and to pay the debt he needs to participate in the fights further. The protagonist thought about what a scumbag Kuzmin is, because he makes people work for free. The whole room was filled with thick smoke. The protagonist thought about the fact that now the mark is affected by a strong heat. The protagonist thought that if he can heal such a strong man, he will definitely stand on his side. The protagonist began to smile through his teeth, imagining what would happen if he helped all the gladiators of this place. At the time, the warrior seemed to be about to pass out from the pain he was experiencing, but still continued to restrain himself from screaming. Some time later, the treatment was over, and Damien rose from his lying position, shaking from the pain. The prince was pleased with himself and assumed that the guy was feeling much better. Suddenly the warrior felt relieved. He said that he felt renewed. He started to smile and seemed to shine with joy. It had not happened for a long time. The protagonist was proud of himself and thought it would be easier to communicate with Damien. The protagonist said that the guy was not completely cured and they would have to repeat the procedure. The protagonist said that he should not touch the wounds on his back and should not eat fatty foods, and the prince strictly said that the guy should not participate in any fights. The boy wants to object something, after which he clenched his fist and said that Kuzmin would not allow such things. The protagonist said that the guy will not have to fight and he will take care of it. This warm attitude shocked Damien. He didn't seem to expect something like this from him. He asked the prince to say his name, after which the protagonist again claimed to be the crown prince. After which there was silence between them. The guy suggested that the hero just didn't want to say his name. The prince asked Damien to follow his recommendations, because that's the only way he can be cured. He also said that the boy would not run away, no matter what happened in the Colosseum tonight. The guy didn't seem to understand what his benefactor was talking about. While the protagonist told the guy not to question the treatment, he turned his back and asked the guy to be here. The protagonist turned to the warrior and said that this was the only way they could meet again. This surprised Damien, after which he fell on one knee and said that he understood the prince's words. A while later Rachel and the doctor were moving along the corridor. The doctor didn't understand why the prince was looking for this guy and giving him such a strange treatment. They kept walking until the prince explained that the doctor would understand later and he should do what he said. The protagonist ordered the doctor to find the man and then described his appearance. While in the arena the spectators were betting and watching the fights, in another part of the place there was a bar where a huge number of people were drinking alcohol. The doctor was looking carefully for the man the prince had asked him to find, and suddenly he froze in place, then called out to the prince, for he was able to find the man they needed. The protagonist began to look in the direction the doctor had pointed, and so there was indeed a man sitting there who completely matched the description. Rachel began to sit down to this strange man, with the intention of finding out if he was the right man. The man looked angrily at Rachel while the prince asked if the man was a man named Kuzmin, after which the man said he didn't know the young man. The protagonist said he had a case, after which he said he wanted to ransom Damien, and asked how much money he needed to prepare for that. The man said with a smile on his face that the guy needed 9 trillion magan, and he added that only the crown prince himself could get that kind of money. Then he started laughing at the top of his voice while Rachel said that the man was lucky because he was the crown prince. The man looked with anger saying that the boy was a prince just like him. The protagonist was surprised that the prince was selling medicine in such a place, while the man got angry and told Rachel to get out as soon as possible. The guy started to walk away while the man looked at him carefully. He thought about the fact that he had never seen this guy before. Then he snapped his fingers and a moment later a man came up to him and told him that the guy who had just passed by was trying to scam him. He asked for information about the protagonist, then said that the man might resort to torture and interrogation, and then with a mad look he said that the guy should kill Rahel and throw his body into the river. An hour later the gates opened, after which Kuzmin did not understand what was happening. While someone's bloody feet were approaching him, Kuzmin was surprised that his subordinate was in such a bad state. He asked what was wrong with him and why he was silent, while the gates opened again, and the protagonist appeared with the knights. The prince began to take off his wig, then also began to take out something. The knights at the same time announced that the secret imperial inspector had arrived. Then the protagonist, who stopped hiding that he was a prince, showed his badge, which was covered with gold. Exactly an hour before the prince broke into the building, it was evening outside. The protagonist ordered the doctor to behave more naturally, because at this rate they can be exposed. Dochair said he would do his best, and confessed that he had never been followed before. While the prince thought he knew exactly how things would turn out while he was being watched, the protagonist knew that as soon as Kuzmin felt the slightest threat, he would send his men to keep an eye on the target. It turned out that this was the reason why the prince approached Kuzmin at that very moment. While the guy started to draw his weapon, the protagonist thought that it was too predictable. Suddenly the man who was following the protagonist was stopped by an unknown man. The man was covered in armor and looked incredibly menacing. A moment later, the man was surrounded by a huge number of knights, who instantly said that the guy was accused of attempting to assassinate the prince. At that time in the present, the protagonist who revealed his status showed the seal, after which the enemy saw a huge number of knights in front of him. While the doctor did not understand how this could happen, namely that Rachel became a secret inspector, the protagonist asked the doctor to ignore it, after which the guy thanked the knight and said that they all did a very good job. While Kuzmin looked with hatred towards the prince, not understanding how such a thing could happen. He didn't understand why the imperial guards were in this place, while the prince who introduced himself as the heir ordered all the knights to raze this place to the ground. The protagonist also ordered the capture of Kuzmin, who instantly became alert, after which a large number of knights proceeded to carry out their orders. The doctor was amazed at what he saw before him, for everything went strictly according to the plan of the protagonist. Under the work of the knights, the doctor thought that the prince had definitely become a different person. He was literally able to subdue an entire underground organization. The prince was overjoyed to see the knights apprehending all the people. The protagonist praised everyone for doing their job so well, while thinking that he could get a huge amount of extra life. The protagonist mockingly referred to Kuzmin as a crown prince selling drugs. The man was very scared. He knew that once he was caught he would be finished. The man instantly started running away from the place where the knights were gathered. He didn't understand how such a brat could be a real crown prince. And he didn't understand why he needed Damien. The man continued to run away thinking that he would have to hide for a while. Then he opened the doors, and to his surprise he was met with a huge number of blades. Kuzmin didn't understand how the knights ended up in this place, while the protagonist gloated saying that he knew Kuzmin was headed to this very place. It turned out that he and the doctor were betting and the prince won a small amount of money. Kuzmin didn't understand what was going on and how he should act in this situation, while Rachel suggested that the man didn't expect such a thing and couldn't imagine how it all turned out. The protagonist stated that people do have to pay for medicine, and he also stated that he hates it when people don't pay for medicine. The man didn't understand what the prince was talking about, which is why the protagonist wanted to know the price Damien owed. Kuzmin stood there and said nothing. His fists clenched and began to shake with anger when he heard the protagonist's words that the man was at fault for refusing to make a fair deal. Kuzmin headed with his weapon towards the protagonist with hatred in his eyes and a bright desire to kill him. Suddenly the man's face was instantly hit with an incredibly fast fist, causing him to drop his weapon to the ground and fall instantly from the concussion. The man tried to cover his nose, which was bleeding. The knight said that the man had better not get up from now on, while the enemy himself seemed to be up to something not good. It turns out that in his mouth was a strange capsule. After that he instantly bite this capsule. He thought that exactly in 5 seconds this capsule will explode. After that should start poisonous gas, which easily paralyzes people. He thought that the knights may die while he spit out the capsule in time and can survive in this situation. He also anticipated the moment when he could personally cut off the crown prince's head. Kuzmin thought that this was the perfect plan for him to win this battle. In his mind he started counting down the time until the capsule would explode. Suddenly a hand covered the man's mouth, which instantly caused surprise on his face, while the prince with a frantic face assumed that Kuzmin was very insistently trying to spit something out. The protagonist smiled while there was an explosion in the man's mouth, after which the man fell to the ground as the paralysis began to progress rapidly, and at this rate he would lose consciousness in a few minutes. The man began to pull the antidote from his clothes, as suddenly the hand of the protagonist instantly followed in the same place, and the hands of the prince was a vial of antidote to the poison, which took in Kuzmin. The protagonist assumed that the man was dying of curiosity, for he appeared to know a great deal. The protagonist opened the vial of antidote and said that he would not say where he got the information from. The man's face was clearly horrified. He seemed to realize that at this rate he would just die, while the protagonist with a smile on his face began to absorb the contents of the bottle, depriving the man of the last chance to get rid of the poison. The prince complained about the disgusting taste of the medicine, while the man seemed to have lost the ability to speak, but the desperation and desire not to die was clearly visible in the man's eyes, while the protagonist threw the empty vial behind his back, saying that it was the man's own fault for poisoning himself. The protagonist was about to use an ability that could increase his lifespan, when the man started to feel sick to his stomach, and it looked like he was going to die any minute. The man collapsed on the cold floor and seemed to lose consciousness. The protagonist felt great. Then the prince started to press a point on his back and the man started to vomit with great force. Then the prince with a smile on his face was about to inject the antidote into the man's body. As a result he started to channel the mana liquid through his fingers, while Kuzmin was in great pain which caused him to lose consciousness. Through this procedure the protagonist increased the life expectancy of this man by 21 years. The protagonist's life expectancy increased by 4 days, which made the prince rejoice. The protagonist ordered the knights to arrest this man, and now the protagonist was going to take what he came to this place for. While elsewhere, the knights had been defeated by Damien and the other gladiators, and were standing in the hallway before the second round began. The knight was afraid to approach as a guy, as the gladiators appeared to be incredibly strong, and they couldn't beat them. The protagonist said he warned the lad to stay home, and he stood near his knights surprised that the crown prince had come to them. Damien looked at the protagonist carefully, who approached him and asked if the boy now believed he was the crown prince. Damien slowly lowered his hand that held the weapon. He remembered the past when he stood over the corpse of his mother. He thought about how he wished he could repeat that day, the day he was left all alone in this cruel world. He thought about how that day could be described as the day he was abandoned. Sometime later Damien heard the voice of the hero who ordered him to get up. Then the guy instantly jumped out of bed. The doctor introduced himself to the guy. He said that he was the chief doctor of the prince's crowns. Damien also introduced himself to the man. The protagonist said to stop with the introductions and added that they should follow him as they have a lot of things to do. The doctor didn't understand what the prince was up to this time, while the protagonist asked the man to just trust him. Damien was watching all this closely, while in another room called the clinic, the protagonist stood in front of a huge number of gladiators who were sitting on their beds. Damien asked what this place was, while the hero replied that it was a treatment room. One of the men marveled that the prince had not only rescued them from that hellish place, but also allowed them to live in the palace and treat them as well. The man naturally asked why the prince was so kind to them, while the prince realized that it was no surprise that they didn't trust him. The protagonist thought that if he could rid the gladiators of the curse of the mark, he would increase his life expectancy very much. The protagonist said that nothing in this world is free and that he is not some kindly man. The prince said that he was very sick, when suddenly one of the gladiators shouted that everyone in the empire knows about it. The protagonist remembered this guy thinking that he would treat him with special ruthlessness. The protagonist stated that no one could help him, and that is why he began to learn the treatment himself. The protagonist assumed that Damien understood what the protagonist was getting at. Damien assumed that they would be the guinea pigs in the prince's new treatment. The protagonist said that was exactly the case, which surprised all the gladiators a bit. Damien told the others that the pain was practically gone after just one treatment. The gladiators thought that Damien could be trusted, while the prince asked if anyone was concerned about the upcoming treatment. The prince was pleased because in the end everyone was fine with the treatment he was going to give. Some time later, the men began to scream horribly from that place, and 6 days after the beginning of the treatment, they looked exhausted from the pain. The protagonist saw the guys throwing up and breaking out in a cold sweat. The prince realized it was withdrawal after they stopped using the painkillers. While Damien looked completely fine and from the outside it looked like he was surviving the treatment better than anyone else. The prince immediately began to approach the boy and asked him if he was dizzy and nauseous, and he said he was. The prince was amazed at how Damien professionally kept his symptoms in check, the protagonist thinking that now he needed to think about how to change his treatment methods. A while later, the prince announced to all the people that they needed to get as much rest and drink as much water as possible. He ordered Sergio to stay in bed, and it seemed to be because of his terrible condition. The protagonist realized he felt so bad because of the withdrawal symptoms, even though the gladiator denied everything the prince said he would help him. The protagonist pulled out a needle, which caused the man to misunderstand. The protagonist actually doubted that acupuncture would work in this situation. The protagonist realized that because the man had been taking medication for the longest time it would be difficult, so he started with a point on his leg. Then the man's body started to move, and suddenly his hand went towards the prince. Then the man pounced on the protagonist and grabbed his neck. The protagonist didn't understand what was happening while the gladiator continued to strangle him. The man continued to violently strangle the protagonist, who could not say a word because the man had not a joke force, as suddenly the gladiator began to lose consciousness, after which the prince finally freed himself from the man. It turned out that the hero was helped by Damien, who asked if the prince was okay, and the protagonist said that he was fine and grabbed the guy's hand. The protagonist was well aware that this was due to withdrawal, specifically cramps all over his body due to minimal stimulation. The protagonist assumed that even a small amount of stimulation felt to the man like a sword thrust. The protagonist was well aware that he needed thinner needles to deal with this problem. The protagonist carefully read the letter he received from the blacksmith. It turned out that he was able to create a needle as thick as a thread, but he wasn't sure if he could create several of them in the same way. He also wrote that he wasn't capable of it because he wasn't a dwarven craftsman, which made the protagonist angry. The prince had no idea what to do or how to deal with the physical condition of the patients. The system notified the protagonist that the organs were feeling negative due to the stress the hero was under. The heart seemed to want to give some sort of clue, while the lungs also said that they really needed help. The system notified the protagonist that he had received a guide on how he could use the points. It turned out the guy could summon monsters. The cost of summoning the first monster was 300 points, and the total on the hero's balance was 500. The protagonist said that he needed a creature that would be able to create many thin needles. Then the system accepted the protagonist's request and several boxes appeared in front of him. The first candidate was a happy grunting creature, the second was a steel creator, and the third was a hedgehog. It turned out that only one of the options could fulfill the request by 100%, the other could fulfill the request by 50%, and the third could not fulfill the request at all. The protagonist began to reason carefully, as the names of the creatures were really strange. The prince continued to stand in place thinking about who to choose. He stood silently for several hours, so it was already a clear day outside and the guy continued to stand in place without making a choice. The heart was angry and screamed that the main character finally chose hedgehog. Then the prince did exactly what the heart told him to do. Then the main character started praying that everything would work out as it should. Then the incredibly cute hedgehog jumped into the hands of the main character. He seemed incredibly happy that he was chosen as the first pet. It turned out that the size of the hedgehog could be changed by feeding it seeds. Red seeds made the pet huge for 12 hours. Blue seeds made it tiny. The ability of the hedgehog were endless prickles, as well as the dispersal of prickly chestnut, as well as he could shoot a needle and the pain depended on the color of the needle. The protagonist instantly asked if the pet would mind if he borrowed a needle from him, whereupon he asked the hedgehog to give him a white, brown, and black needle. The lad instantly tried using the white needle and there was practically no pain in using it. The brown one caused quite a lot of pain, while the black needle looked very ominous, and the hero did not risk trying it on himself. The protagonist glowed with joy and said that the hedgehog was just a great pet that suited him perfectly. A while later, the doctor didn't understand what the prince was doing now and what was that creature on his shoulder. The protagonist introduced his new pet, and when asked why he needed a hedgehog, he started making up some nonsense. The prince then began to walk away saying that the doctor could get the details from the pet itself, while the doctor assumed that the creature was a ghostly monster. The doctor remembered that their ancestor Lloyd had such monsters. They were incredibly rare in their world, but if they chose an owner, they would serve him to the end. He looked towards the prince and had no idea how he had gotten his hands on this pet. Sometime later, the man began to beg the protagonist for forgiveness, and said that he should pay for his transgression with his life. The protagonist said that the man didn't need to worry because his reaction was normal, and then asked if the man felt any pain, but he didn't understand what the prince was talking about. It turned out that the prince had already stuck a few needles in the man's arm and he didn't even notice it. The prince was very pleased with the effectiveness of the white needles, after which the protagonist proceeded to give acupuncture to all the gladiators. The protagonist was able to gain a full 80 days of life after completing the treatment, and his ability level increased to 1 to 1950. The protagonist was shining with happiness as he now had more time to live. As Damien squeezed his hand, he didn't understand what they had done that would make the crown prince so happy that he had cured them. The protagonist decided to finish with the gladiators, but looking at all these happy people, an idea arose in his mind that made a smile begin to appear on his face. At that time in the palace, the emperor was holding a mug of tea. The man wanted to give the emperor a report on the king prince. It turned out that the gladiators got a job as bodyguards of the prince's crowns, which aroused the king's interest. It turned out that they all called themselves special imperial guards, and the protagonist made a contract to pay them money. The king thought deeply about what his son had been able to do, because in the past he had only been lying in bed due to illness. The emperor began to smile as his son was becoming more and more interesting. The emperor was also informed that the protagonist had gathered all the servants in the palace and then began to mercilessly pierce their bodies with needles. This caused a particular misunderstanding with the emperor. After a while, the hero stuck a needle into one of the men, then asked if the man was in pain after he stuck the needle in, and he instantly said that he was not in pain at all. The prince asked why the man was making noises of pain if it was only a needle. Eventually, the prince ordered the next man to come up. A few days ago, the prince was standing outside and the sun was shining very brightly. The protagonist asked how Damien was feeling after the treatment, and he confessed that he was in a little pain. The prince surprised Damien by saying that he was sorry that the treatment was over so quickly. The protagonist confessed that Damien was able to heal completely. He also added that the treatment had worked and he was done with the experiments, to which Damien remained silent. The boy thanked the protagonist for his help, but the prince asked him to stop. The protagonist asked the boy to listen to what he had to say. He confessed that he saw an incredible talent in Damien and he really didn't want to part like that. That's why Rachel offered him to be his personal bodyguard. The prince said that he would make sure that the guy was paid well, that he could even save for his retirement. The protagonist thought about the fact that Damien will soon advance to the level of Swordmaster and will also get the syndrome, and most likely the guy realizes it as well. Sword Master Syndrome is when all of your senses are heightened but difficult to control, which makes it incredibly painful. The protagonist said they'd sign a fair contract where the guy would also get time off and vacation. The prince realized that the recruitment process was going badly and offered the guy the opportunity to finish the job at any time, while someone was watching closely how the prince was trying to persuade Damien to become a bodyguard. The protagonist offered only 4 working days a week, saying that it was hard to refuse, after which other gladiators jumped out of the bushes and asked to be hired as well. All the guys wanted to get such a job, saying that this way they can pay for the treatment. The protagonist realized that the guys just wanted to get the money and benefits he had promised them. The protagonist assumed that this was better than lying about loyalty. The prince also realized that he should have his own army, since the Imperial Guards were not his alone. The protagonist said that all the guys were hired and they would be his personal Imperial Guards. Everyone was mad with joy, while Damien continued to stand silently. Suddenly a smile appeared on the guy's face, which was very unusual. The protagonist thought about the fact that he had gotten very little time to live, even though he had increased the total part of the guy's lives by 100 years. The protagonist realized that with his weak body, he couldn't go looking for patients on his own. Suddenly he looked at his palace and a crazy thought arose in his mind. The prince was determined to open a clinic in the small palace, while others did not know what a clinic was, which surprised the prince. As the doctor began to shake, then he shouted to the prince. The doctor knew very well that the prince had an incredibly kind heart and wanted to open a clinic to help the sick. The prince said that he did, and was glad that the doctor finally understood his intentions. The doctor couldn't believe that the prince cared about the health of the townspeople despite his illness. They looked like a shining duo that shouted that they were doing everything for the people of this town. While Damien watched this strange scene in silence, the protagonist decided that the first thing he needed to do was to treat the employees in their palace. He thought that people would not feel comfortable going to the clinic in the palace. The doctor said that people would not feel comfortable going to the clinic in the prince's palace. He wanted to make an advertisement with the help of successful treatment. Once people start talking about that this place really treats people well, they will even go to this palace to get cured. The main character was angry because all the people in the palace were incredibly healthy. The main character got only 2 days for examining 500 people, which made him angry and wonder what to do next, but suddenly a good idea came to his mind. The doctor pulled out a huge stack of papers that had information about the main character's 500 patients. The doctor said that they had collected information about the families, genders, ages, and illnesses of the clients. The protagonist was going to check their family's health since they were all so healthy. The guy assumed that there would be at least one person with a serious illness, so he started looking through a huge amount of information, but even after a huge amount of time, he still couldn't find even one suitable patient. The prince didn't understand why this was happening. Everyone was simply healthy, and there were only 10 pages left. Suddenly Damien said that he was disappointed with the prince, which caused him to misunderstand. He assumed that for the guy patients are just weapons. The protagonist didn't understand what the guy was talking about, and the guy confessed that it felt like he was looking for people on the verge of death, which was the real truth that hit the protagonist right in the chest. The doctor said that the guy had no right to be so impertinent and also assumed that the prince definitely had a plan. The protagonist thanked the doctor for defending him, but also added that the guy wasn't entirely wrong, which made the doctor apologize to the prince. The guy started talking about how the prince was too strict. After all, the doctor had stood up for him, and then the doctor started complaining that Damien was too rough on the prince. The protagonist threw them out of his office, because in the end they were just annoying him. The protagonist began to examine the last pages. Suddenly the protagonist began to read about the brother of a servant, who was often shivering, also from the mouth of the guy was foaming, as if he was possessed by a demon. Also the doctors could not do anything, as well as the priests. The prince was incredibly glad, for this was exactly the patient he needed. The girl brought her little brother with her, and began to introduce the little brother, while the boy himself seemed shy and uncomfortable. The prince said hello to the boy, who immediately said hello in return. The hero allowed the boy to call him simply Rachel, thinking that the child was very much worried, because it was the first time in the palace. The protagonist seemed to know a great way to cheer up the young patient. Then he took out a handkerchief from his pocket, which he held out in front of the boy. Suddenly a candy appeared in place of the handkerchief, which instantly caused amazement and delight in the eyes of the little guy. The prince in turn held out the candy and said that it was his gift. Suddenly the boy began to worry very much, and his face completely changed. The prince asked what happened, and the boy confessed that the prince is not allowed to touch him. The boy sincerely believed that he was cursed by a spirit, and did not want anyone to get infected. The boy confessed that the other children mocked him and called him a weirdo, to which the prince immediately objected. The boy started talking about how they started fighting with the children, after which his eyes went black. The boy started talking about how he sometimes has a strange feeling in his body and it starts to shake. Then the boy feels like he is falling and he starts to hear a very strange voice. The boy said that as soon as he wakes up from the attack he has no strength at all. The prince said that it became a little clear to him, after which the protagonist hugged the boy with the words that the boy was a really brave man, and he was worthy to hold on. The boy began to cry from such support and asked the prince not to touch him, because he thought that it could hurt the protagonist. The protagonist began to check the boy's body, saying that there were no evil spirits. It turned out that the boy was generally healthy, but he has epilepsy, which surprised the protagonist. The protagonist thought that there wouldn't be a problem if the body didn't react so strongly to epilepsy. The protagonist said that the boy is not strange at all, after which he stated with an enthusiastic look that the crown prince is never wrong. The protagonist cannot find the cause of the epilepsy. Suddenly the boy turned to the protagonist that threw him out of his thoughts. It turned out the boy had an epileptic attack and seemed to be quite ill. The prince didn't understand why the seizure had started right away. While others were genuinely worried about the kid, Damien grabbed his blade. The doctor was screaming that the boy was indeed possessed by an evil spirit, and Damien was screaming for the prince to get away from the kid. The protagonist started to get angry at his subordinates because it was really a harmless boy who needed help. The prince instantly asked the guys to stop this circus and then said that the illness was not related to an evil spirit and the boy was just sick and needed to be protected. The boys saw the main character ordering them to bring a pillow, after which the boy continued to shake even though he was on the pillow. The doctor said that the boy had foam from his mouth and suggested that he should wipe it off with his finger. The main character said that they should not do that, because now the boy's muscles were moving randomly and he could bite and even swallow the towel. Everyone listened to the prince's words that they should just wait until the boy's seizure was over, while the protagonist noticed a very strange thing. It turned out that the boy's body was somehow emanating mana and he could feel it perfectly. The protagonist thought that with his powers he would be able to find the true cause of this disease. Then the prince touched the boy's body with his hand and began to infuse his mana. Then in front of the protagonist's face there were a lot of strange mana flows that were not controlled at all. The protagonist continued his search while making assumptions. Rahel's heart was very heavy as he was using a lot of mana, but this didn't stop him and he continued his journey as he came across the boy's brain, which was glowing very brightly. The prince was now completely sure that the matter was in the vagus nerve. The main character was surprised because it was in it there was a false signal that caused a seizure in the brain and in the whole body. The protagonist ordered a blanket to be brought, as the boy needed to rest. The protagonist with his last strength told the boys not to make noise and not to make a commotion. After that the protagonist lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The guy kept falling deeper and deeper into his sleep, happy that he found the reason and will be able to help the boy. A while later it was night outside. While Rahel opened his eyes, the protagonist didn't feel quite right, but assumed his mana core had improved. Damien startled the prince by being around, and he said that the boy had slept for half a whole day. The hero asked how the boy was doing now, and it turned out he had recently woken up too. but he was completely exhausted. The protagonist said that it is normal that the boy has no strength because he had a very strong attack. The protagonist thought that Manhwa was much better than all modern medical technology, because he was so easily able to find out the cause of the disease. The protagonist began to move thinking that he needed to use nerve stimulation to treat the boy. Damien didn't understand where the prince wanted to go in the middle of the night, while the protagonist put on his jacket, then announced that he was going to head out to be struck by lightning. Meanwhile, the guards were guarding some building. As soon as they noticed the people, they got ready to fight and asked who they were. Suddenly, the guard's face changed completely when he saw the identities of the people. The protagonist asked them to escort him to Mr. Xanath's chambers, and they all headed to their destination. They arrived, and an incredibly beautiful door appeared in front of the protagonist, after which he burst into the mage's chambers without shame or conscience, which took him by surprise. The mage's butler was shocked that it turned out to be a prince, and did not understand why he came. The protagonist immediately apologized for such a sudden visit, and also said that he had a request. The prince asked the palace mage to hit him with lightning magic right in the back, and with an incredibly harmless face. It seemed the mage didn't quite understand what was going on right now. The king had summoned the mage the day before and told him that Rachel had changed a lot and was doing whatever he wanted. The emperor had also told him that the prince might be doing something stupid and that he was worried about it, while the magician thought that all people act stupid when it comes to their children. The protagonist was very insistent on asking the mage to hit him with magic, while the old man himself thought that the guy had really changed a lot. The mage thought that the prince was completely mad and looked at him with contempt. Between them there was a short dialogue, and the hero explained that a lightning strike should not be fatal. The protagonist said that the mage would need to inject the lightning for 3 hours without a break. The mage thought about the fact that lightning magic was incredibly destructive. A strong mage could destroy cities, while the prince was asking for such a thing. The magician asked if the prince understood that such a request would be very difficult to fulfill. The protagonist understood it perfectly well by drawing a parallel with driving a car for 3 hours at 30 kilometers per hour. The protagonist said that this was the reason why he had come to him, as he didn't know anyone who could control mana better. The mage rejoiced under the words of the prince that he is the best mage in the empire. All the organs also supported this mage, while other people silently watched the strange picture. The magician thought about the fact that he was actually not so much against participating in this test. The protagonist promised that if he died, the mage would not be held responsible, and said that the knights and Damien would witness his words. The prince said it was to help another person, and the mage finally agreed to the venture. The protagonist said they would start right away. The protagonist thought about not being able to use electricity on a child and was going to try it on himself first. Then the mage asked if the prince was ready, and the protagonist started to gather mana around his body. Then a charge of electricity started to appear in the mage's hand, and he directed an incredibly small beam of electricity towards the prince, wondering if he had applied enough power. The protagonist smiled, because he knew that the palace mage would be able to do it, and thought that now it was his turn. The protagonist began to absorb the electricity, thinking that he could use it to subdue the boy's wandering nerve. The protagonist was overjoyed. He thought that Azrahan's core technique was really incredible. The protagonist tried to stop the mage, who said he could go on all day. Then a shout was heard from the prince, who ordered the mage to stop. While the prince had gathered a huge number of people who started gossiping about the guy before entering, the doors of the room opened and they went inside, where the prince, his doctor, Damien, the imperial mage, and a little boy were already there. The protagonist told the boy that he would be in pain during the treatment. The boy grabbed the needle tightly, and without answering the boy's questions, he quickly stuck the needle into his neck. The protagonist approached the magician to say something, and then the magician began to direct electricity directly at the protagonist, who began to gradually gather electricity that entered the body. The protagonist thought that everyone would see this revolutionary treatment, while the doctor was fainting because his prince was being maimed. The protagonist started to treat the current, then he was back inside the boy's body. He found what he needed, then instantly realized that he had seen something sinister. It turned out the mana flow was moving quite erratically, which made the prince start to run because the boy was about to have a seizure. The boy asked how long he had to endure this pain, while the prince was hurrying with all his might, because the attack was only minutes away. The protagonist was in the right place, thinking that now it was time for him to start. The protagonist thought that he could not postpone this treatment, because if the servants see that nothing works they will immediately tell everyone about it. The protagonist turned to the magician, then said that the magician would increase the power of magic in 3 times. This caused misunderstanding in the magician, while the prince said that later everything will be explained. When the mage said that the prince would be hurt, he said that it didn't matter at all. The mage instantly started releasing a huge amount of electricity, causing the prince to instantly feel more pain. The attack was seconds away, and the protagonist was looking for the carotid artery spot. The boy was moving at top speed trying to get there before the attack. The protagonist started to wrap the artery with a scroll of electricity. While the boy started to feel absolutely terrible, everyone watched with horror what would happen in the end. There were only 2 seconds left before the attack would start with full force, while the right place was already wrapped, and the protagonist was sweating and realized that he had only 1 second left. There was only 1 second left before the start of the attack. But at the same time the prince finished his preparations. Discharges of lightning began to pass along the paths that the guy laid out, while in the present the boy felt just disgusting. It seemed the attack began, as suddenly after 1 moment the boy was much easier, and it seemed all the symptoms went away. The protagonist wondered if the boy was feeling better after the treatment. While the mage was finally able to breathe, because he had also tried hard during the treatment, the girl was shocked that nothing had happened, because the boy always lost consciousness after the pain started. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief, for he was able to do everything on the edge, and his body was still numb. The protagonist was able to get a whole 3 days of extra lives, and the total life counter became 161 days. The system pleased the prince that he was able to increase his core level to the second, and now he had a mana boost of 130%. Suddenly the organ that had been sleeping all this time, namely the liver, burst into the room. He instantly started yelling at the other organs, calling them lazy assholes, then threw the bag with his belongings and shouted for them to pick them up. There was an awkward silence between the organs, after which Hart was surprised that a newcomer had joined them. Suddenly one of the organs started screaming and cheering, because he was finally no longer the newcomer. He found himself in front of the liver, which was watching him very closely. A moment later the organ got a punch in the face from the liver. It turned out he didn't want to be a newbie at all, and seemed to look confident enough not to become one. The protagonist was able to get a lot of points and his balance became 1300. The prince turned to the system hoping to see some more rewards, but that was it. Suddenly the prince was pulled out of his thoughts by the cries of the boy who was addressing him. The boy began to say that there was something wrong with him, to which the prince replied that everything was as it should be. The protagonist said that the boy would be as healthy as he was for the rest of his life, which made the child very happy, and he looked at the prince with admiration. The prince in front of all the people declared that the boy would never experience that pain again. The girl began to cry that her brother was cured, and then the boy enthusiastically greeted his favorite sister. They hugged each other very tightly, and pure smiles shone on their faces. The protagonist rejoiced that he had succeeded in curing such an uncomplicated ailment. All the servants of the palace were weeping with happiness and sweetness at the thought of the hero that now in this hospital will be very many visitors. The prince was beyond joy because the more there will be sick, the more he will get life, and the more he will be able to live in this beautiful world. Suddenly the main character's head began to spin, and then the last thing he saw was the doctor and Damien, who ran to his side. It turned out that the prince had lost consciousness because of the stress his body was undergoing. A while later the room was dark and the prince was sleeping very soundly in his bed. Then his eyes started to open and the first thing he thought about was how long he had been unconscious. The doctor was glad that the prince was finally awake, and the protagonist was surprised that the guys were watching him sleep together, assuming they had no business doing such nonsense. The doctor grimaced and said that he was really tired of watching the protagonist sleep, then burst into tears, shouting that he kept praying fervently for the protagonist's health as he watched the prince sleep. Damien explained the situation by saying that the prince slept for 2 days, which shocked the protagonist, because he did not expect to spend so much time in bed. Suddenly the magician turned to the guy and began to slowly approach, then with a very blank expression filled with despair. He said that how he would explain to the emperor that the prince spent 2 whole days in bed because of his magic. The protagonist immediately inquired about the boy's well-being, and the boy jumped out from under the man's back and declared that he was perfectly fine. The boy was very much overjoyed, while the prince didn't understand what the boy was doing in this place. The doctor listened as the boy told him that he had been pestering him until he was allowed to enter. Then the boy confessed that he had done it all just to give one thing away, then held out a pendant with a wooden heart. The protagonist was amazed that the boy could do something like that in such a short time. The prince thought that it was unnecessary, because in fact he had saved the boy only for the reason of increasing his own life. Suddenly Rahel was pulled from his thoughts by the words of the boy, who confessed that from now on he dreamed of becoming a great man who would help others like the protagonist. Such words seemed to touch the prince to the depths of his soul, after which he grasped the pendant and said that it was made just fine. The prince sincerely thanked the little patient, after which the protagonist said that the best reward for him was that the boy was completely healthy. Such words brought a smile to the doctor's face, while Rachel said that he needed some more rest, after which all the boys began to leave the room so that Rachel could regain his strength. The boy started waving his hand as a sign of farewell, and hoped that they would see each other as soon as possible. The prince also waved and said that they would. After that, the doors to the room of the protagonist slammed shut, and the guy began to scrutinize the thing that the patient gave him. He thought about the fact that no one would wear such a thing, because without the stones the pendant looked quite simple. Looking at the incredibly beautiful moon, the prince said that it was time to sleep, and then he lay down on the bed with the pendant and fell asleep. A while later, a boy's voice was heard, informing Mom that he had arrived home. The mom was shocked that her son had arrived home that day, while the guy confessed that he had taken a vacation, which turned out to be some kind of special time off. A while later, the family gathered around the table and the boy revealed that the crown prince himself had given him and many other servants the day off. The father of the family asked how the prince's health was, and the boy confessed that the prince looked much better. The boy also stated that the prince had started doing some incredibly strange things. He told his parents that the prince started to treat people like a real doctor, and then he started to take out a strange leaflet from his pocket and opened it right on the kitchen table, after which the whole family stared at the contents of the leaflet with astonishment. Suddenly, a huge number of similar leaflets began to float above the heads of the inhabitants. Sometime later, the inhabitants began to gather around the board on which these posters were attached, on which it was written that in the hospital they are able to cure the spine. While the protagonist stood at the window and anticipated the huge number of people who would come to him, because he had placed a huge amount of advertising. The doctor announced that it was time for him and the prince to depart. The prince smiled, for something good was about to happen. While they were walking down the corridor, the doctor asked why the prince had decided to wake up so early, and he confessed that today was the opening day of their clinic. The doctor said that he had prepared absolutely all the ingredients that the protagonist had requested. Suddenly the doctor stopped and turned to the prince. He asked how the protagonist was able to learn these amazing things, namely the preparation of strange potions and other things. The doctor confessed that he was incredibly curious about how needles can heal joints. He was a doctor himself. It turned out that the doctor was very interested in the prince's medical techniques, but he could not understand how they worked. The doctor, with a sad expression on his face, confessed that he was a little upset about all this, while the prince silently looked in his direction, thinking that he perfectly understands the doctor's worries because he is a doctor too. After that, the guy was a little silent, and with a confident expression said that he came from another world. The protagonist said that in the other world he earned money by treating other people. Suddenly the doctor's face became disappointed, and he confessed that he was trying to have a serious dialogue. The prince said he was telling the truth, while the doctor continued to disbelieve him. In the end, he did not believe the prince, and then with a confident look said that he dreamed of becoming the best doctor and sharing the prince's joy. The protagonist asked what the doctor was doing before, and he didn't understand the question. So the prince said that they didn't have time for that and it was time for them to get to work. The protagonist thought that he had only gotten this far because of the doctor's diligence in helping him. The protagonist hoped with all his heart that people would not be afraid to come to his clinic. The prince seemed to be very worried about what was about to happen because in the past his clinic had just gone bankrupt and ruined his life. The prince walked down the corridor and prayed in his mind that there would be a large number of patients waiting for him. Then he instantly opened the windows and greeted the people in his clinic in a loud voice. While the place where people were supposed to be was completely empty, literally not a single person had come. The prince was completely shattered, It seemed like life had left his body and he was going through the worst phase of his life again. Without any expression of life on his face, the guy started to descend the stairs. As suddenly the doctor turned to the prince, after noticing something. The prince did not understand what the doctor wanted from him, who asked the guy to look down. Suddenly the prince's face completely changed. It turned out that in front of him stood a huge number of people who were eager to get treatment. There was just a huge line in front of the doors. This is what opening day was supposed to be like. The protagonist checked the old man's pulse, while the guy asked what he should do. The protagonist ordered the guy to walk around and look for patients who needed help. The protagonist was checking on the old man while thinking that the patient care system was not that good and needed to be improved. Suddenly the system told the hero that his pulse-checking skill had improved and he could now consult with the patient's organs. The protagonist's organs dressed up and then they headed off to meet the other organs, while the liver remained completely unshaken. While the other organs were quite old and were waiting for their congeners. The protagonist was amazed at the analysis he saw before his eyes. All the organs were fine, but the liver was suffering from hepatitis and the old man should definitely quit drinking. The prince said that the old man's liver was very badly damaged. The protagonist began to name all the symptoms of the old man and said that from today he should completely stop drinking alcohol. It turned out that the old man simply could not eat without alcohol, after which he ordered as a prince and not a doctor and said that in case of refusal, he would throw the old man in the dungeon. A while later evening came and the hero announced that everyone was finished and the other patients were rescheduled for another day. One of the robots thanked the prince for the hard work he had shown them, and the girl apologized for preparing the medicine incorrectly. The protagonist said that the boys did a great job and said that they would have to work hard tomorrow. The protagonist thought that it would be nice if there were nurses from his world in this world. Suddenly someone was running down the corridor very fast, and then the doctor started shouting that a patient had arrived, and the man behind the doctor was the eldest son of the Dinrai family. He begged the prince to save his dying mother, who looked quite ill. A while later, the prince inquired exactly how long the woman had been in this condition. Dinrai began to tell him that his mother had been fine since noon, but after the sun went down, she started getting worse. The protagonist instantly began to use his ability, and he instantly realized that the disease the woman had contracted when she had wiped out an entire 400,000-man army was Napoleon himself, causing the prince's face to show signs of horror. The disease was called typhus epidemic. It was deadly and transmitted by rickettsia bacteria. The protagonist stood silently in place, and after a short pause he inquired when the woman had last taken a bath. The protagonist learned from the man that the woman took a bath literally every day. Such astonished the prince, because it was very strange that a man who took a bath every day fell ill with this disease. The prince inquired about the house and the woman's bed, and the man said that everything was in order, and everything was clean. Suddenly the man remembered a detail. He said that recently there had been an incident in which the woman's carriage had broken down and the farmers had allowed her to sleep in their bed. The woman had spent the whole night in that place. The prince realized that since the fever had started on that day, the incubation period of the disease was 15 days. The protagonist understood that the symptoms were a perfect match for typhus. The protagonist revealed that it was in that place that the woman contracted the disease. The prince explained that the disease was transmitted through lice bites. The prince realized that the situation was terrible, because the woman was old and the fever was quite high. The protagonist clenched his teeth as at this rate the woman would become anemic and some parts of her skin would necrose. The protagonist turned to all his servants and told them to wipe the woman thoroughly with wet towels. One of the servants asked what they should do with the woman's clothes, while the protagonist ordered the bed, clothes and even the servants' clothes to be burned. The prince said that if the girls failed at least one condition they would be instantly fired. The protagonist told the man to send someone to report to the family about the woman's condition. The prince ordered everyone to get started on the tasks he had given out, and people started running in a hurry to get everything done as soon as possible. On the table was an iron knife. The prince realized that the cure for the girl's illness was a tonic soup that would definitely help. This soup would reduce the symptoms of fever, and it was made of conifer and kutsu root. The prince gave the medicine to the woman with the words that she should drink it and then she would feel better. After a while the maid wet the woman's forehead with a towel. Later evening came and the treatment continued with the soup. They continued to help the woman for the next 24 hours, But even after a while the woman began to look worse than before the treatment began. The prince thought about the fact that they had been taking care of the patient for 3 days around the clock, and the condition had gotten worse. The protagonist realized that in this case one soup would definitely not be enough. The protagonist thought about the fact that the balance of the patient's yin and yang had been completely disturbed and needed to be corrected. The prince thought that he needed a special herb that had incredibly strong yin energy. He ordered his organs to think, while they noticed that there were no brains among them. Suddenly, the prince was able to remember a place, after which he instantly ordered a carriage to be prepared for him. The protagonist was well aware that almost everything is in the imperial vault, which can only enter the emperor himself, and permission will be very difficult to obtain. The protagonist moved in the carriage thinking that the emperor would definitely help. He was the crown prince after all. At that time, the guard stood near the emperor's office, where the prince had arrived and greeted his father. The emperor asked why the boy had come to him at such a late hour, and the prince said that he had a very good reason. The protagonist said that he needed permission to visit a secret vault. The emperor asked why the prince needed the vault, while the protagonist sighed very heavily, and then he told him that a very sick noblewoman had appeared in his hospital, and the king couldn't understand how the patient was connected to the vault, while the prince immediately explained that the vault could hold the ingredients he needed. The emperor said that he could not be sure, for the prince might just be hiding behind the patient to enter the vault for his own good. The emperor thought at the time that this was the first time his son had ever spoken to him, which made him smile. The prince was a little angry because he could see the emperor enjoying himself. The prince started yelling that they had no time at all, and at this very moment the patient was on the verge of life and death. The emperor asked where is the prince's proof that his diagnosis is correct. He said that he never studied, he was sick and spent his entire youth on the bed. The emperor stated that he was not sure if the prince was competent in this matter. The protagonist understood perfectly well that the emperor was going to test him, and then he asked if his arguments were true, and the emperor said with a smile on his face that this was the case. The emperor asked to diagnose the knight commander who had recently fallen ill. A short while later, the prince held the man's hand while the emperor watched closely. The emperor was well aware that the prince would not be able to cope because only 3 people knew about the man's illness, including himself. At that time, the prince turned to the commander and announced that he was suffering from baldness, which instantly shocked both the emperor and the man himself. For a while there was an awkward pause between them. The silence was broken by the emperor, who stated that the man's head was clearly showing hair and the prince was talking nonsense, while the protagonist deftly removed the man's wig, saying that it was not real hair. Tears began to form in the man's eyes as he thought about how the prince and the emperor had been too cruel to him. The man was indeed almost completely bald, and just as heartbroken that his secret had been found out. Eventually the prince started to walk away, turning to his bodyguard, leaving the crying man and the shocked emperor. Damien assumed that the prince had been too harsh on the man, but the man said it was okay, because sooner or later he was going to cure his baldness. Suddenly the boys stopped and the prince said with a smile on his face that they had arrived at the right place. In front of them were huge doors that released mana. This was the treasure house. While the man was crying, for the king had not asked the prince to cure his baldness. One of the guards of the place started to approach the prince. After that he was given a strange object right in his hands, which was actually a pass to the vault. It turns out that without this thing in the vault the protective magic was activated. Also the knight told that if the guys will be in the vault for too long, they will definitely die. It turns out that the guys were allowed to be in the vault until dawn. Such a shocked the prince because before dawn is only a few hours. The prince and Damien hurried and began to run towards the door, as suddenly the knight shouted that the prince would stop because it was a zone of a completely different level. It turned out the vault was divided into 3 zones, namely advanced where the hero was trying to get, the middle and basic. The prince started talking about how he didn't know it was the wrong vault, but he was actually angry that the knight didn't fall for his deception. It turns out the emperor had allowed the protagonist to visit the base level area, which surprised the prince a bit, who seemed to be expecting something different. The prince was unhappy with what he got, and he didn't hide it at all, saying that he tried hard during the test. But the king noticed the fact that the prince didn't seem to be trying at all. The prince started talking about the fact that only after the test the emperor started talking about the fact that he was allowed to enter only the base vault, which caused the emperor to think that the prince had no conscience at all. The protagonist began to move towards the right door while thinking about how stingy the emperor really was. The protagonist applied the pass thinking that he would no longer appeal to the emperor, after which the pass was successfully activated and the doors opened in front of the protagonist and the knight said that they could now pass through. The prince along with Damien found themselves inside the treasury, after which the protagonist declared that he was in this place of work for the whole night. While the time was ticking and kept going, the protagonist stated that they urgently needed to find the right item, while the guy didn't realize how they would do it. The protagonist said that they needed to find a cold object, absolutely any object. The protagonist said that if the guy could find the right item, he should write down its location and let him know later. Eventually, the prince said that they would divide the area into several areas and explore. The protagonist looked carefully in all corners. Damien also scrutinized the items that were in the area. The prince continued his search while time continued to tick away. The prince was frustrated as he hadn't been able to find any of the items he was looking for and he hoped Damien was doing better. While the boy was looking at something intently, the prince asked if the guy had written down the location and the guy said he had done just that. The protagonist looked at the piece of paper and couldn't understand what was written there. Time was running out and the guys really had to hurry. The guys moved towards the right thing. Then they saw 10,000 years of snow. The protagonist thought about the fact that this thing resembled a pager button which is given out in cafes. The protagonist noticed that the shield would break and they would be able to get ice shards that would consist of pure mana. The protagonist touched this artifact, then thought about the fact that the ice shield would appear as soon as he invested his mana. The guy started to fill the artifact with his magic, after which the artifact started to glow brightly. The artifact started to hum very loudly, which made the prince think that not much mana was needed. The protagonist tried to do it again, but slower. It seemed to him that it was similar to the way he used to adjust the temperature of the shower in his past life. The prince continued to put his mana into the artifact, and suddenly he succeeded, and a frost shield appeared in front of him. The protagonist was amazed that the shield was really huge, but it also had almost no weight. The prince rejoiced that now he would be able to cure the woman with the help of the cold. The protagonist stated that he would need Damien's help again, but he didn't understand his lord's thoughts at all. The protagonist stated that he would explain all the details later. A while later the knight saw a man in front of him. It was Damien, who looked so, and the knight assumed that they had chosen a sword, which the guy kept on his belt. While the prince who had docked it Damien jumped out, and started to declare that he was completely disappointed in Damien. The protagonist himself was fully dressed in a huge amount of artifacts, and the knight asked the guy to also take off everything he was wearing. At that time in the palace the morning began to come. Suddenly the doctor began to wake up and heard strange noises outside the window. He began to look out the window and saw the prince who was standing next to Damien. The doctor seemed pleased that the prince was traveling with Damien. The doctor thought the guy was doing a great job protecting the protagonist. The doctor was incredibly happy that the prince had found such a good friend. He was beginning to think that he could definitely start to trust Damien a little. The sun started to rise from under the mountains, while the prince activated his shield and Damien started to draw his blade. Then the guy jumped up from his seat, and with all his might struck his sword right on the shield that the prince had created. The dishes instantly began to fall, and the doctor screamed in horror that Damien, whom he had mentally praised a moment ago, had turned out to be the real traitor. A few minutes ago the prince had asked Damien to listen carefully to what he was going to tell him. The boy thought that the prince had a really pure heart to sincerely help the patients, and also thought that he would be happy to help in any way he could. With a smile on his face, the protagonist asked his subordinate with all his might to strike him with his sword. This instantly broke Damien's mind, as only a true madman could ask for such a thing. The hero explained that the guy would have to strike until his shield broke. Damien's respect for the protagonist instantly dropped, and it was at that moment that the doctor woke up, hearing voices outside. Damien assumed that the prince wanted to make him look like a traitor and kill him, but the hero explained that they needed the shield to save the patient. The prince started claiming that it would end up helping both him and the prince himself, which didn't explain anything at all to the guy. The protagonist asked if the guy had seen the description of the artifact, but he still didn't understand what he was talking about, so Damien said that the prince could just put the artifact on the ground, and the prince explained that it wouldn't work that way and activated the shield. He explained that for the shield to work, he had to keep pouring magic into it, and Damien suggested that he needed to break the shield and not hurt the prince. That's what the prince wanted from his subordinate. Damien began to explain that such a thing could be considered treason and he simply could not do it, and then stated that he could only do such a thing if he was paid well. The guy stated that he wanted to get bonuses for every hit he made. The prince was surprised that the guy planned to get money for hitting his master. The guy then put his hand on his chest and then stated that he considered the prince a benefactor and respected him a lot for helping other people without fail, but this was a job that he had to get paid for. While the prince looked closely at the guy, the protagonist was well aware of Damien's misfortunes in life. He believed that it wasn't all due to lack of money, and even in the novel itself he was surprisingly poor. The protagonist started smiling. While the doctor was approaching the guys, the protagonist started talking about how shameless the guy was. Then the sun started to rise in the sky and the protagonist activated his shield, promising to pay Damien for every strike he made. Then the guy started pulling out his sword, hoping that the money from the prince would come in time. Damien struck the shield incredibly hard, while the dishes flew into the sky, and the doctor screamed in horror that Damien was the real traitor. The doctor instantly began to lose consciousness from the stress he had just experienced, while the shield was able to withstand Damien's attack with ease. The boy was about to try again, putting even more force into the blow, while the prince grimaced his face, expecting to receive another incredibly weighty blow. Damien was surprised that the prince was acting this way because he hadn't even swung yet, and then the guy threw another hard punch right at the shield. He ended up throwing a huge series of punches aimed at the shield, but the shield was still completely unharmed, while the guy assumed he needed to hit even harder to the prince's cries that he was just trying to get more money by throwing more punches. The guy finally decided to be as serious as possible and hit with all his might, and in an instant he struck incredibly hard with his sword, causing the shield to crack at the point of contact with the sword, and then the shield shattered into a huge number of small pieces, which instantly brought a smile to the prince's face. The prince was overjoyed that Damien was able to handle the shield. Then the prince turned around and said that they had to collect all the fragments, but suddenly they saw the doctor sleeping on the floor. The protagonist had gathered the ingredients for the usual tonic soup and was standing over a pot of boiling medicine. The prince then decided to add the shield fragment, and as a result the protagonist was able to improve the effectiveness of the medicine. The heart offered the protagonist to test the effects of the potion, and he instantly agreed to see what it could do. The ability gave a detailed description of what the potion did, which made the prince happy because now he didn't have to personally try the medicine. The prince was sure that now he would be able to save the woman, so he and his knight went to the room of the patient. The man rejoiced when he saw the protagonist. Then the prince asked about the woman's condition, and it turned out that she was still lying in bed. The prince realized that the woman's energy level had dropped even lower and he could only hope for his new medicine. The main character then took a small portion of the medicine into a spoon and began to pour the contents into the girl's mouth a little at a time. Later, the main held a reception with other patients and sometime later closely monitored the condition of the patient. Eventually he continued to brew the medicine, and just 10 days later all the servants just came to the delight. They could not believe that their prince himself created the medicine and personally sings them to the patient, while the doctor thought that he always believed in the prince and never doubted him. Everyone was just delighted with the main character, who at the same moment looked just disgusting, like a real demon. It turns out that the protagonist was completely exhausted. His physical condition was not the best. Suddenly, the system reported that because the prince was admired by others, the effectiveness of the healing fee skill increased by 50%. As a result, the protagonist was able to get 8 days of life, which instantly brought a smile to his face. Now the prince realized that if people around him will admire him, he can easily get a lot more life. The carriage was moving on the ground while the sun was setting over the horizon. The protagonist was inside the carriage with other people, and thought that even though he was able to handle the situation this time, running the clinic alone was becoming more and more difficult. The protagonist realized that he needed professional nurses. Sometime later the carriage stopped and people started to come out of it. The woman began to thank the protagonist for not only curing her illness, but also bringing her home. The prince thought about the fact that he had already received excellent bonuses from the system, and now his number of points was 1,500. The protagonist declared that there was no need to thank him, because it was simply enough for him that the woman was healthy. This touched everyone who heard these words, and they could not hold back their tears, after which she tried to say goodbye as suddenly she was stopped by the prince, and then said that he wanted to talk to them seriously. The man was surprised that the prince wanted to discuss something with him, and then he went to the prince's carriage. He didn't understand why they needed to sit and talk like that, and he said that they really needed to do it. The weather was beautiful outside. While the man started to knead his shoulder, he couldn't understand why the prince was silent. While the protagonist sighed heavily and started to massage his shoulder, complaining about being tired. The protagonist began to wiggle and hinted that when he was treating the girl, he was very tired because he hadn't slept much. The man seemed to understand such obvious hints and then began to talk about how he thought about how to repay the prince, and the hero said that he does not take money for treatment. After breaking the man that he can do something else, the protagonist completely rejoiced and said that in the end the man is not his patient, and it is from patience and he does not take money. The man said that the prince was right and anticipated that something unpleasant was about to happen. The protagonist started pulling out huge stacks of papers and then reading the man's information, said that he was an artist, and it turned out to be true. The prince said that he wanted the artist to work with him on a project. A few days later in Frontier Square, where there was a huge statue dedicated to Lloyd. Suddenly the man asked if the other guy had heard about the news. It turns out the prince was looking for new workers for his palace. It turns out the old man told the guy because the guy hadn't worked anywhere for 5 years. It turns out the guy had already paid his rent twice, which made the guy instantly change his face and said he really needed to find a job. While the strange girl was looking intently at the apple, she kept holding the apple in her hand and staring intently in his direction. She seemed to have heard the conversation and was a little interested. The prince congratulated the man for becoming a professional artist and asked why the prince's face was so elongated in the paintings. It turns out that one of the paintings depicted the prince in a strange appearance, and in another painting called Life in Threes, the guys looked strange. There was also a painting called Coming Back to You, and Damien looked at the painting where the prince was crying and he had the distinct urge to just cut the painting up. The prince started talking about how it's okay to change the look of the people in the painting a little bit. The main character pointed his hand at the painting, which gathered a huge amount of people, saying that it would help him a lot with publicity. People didn't understand what the picture meant, because most of them came because it was free. Suddenly one of the people paid attention to the sign. The description said that the prince was looking for people for the position of White Angel nurse. As a result, in the place where the main character was accepting applications for the nurse job, there was an incredibly large number of people. A guy was crying, saying in his ear that he would get a great job, while a strange girl was looking carefully at the sheet. The main condition was that the person would be required to live in the imperial capital. The girl instantly clenched her fist, while the prince himself rejoiced at such a huge number of applicants. The prince had a bright smile on his face, so much so that his mouth began to drool. The prince said that he was really happy. He said that if they could get more talented people, then they would be able to cure more people. Then the protagonist opened his palms and said that he simply couldn't be happy, while thinking that this way he could get more life. Damien thought that the prince really was incredible. Since that moment, exactly 6 days had passed and the girl was moving along the street. A huge number of people gathered in front of the gate. The girl looked carefully at the top, then said in a low voice that she had arrived exactly on time. Suddenly, one of the people grabbed the spoon as a microphone. Then he began to shout that now he will tell about the first test to choose the medical staff. Also, he said that the prince will personally select the best. He pulled the name of the test as he could, continuing to pull incredible intrigue. And in the end he said that the rules will be announced in the next part of this series of videos. I will try to do as soon as possible. The man started talking about the first test for the applicants and then announced that the first test was that all the guys just had to get to the interview. People were a bit disappointed because they thought that the test for such a cool position would be much harder, while one of the palace employees announced that people would be divided into groups of 50 people. It turns out that each group had to run to the main gate, which was a distance of 3 kilometers, and only 10 people from each group will be able to reach the interview. Unexpectedly, Sor asked what would happen to those who couldn't make it into the top 10 groups, and the man said that they would be disqualified. The first group started their race. Everyone ran with all their might. They kept running while the prince along with the doctor watched closely, when suddenly the doctor announced that everyone else was disqualified, because the top 10 had already passed. Those who were able to pass were finally able to relax, and the doctor said that they all did a great job. Then the doctor pointed to a table filled with a huge number of plates with strange contents and said that they would immediately start the next stage. Then it turned out that the guys had to find 6 medical elements on the table, and people immediately started sniffing everything that was on it. The guy also thought very carefully about how to make the right choice, when suddenly one of the test subjects bowed his head, then began to breathe very hard and very hard. For a while there was complete silence. No one seemed to know what to do. All together they began to think about why no one helped the man who had lost consciousness. Suddenly all the participants decided to ignore the man and continue to pass the test because they thought that they did not have time for it. The prince watched carefully and remained silent, then turned towards the doctor, and he immediately started to come out to the people and announced that it was time for the test subjects to stop. The doctor announced that the people who had passed would be notified some time later. And then the guys started to leave, frustrated that they couldn't find the ingredients, while completely ignoring the unconscious man. The prince and the doctor looked towards the man in the cloak, and the prince suddenly addressed him saying that he was allowed to get up. Turned out to be Damien, who instantly rose to his feet, then began to rejoice that he had managed to get these people through incredibly easily. The prince confessed that he was very worried that the guy's fall would seem too dramatic to people, and then he started to show an incredibly fake fall, after which the prince said that this is how a realistic fall should look like, to which the doctor said that the prince was full of talent, and the guy looked silently in the direction of his lord. Thanks to Damien, the prince was able to evaluate everyone who was taking the test. The prince said with confidence in his eyes that all the test subjects couldn't handle the task. He was trying to say that knowledge could always be gained, which made Damien think that they were testing personal qualities because that was more important. That was exactly the case, and that was the reason the whole group had failed. The second group completely ignored the unconscious man. The third group repeated the experience of the others and ignored him as well. The fourth group was not surprised and ignored the unconscious man as well. The prince fell to the ground thinking that no one cared about the unconscious man. The prince offered Damien to walk, after which they began to walk in an unknown direction. The protagonist was very upset because in the end there were no more candidates, and he could not find a worthy one. Suddenly the prince saw a picture of a girl arguing with a knight, who forbade her passage, because she was not a human. The girl began to shout that she was a human being. The prince was out of his mind with anger, because the knight was communicating so with the candidate, while their number was very small. Suddenly the prince was struck by Damien's words that the girl was a werewolf. The prince said that she had no tail at all, and the boy explained that the tail was just hidden by the cloak. The prince thought in the rumor about the werewolf girl, which made Damien assume that even the prince disliked werewolves. The protagonist thought about the fact that they had the ability to transform, had incredible physical strength, and had the perfect canine sense of smell. So the prince drooled and started yelling that the girl was a nurse. The girl shouted that she was a citizen of the country and also had rights, while the knight continued to forbid her to participate. The girl gritted her teeth at the man's insult, saying that everything he was talking about was just prejudice. The girl shouted that she was normal while the knight continued to provoke her, which made the girl shake with anger, when suddenly the prince ordered the guys to stop the dispute, after which the prince began to scold the knight, because he specified that any resident of the capital can participate in the tests. The girl was shocked when she heard the prince defending her and ordering the knight to apologize to her. The prince apologized to the girl on behalf of the guard, and she also greeted the prince. The protagonist asked if the girl still wanted to complete the task, and she immediately said that she did. Then the prince said that they would start right away, which surprised the girl a bit. The protagonist suggested that the werewolf was very tough, but he also confessed that he had not seen the girl in action at all. And then he said that if the girl could outrun the guardian, she would complete the task. The prince said that the first one to reach the fountain and return would win the contest. The girl instantly pulled off her cloak with a smile on her face, after which the prince ordered the guard to get ready, and the latter also undressed and got into a stance for a quick start. They stood near each other while the girl seemed relaxed in front of the guy, who was thinking that he had to win this competition, and even the girl herself did not seem to want to lose because she needed this job. The prince ordered the guys to get ready. The guy looked like a man who would do his best to win, while the girl's eyes were also filled with determination. The protagonist announced the start of the race, and the girl instantly rushed out of her seat and left the guy far behind. The distance between them was unbelievably huge, which made the protagonist really excited. The girl was moving at an incredible speed, and a moment later she was right in front of the fountain, and then jumped from her seat and grabbed a part of the fountain with her hand, and then started spinning at a great speed, and instantly changed direction and ran towards the protagonist. While the guy had not yet reached the fountain, the girl was already running towards the prince. They missed each other. The girl thought about the fact that the guy was incredibly slow, and she was well aware that the victory was definitely hers, while the guy seemed to be sinking into despair. The guy was incredibly angry because he was about to lose this battle, but suddenly his leg twisted, and then he began to roll on the ground at a great speed, taking more damage. The girl heard the guy behind her start screaming in pain. She turned to the other side and assumed that the guy had also hurt his shoulder, but she still kept running. The speed was really great. Suddenly her teeth clenched with anger. Then she instantly changed direction and the floor started to collapse. The girl ran away from the protagonist towards the guy who insulted her a moment ago. While running, the girl was complaining loudly that she wanted to win by a huge margin. The prince was watching carefully what was happening, while the girl was right in front of the guy, then grabbed his hand tightly under the guy's questions what she was going to do. She instantly fixed his shoulder, which was dislocated, after which the whole street heard the scream of the guy, who felt incredible pain. The prince began to approach the girl with the words that he was completely satisfied with her, because that's what he wanted. The prince held out the pendant given to the boy with the words that the girl had been accepted as a nurse. Sometime later it was evening outside and all the boys gathered around the table. The main character held out the contract and asked the girl to familiarize herself with its terms. The girl looked at the contract and said that it looked pretty fancy. The prince stated that they had plenty of time and the girl could feed on the document for as long as she needed. The girl looked intently at the sheet while the prince watched intently. The protagonist believed that the girl had incredible physical abilities and was not lacking in wisdom. The protagonist was also worried because he saw the smile on the girl's face when she was fixing the man's shoulder. The protagonist realized that even though she helped, but intentionally made it as painful as possible, and in the future there will be patients who will not like it. Also, the hero was very sorry that they did not manage to get such people as the girl, while the girl herself put the sheet on the table, and the prince immediately asked how the girl the contract that she had just read. She said with an incredibly serious expression on her face that she would like to add a few points to the contract. The prince was incredibly stunned by the girl's statement and asked what she wanted to add to the contract. She began to tell about who she was, namely the head of the family, which included about 50 people. Hearing this information, at first the prince did not react in any way, but suddenly the prince's face completely sewed from the thought that he can get such as the girl 50 pieces. The protagonist started to say that the girl should have been told about this earlier. The protagonist thought that absolutely no man would give up 50 workers of this level. The girl asked the prince to allow her kin to take the test, as well as the girl said that the prince would help remove the problem that had been bothering all of them since long ago. The protagonist didn't understand what problem she was talking about and assumed that it was a lack of food. But it was not so, and in fact, because of this problem they often found themselves in unpleasant situations. She said that the problem was their own tails. It turned out that their tails moved of their own accord, while the prince wondered if this was a problem. The girl started talking about how they were unable to hide their emotions, and that was a problem, since their emotions were incredibly easy to read. Rogues often tricked them. The girl said that even though they tried to hide the tail under their pants, it was so strong that there was no way to hide it. The protagonist was surprised that they tie their tails to their leg, but even so, the tail still comes loose. The protagonist thought it was like a muscle that had a life of its own. The prince suggested that they could just cut off the tail, but the girl told him that without the tail they couldn't move or live normally. She also said that their tails grow back in a month anyway. Suddenly the main character got an idea, or rather the idea that the girl asked him to deal with this problem. The protagonist was in despair because he had never treated tails before. The prince had no idea what he should do in this difficult situation. The prince offered an alternative because he could become a protector in society. He said that he could use his title and power to support their family. The girl instantly refused this offer. She began to say that this way they could not solve the main problem. She said that in this case, if something happened to the prince, everything could become even worse. She began to say that she needed more than a temporary solution to the problem. The prince realized that she was demanding that he get rid of the problem completely. The protagonist said that he fully understood the girl's demand, and she asked if the prince would help her. The protagonist said that he would really help and honestly confessed that so far he had no ideas about it at all. The girl was amazed at how honest the main character was. She also thought that if the prince was the kind of person who would only help in words, she would be very disappointed. The girl got up from the couch and said that she was going to leave and would wait for news from the protagonist. The protagonist asked the girl to stay in the palace, after which the room was completely silent as the girl left. The protagonist didn't know what to do because he couldn't miss these incredible workers. He just couldn't imagine what he could do with intelligent muscles. It seemed that the prince had no ideas at all, and he sighed heavily. Sometime later the prince started to look terrible. He didn't seem to sleep or eat at all. It turned out that all this time he was looking for some information that could help him, but in the end he couldn't find anything. While the doctor started shouting at the prince, which made him scared again, and he assumed that the doctor was scaring him on purpose. The doctor began to say that if the stress in the prince's body accumulates, he might get sick, while the protagonist said that if the doctor continues to scare him, he will definitely get sick. The doctor said that if the guy frowns, he will get wrinkles, and then began to ask the prince to stop frowning because you can't get rid of wrinkles. The prince started smiling after these words from the doctor. He realized that the doctor was just trying to cheer him up. The main character said that wrinkles are not a problem at all, and it can also be solved. The prince began to talk about how there are things that can help with the appearance of wrinkles and also with fighting them. Suddenly an idea popped into the prince's head, and he instantly changed his face. The protagonist thought about Botox being a poison that paralyzes. He thought about the fact that this substance could be used on the tail to make it stop moving. Then he remembered where he met such a poison. The prince finally started to smile. Now he knew exactly how to solve the problem with the tails. The prince asked the doctor to get the poison used by Kuzmin, because he knew that the doctor kept this thing. Then the protagonist said that the doctor as soon as possible to bring the poison and took it to Anissa's chambers. At that time the girl was doing push-ups very furiously on the mole, as suddenly she heard a knock at her door, after which she asked what brought the prince at such a late hour. The protagonist began to lead Anisse in an unknown direction and said that he might have thought of a solution to her problem. The prince thought that he had two things left to decide, namely the place where the procedure would take place. Sometime later the guy touched the girl's back and then he could see her body completely. It turned out that Anisse's body had a different meridian arrangement which was quite different from the human one. The acupuncture points were also very different from human ones, as well as a new vessel that leads to the tail. The protagonist decided that Anisse was human enough for him to do something, so the prince asked the girl to turn into a wolf, which surprised her a bit. It turned out the location of the dots would change after the transformation, and the protagonist needed to know that. The girl silently nodded her head. Then she began to breathe very slowly, and just a moment later her body began to change. Her legs began to turn into huge paws, and she turned into a humanoid huge wolf. The prince was surprised that the girl did not grow as much as he expected, then confessed that she looked like a dog, which seemed to make Anisse a little angry. The protagonist also realized that the girl lost her ability to speak, because now she has a completely different mouth structure. Then he asked him to give him a paw and the girl was a wolf. A while later the guy made her roll on the floor like a real dog with one word. The doctor was completely shattered but still kept smiling looking at such a strange picture. A while later the prince was sitting in his office thinking that he was able to find out one necessary detail, but the problem was that he simply did not know the right amount of paralyzing poison to use on the girl. Now the prince needed to know the ingredients of the poison in order to be able to find out the exact dosage that the girl would need. The prince thought that it might be worth asking Kuzmin, who was now in prison, but he also realized that this man was not to be trusted at all. The protagonist decided to eat it himself, then put it in the circle of mana and study this drug so. Suddenly all of the prince's organs started calling him crazy and then they stood in a circle. Everyone was shocked that the prince really wanted to poison himself and was thinking about who would detoxify his body. The liver started screaming with all its might because it would be the one to save the body. The protagonist was amazed that his own organs demanded that he give the poison to the little animal. The organs wondered how it was normal for the prince to test the poison on his own body. But suddenly the liver said that there were monsters that were created to analyze the poison. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he realized that such a monster would be incredibly useful to him. The protagonist could not believe the information he had just learned, namely that there was a creature that could analyze ingredients. Suddenly the prince found out that the liver had learned about the creature in the system waiting room, which immediately aroused curiosity in the protagonist. It turned out that before waking up all the organs were in that room and were sound asleep. The protagonist was surprised that in some space all his internal organs were asleep. The prince immediately wondered what the system was all about, but it turned out that the dissemination of this information was strictly forbidden. When the protagonist asked the liver to list the properties of creatures that could help him, the liver simply said that it did not. Suddenly the fish's eyes opened again. Then the fish's body began to recover, and it ripped off one of its teeth. The protagonist watched as the offended fish wrote something on a part of its body. It turned out that the fish was writing about all the ingredients and also about the lethal dose. The protagonist carefully read the contents with a smile on his face. Now the prince was fully confident that he could use the drug to help the girl. The prince turned to his doctor, after which he was instantly on the spot, which looked like a real mystic, as suddenly the doctor saw the fish and was completely shocked that the prince got another such creature. The main character started lying about the fish just coming to him at night, adding that he is definitely popular. The doctor was laughing hysterically. He told the protagonist that he was reminded of a historical figure that was in the books, namely Lloyd. He said that he was a man who lived in the time when the empire was a kingdom and also had similar ghostly beasts. The prince was surprised to hear the descriptions of Lloyd and asked if he was really that great. The doctor began to tell him that it was Lloyd who laid the foundation of their empire and that he was incredibly popular. The prince ordered the doctor to bring the girl, and he instantly started running to fulfill his lord's errand as soon as possible. Sometime later, the sky was incredibly blue outside the window. The girl was moving along the corridor with the doctor. She thought about whether the prince was able to think of something because it had been a short time, and his strength is not unlimited, as suddenly the doctor noticed that Anise is worried, and it is perfectly visible. She was wary, and the doctor said that it can be seen in the face and not in the tail. The doctor was suddenly surprised, and then apologized for his words, because he certainly did not want to offend the girl. She looked at the doctor with a smile on her face. She said that she was used to everyone paying attention to her tail, and reminded him that they had not yet formally introduced themselves to each other, after which they shook hands and introduced themselves. The doctor asked Denise if she minded if he gave her advice. The doctor said that the girl would not be surprised when the prince came up with a cure. She did not understand what the doctor was talking about. The doctor opened the door and warned the girl that as soon as the prince told her about the treatment, she would definitely think that he was crazy. The girl was surprised at such words and could not even imagine what awaited her for the treatment. While the prince with a smile on his face greeted Anise, then the prince asked the girl to sit down and she went towards the bed. After she sat on the bed, she was surprised that the prince had only one day to come up with the treatment. The prince said that it was and he had already come up with the right treatment, so he asked the girl not to worry. Anise asked if the prince would tell her what the treatment would be, while the prince realized that the girl was worried and said that he would tell her now. The prince showed the needle and said that he will pierce the girl's tail several times with it. Then the prince, with the same smile on his face, said that he will inject the poison into the girl's body. The protagonist was glowing with happiness, while his servants seemed just as mad and thought this treatment was genius and clapped for him. The girl immediately looked towards the doctor. She seemed a little shocked, while the doctor smiled very warmly, as if to say that the girl should trust the prince unconditionally. Other people looked the same way, as if asking to believe the protagonist, and the prince himself was not particularly different from them. The girl was just shocked after what she saw. She realized that the madman in this place was not only the prince, and all the others present. The girl sat with her head bowed in front of the main character. She seemed to be thinking furiously about something, while the prince said that she didn't need to think much, but just trusted him. The girl thought that the prince didn't look like a very reliable person, but she decided to trust him because if they could get rid of their problem, life would be much easier. Anise decided to take a risk and said that she was ready for what the prince was going to do. Then the protagonist ordered his men to get started, and they immediately started carrying a strange cloth towards Anise. She had no time to react before she was covered with the cloth and ended up on the bed facing the pillow with only her tail visible above the blanket. The protagonist prepared to proceed, and then with an incredibly confident expression said that he was beginning the treatment. All the servants admired the prince. They thought he looked incredibly cool at this moment, while the protagonist touched the girl's body and began to infuse his mana. He began to examine the girl from the inside. The protagonist thought about the fact that although acupuncture points existed, no medicine could prove them, while he, thanks to the existence of magic, was finally able to prove that these points were real. The protagonist was about to start the procedure and grabbed one of his needles. Then the guy pierced the first point with the needle and took out some poison, which caused his mana to turn a different color and began to penetrate into the girl's body. Suddenly she felt something and twitched. The protagonist in turn continued the procedure, so the prince continued to pierce the girl's body with needles and inject the poison. The protagonist was finally able to make the tail weaken, but he was well aware that it was not enough to paralyze it. He wanted to keep the effect until the end, but suddenly the tail was able to recover and began to interfere with the procedure. The protagonist thought that he was fully prepared for such a thing. Then he decided to speed up and started using the needles with renewed vigor, and finally the last needle on the girl's neck was stuck. Anise was mad with anger because she asked to deal with her tail and the guy pierced the back of her head. Suddenly her tail started to shake. Then it suddenly finally fell down. The girl started to wiggle her toe. It continued to wiggle, while the prince shouted happily that he was finally done. The protagonist said that the girl could finally relax. The girl got to her feet after the guy's words that the procedure was completely over. Anise thought about the fact that the procedure took very little time. Everything happened too fast. Suddenly the girl turned her attention to the tail. Suddenly she realized that the tail was not reacting to her mental state at all. The protagonist said that he was able to trick the nerves in the girl's body and paralyze the tail. He said that he redirected the nerve endings of the tail to the little finger, which would now move instead. The protagonist started talking about how the girl's pinky finger was now a tail, and it was magic to the applause of all the palace workers. The girl sat silently on the bed. It seemed that she wanted to say something, as suddenly he began to cry a lot. Because of what on the face of the prince appeared a soft smile. He realized that now the sadness and contempt with which she faced did not matter at all. The girl sincerely thanked the protagonist for what he had done. The prince asked to stop with gratitude and start the process of signing the contract. The protagonist also reminded that the girl had promised to bring others for helping her with her tail, and the prince asked the girl to sign the contract with a very insistent expression. She had changed her face, but she had just been grateful to him. Sometime later from the palace of the main character heard his very loud laughter. It turned out the prince was laughing seeing the huge number of tails in his palace. The doctor asked whether the prince is very happy, and he immediately replied that he was incredibly happy. He thought that he managed to get as many as 50 medical staff S rank who were very hard at work. The protagonist smiled with joy and thought that the work would be much better now. He taught them basic nursing and emergency care techniques as well as nursing. He also taught them how to make bandages and medicines. Now the clinic could fully function. The girl told the prince that they had created a new shift schedule, after which the protagonist began to rejoice. The prince's mind conjured up an image of his clinic working around the clock like a real conveyor belt to treat people. He also assumed that all the guys had gotten used to their little fingers. Then the prince began to think that the situation was perfect. Suddenly the system told him that the hero would not get life days because he had not increased the life expectancy of 50 patients, but also the organs applauded the prince for what he had done. Suddenly one of the new organs began its awakening, and it turned out to be the stomach, which opened its eyes. It instantly started screaming that it wanted to eat a fried pork cutlet. He also had a huge belly, and then began to demand absolutely any tasty food. It seemed that he could devour everything. The stomach began to shout with all its might that he was losing consciousness and he needed to eat as soon as possible, while the prince was amazed that the stomach demanded such food, which simply does not exist in this world. The protagonist also wanted Korean food, but in fact he and his stomach could only dream of it. The protagonist mentally asked the stomach to be patient for a while, and the stomach demanded a sweet, after which the protagonist accepted the sweet. The stomach gave the protagonist 300 points and the other organs another 700 points, making the prince's balance 1,000. The protagonist was well aware that the organs would now be able to give information to the stomach. Suddenly the protagonist saw a notification that his mana core had improved due to a procedure he had performed. The amount of mana his circle could store had increased by 150%. The circle had also begun to expand and now had more storage space inside it. The prince was very happy that he was able to get such a huge amount of points. But suddenly one of the nurses reported to the prince that one of the patients looked very strange. It turns out that the patient's body had a very different odor and a very high fever. After these words, the protagonist decided to look at him personally. Sometime later a man was sitting at the table and counting something very carefully. It turned out that the man's name was Pavard and he was the head butler of the place. Suddenly after finishing the calculations he suggested that his eyes might be deceiving him. He began to scrutinize the document, not believing what he had just learned. His hands began to shake. Then he instantly dropped the document on the table, and with a desperate expression screamed that they were in a complete mess. The man instantly started running to the protagonist's room. Once inside he screamed, calling out for the prince. While the protagonist was frightened by this sudden visit and Damien prepared to fight. The prince realized that it was his butler and was surprised by his visit. The protagonist assumed that the man was not feeling well, but he said that he had an incredibly important thing to tell him. After these words, the butler leaned near the protagonist and began to speak very quietly. The protagonist was in complete shock as soon as he learned that the budget of their palace is about to completely end. The prince jumped up from his seat amazed that they were running out of money. and he was the crown prince. The protagonist knew that if they didn't have any money, then the clinic was out of the question. The protagonist immediately asked where all their money had gone. The man said that last year the prince had cut the palace's budget, which shocked the protagonist. The prince was angry at the previous owner of the body. A while later the prince and the man were sitting in front of each other, and the man said that the prince may have made this decision because he felt that he wouldn't live long. The main character suggested that he had given up in the past. It turned out that the character had moved 2 days out of 10, and there was a lot of extra money left in the palace. The prince was quite upset, saying that the mistakes of the past were still haunting him. The man also said with a smile on his face that the protagonist was able to become much healthier compared to how he looked last year. The protagonist, on the other hand, still felt terribly sad, saying that he was definitely not happy in this horrible world. The prince had a broken expression on his face, saying that he couldn't be happy about anything if he didn't even have a penny in his pocket. Suddenly the protagonist was angry that all the problems in his life were caused by a lack of money. Suddenly he thought about who the previous owner of the body was, namely the real Rachel. He thought that he understood Rachel a little, because he was definitely desperate. Suddenly the protagonist had an idea. He suggested that they could just ask for more money to maintain the palace. But the protagonist's hopes were instantly dashed by the butler's words that this was simply impossible. The main character said that without money they would have to close the clinic, and he would simply die. It turns out that according to the laws of the empire, budget for a particular year should be requested only at the end of the previous year, and the only person who was not limited by this law was the emperor himself. In the eyes of the prince finally appeared hope, and then he immediately went by carriage in the direction of his father's castle. But in the evening of the same day he quickly began to go home because his father did not want to help, after which the protagonist sat at the table and very sad. He thought that he just cannot allow that the clinic closed because of money. Just like in his previous life, the protagonist thought that he had one last option to solve this problem. The prince asked if the butler had a list of the palace's assets, and the butler said that of course he had a list. The protagonist asked to bring the list to him, which caused the butler not to understand. As suddenly the protagonist made a creepy face and said that he was going to sell all their property. He thought of selling paintings, statues, silver and gold watches. The butler cried looking at the painting that was being sold. He begged the protagonist to change his mind, while the prince himself was unbowed. The butler started to run away in tears, shouting that he just hates the prince. From that moment a few days passed and the butler again appeared before the prince. The protagonist asked everyone to listen carefully. He said that although they were able to get some money, it was only a temporary solution to the problem. Damien suggested that the prince had already started preparing for the next step, while the butler continued to cry over the sold items. The protagonist started talking about how they needed to create a stable fund of money, while the butler stated that they simply didn't have anything else to sell, and the prince stated that they would make their own medicine and sell it. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, said that from now on he would be the crown prince who would sell the medicine. There was a huge number of people on the Plaza Frontera going about their daily lives. The grandfather asked the guy if he had heard about the news that was about the small palace, and the guy who ended up not being able to become a nurse had not heard anything. The old man told the guy that the crown prince had sold off almost all the things from the palace. One of the girls said that she had heard that it was done to get money to maintain the clinic. The boy was shocked that the prince sold all the wealth to continue taking care of the patients. The old man said it was just like that, and the prince seemed like a wonderful man. All the people thought the protagonist was a great person, and they also said that even in history books such people are rare. All people believed that the protagonist was literally an angel in the flesh. While the protagonist himself thought that he needed to earn money as soon as possible, he thought that only in this way he could survive in this body. At that time, one of his subordinates asked if the prince was really going to make his own medicine and sell it. The man said that it might be better to just start charging at least a minimal fee to patients. The protagonist said that they couldn't do that, because if they did, there would be fewer patients, while thinking that he needed to see as many patients as possible in order to prolong his life. The protagonist said that he would never take money from patients and would not do so in the future. He said that he was going to make money from medicines that would be expensive and luxurious, so much so that people would take them to show off to others. The prince started talking about how it would be his signature product. He also said that he would release it personally. Then he said that any family that would have any money and status would want this medicine. The prince, with an incredibly enthusiastic look, said that he would create a super medicine that would be super expensive. The guys didn't understand what this mysterious medicine was that had such status. while the protagonist stated that this medicine would use the Minotaur gallstone. The prince revealed that the medicine would be called the Minotaur Golden Sedative Pill. In the past life of the protagonist, this medicine had incredible power because it was able to calm people's nerves. A while later, the prince and Damien were walking down the street. Damien asked if the prince was really going to make this mysterious medicine and sell it, and the prince replied that that was exactly what he was going to do. The protagonist also said that he had full confidence that people would use the drug. He also said that people would think it was rare and would want it for that reason. The prince said that they will be using incredibly rare products, because the medicine will be from a minotaur. The protagonist said that the effect of the medicine will be marvelous, and people will definitely buy it. Damien stated that people would definitely not buy such a medicine. Damien stated that this was the first time he had heard of such a medicine, and if it really has such an incredible effect, then why wasn't it famous until now? The prince began to make up a story about a fallen kingdom in which the medicine was famous, and the prince said that the kingdom was called Josian, and Damien said he had never heard of such a name, while the prince confessed that he had seen the kingdom in his dreams. The protagonist also said with a smile on his face that he had learned all his powers in his dreams, and Damien looked at the prince in silence, thinking that what he had said was hardly true. Damien thought that the doctor was really too naive to believe what the prince was saying. He continued to stare at the prince in silence and then thought that all he really cared about was whether or not the prince could pay him steadily. Damien was surprised that the prince was going to treat patients without a license. Such words shocked the prince, who did not know that a license was required. The protagonist with sweat on his face listened to the fact that there is an exam on whether a person can get the right to treat people. The prince confessed that he didn't know that such a thing existed, while hoping that it wouldn't be a problem for him. The protagonist said that in any case they needed to solve their financial problems first, and he also said that they just didn't have the right ingredients, which made the prince decide that they needed to buy a live minotaur. Damien asked the prince if he was going to go to Cremo, where one of the biggest auction houses was, and the prince said he was going to go there. The protagonist said that he was going to personally assess the minotaur's condition and also its gallstones. Damien thought about the fact that he continued to get the feeling that the prince had simply begun to lose his mind. While the carriage with the prince was moving along the road, the girl was sitting on its roof and looking around. The protagonist turned to his knight and said that it was time for them to leave. They started to move towards the carriage, to Damien's surprise that they were leaving at once. Suddenly the prince's face changed completely, and he shouted for Damien to start moving quickly, for an incredible danger was approaching them. As a result, the map began to move, and the doctor tried to catch up with his prince at a great speed. The doctor began to cry hysterically because the prince just left him, although he is his main doctor. The protagonist shouted that he needed the doctor to look after the clinic while he was away. The carriages continued on their way, and Damien noticed that the carriage was much more comfortable than he had imagined. The protagonist saying that because he was the crown prince, he was traveling in incredible comfort. The guys also unanimously stated that their location was incredibly strange. From that moment, exactly 8 days passed. The girl was lying on the roof of the carriage as suddenly she opened her eyes, then immediately jumped up from her seat. It turned out that she had just smelled a very clear smell of the sea. The girl immediately reported to the protagonist that she saw the port behind the hill. It turned out they were at the sea. And the port itself was an incredibly beautiful place. Huge ships that were approaching the land, as well as a huge number of people who were watching interesting goods. The prince carefully watched the life of the place. Then they were right in front of the auction house of monsters Cremo. The wagon of the protagonist began to stop. The man who stood at the door seemed not to expect that someone would arrive in this place, because of which he said that the old man should put the wagon in another place, because he simply cannot park here. The old man instantly told the guy that he had no idea who was in the carriage, and he mockingly suggested that the crown prince himself. The protagonist said hello to the insolent guy, which instantly caused him to panic. It seemed the kid did not expect that he could at least once meet the prince. Some time later, the nobleman was surrounded by his servants. The boy ran towards the nobleman at a great speed, and the man who was the mayor of the place asked what happened. The boy began to breathe deeply, because he was running at great speed and tired, and then pointed in the direction of the protagonist with the words that the crown prince himself had come to them. The mayor of the place was as shocked as the guy before. The mayor instantly started sucking up to the protagonist. Then he asked what brought such an important person to this place. The protagonist confessed that he was going to buy something in this place, The mayor immediately offered to provide the protagonist with additional bodyguards. But the prince immediately refused. The prince pointed to his men saying that he already had personal guards. The prince told the mayor that he would leave as soon as he looked around the place. The protagonist started to get annoyed because the mayor simply wouldn't shut up. The prince started to leave with the words that he would check in with the mayor later, and the mayor instantly said goodbye to the protagonist. The mayor instantly ordered his men to clean up the palace while the protagonist thought about the people suffering because of him. While a huge minotaur was lying in a cage at the auction, a huge number of people started bidding to buy it. While the prince along with Damien were watching carefully, Damien was surprised, for he had expected the place to be noisy, but it was quiet. The prince suggested that it might be because it was a monster auction house. Damien also said that it was probably because the monsters would just wake up if it was too noisy. In the arena, one of the monsters began to be taken away and another one was brought in, and people were also actively bidding while the auction master was broadcasting. The prince began to yawn with boredom, for it turned out that there hadn't been a single minotaur during the entire auction. Suddenly, it was incredibly difficult for the horses to carry the next item of this auction. Inside was a huge monster. The prince began to stare intently in the direction of the minotaur, which had an incredibly powerful jaw, and a moment later the monster began to scream incredibly loudly. The prince was shocked at how huge the monster was, and assumed that this was what he wanted. The auction master announced that this was the highlight of their event today, a real minotaur. The guy talked about how a huge amount of people, resources, and time had been used to hunt this monster. The prince instantly realized that he just needed this minotaur. The protagonist was out of joy and was going to kill this monster and use it for his medicine. Suddenly the man said that they are starting to sell this monster with a price of 50,000 megan. The protagonist did not understand what was happening because the final price of other monsters was the same, but in the minotaur only the starting price has reached such a value. Damien assumed that the hero took enough money while the prince only brought 100,000 megan. The protagonist thought about the fact that it was all his money, and he simply could not spend it on a single minotaur. The prince also saw the reaction of other people who also wanted to buy this minotaur. The prince thought that even for 100,000 he could not buy this monster. The protagonist thought that for such incredible money he could buy a luxurious house. The prince began to think furiously about how he could get this monster, because he simply could not afford to miss such an incredible specimen. Suddenly the protagonist had an idea and turned to Damien and started talking very quietly in his ear. Damien was surprised that the prince was trying to pull something like this. He said that the order the prince was going to give him was really gangster, while the protagonist asked if it would be a problem, and Damien got up from his seat saying that he would be back soon. As people began to place their bets, the amount instantly went from 53,000 to 55,000. The prince was well aware that he was not going to make it at this rate and was worried that Damien was taking too long to do his job. Suddenly the mayor arrived with a huge number of people. The protagonist asked the mayor what the mayor was doing in this place, but he did not understand what the prince was talking about, while the prince began to look very insistently into the eyes of the man who could not understand the prince's thoughts. The mayor thought about the fact that his political career was built on a sharp mind, and he perfectly understood the prince's gaze. The mayor realized that the prince wanted others to know who he was. The mayor started coughing before he started to speak. Then he started shouting to the whole hall for the crown prince to listen to his request. All the people were shocked when they heard that the crown prince himself had come to this place. The mayor said that 100 bodyguards were waiting for the prince's orders, which the other people were watching closely. The prince said he would gladly accept the man's good intentions, and then they started laughing together while Damien tried not to listen to the irritable laughter. The prince returned to his seat saying that he had forgotten that the auction was going on. Then he began to write the amount on the plaque, and a moment later he raised the bid to 60,000. All the people instantly realized that they were fools, because the crown prince himself was interested in this monster, and now they couldn't bid. The prince was sure that no one would dare to bid because he was the heir to the state. All people understood that. At this point the guy gloated. All the people who were at the auction were upset, because they lost the opportunity to get such a desirable monster. The auction master was also shocked that the crown prince had come to them, but he also thought that they simply could not sell their best product for only 60,000, because they had spent a huge amount of effort to catch this monster. The auction master was very upset, and seemed to think that they would suffer a huge loss. At that time there was a man sitting in the hall and smiling very slyly. He raised the bid up to 70,000, after which the entire room instantly turned their attention to him. The auction master was shocked that someone dared to bid, but was also happy about it. All the people started discussing about the strange person who dared to raise the bid. While the prince recognized this person, it was Guinness. All people discussed that the mysterious man was favored by the king of the southern country. The man smiled and thought about what the prince would do in this situation. Because he is not a citizen of the empire, people whispered that the man is their savior, and that he will put in place of the prince. The protagonist began to get very angry after hearing the conversations of people around. Eventually a spark of war broke out between them. They were going to fight with money. The prince instantly started writing a new amount on the board. Then it turned out that he had only raised the bid by 1,000 money, and the man did the same, so the bidding battle continued between them while the beast watched very closely. The auction master announced that their main item had been sold for 250,000, which instantly made the man happy that he was able to defeat the crown prince himself. While the protagonist himself was shattered by this defeat, tears welled up in his eyes as the item he coveted began to be taken away. While Damien stated that he was actually glad that the prince had lost the battle, he started to say that it would be too inefficient to spend that much money on a minotaur at a time. The prince thought the guy's words were nice. He seemed to genuinely care about him. But suddenly Damien said that if the prince spent the money, he wouldn't be able to pay his wages. Then he said with full confidence on his face that he was only following the prince for one reason, and that was to pay him. Such words seemed to hurt the prince, who didn't expect to hear it so openly. The prince asked if the guy was grateful for his rescue, and he said that although he was grateful, the money was a different matter. The prince assumed that Damien's gratitude didn't depend on financial matters, and so it was. The prince looked closely at the guy. He thought about the fact that in the novel the protagonist of the story, namely Damien, had incredible potential. The prince thought that basically the strongest man of this universe was protecting him. The protagonist thought that he should make sure that Damien sought a stable life with him. The prince told Damien not to worry because he wouldn't let the guy's paycheck get delayed. The protagonist wanted to go straight to the mayor's residence, and the mayor said that's what they would do. The mayor didn't understand why they were running away from the place, while the hero thought that he was ashamed to lose even by resorting to dirty tricks. At that time, the man who defeated the hero silently watched and observed. Sometime later it was night outside. In the man's manor, the minotaur was on the floor shrouded in strong chains. The minotaur began to come to his senses and open his eyes, and the first thing he began to see in front of him was a strange man who stood right in front of him and said nothing. The man said in his ear that the minotaur's condition seemed much better up close than from far away. The man bragged to his man about being able to defeat the crown prince, and that the hero had a funny face when he lost. The guy started to approach the man, then asked if they would proceed with the process. The man said that the guy was the best taxidermist in the place, and the man said that the man paid very generously. The bull listened as the guys discussed what pose to kill it in. The man said that the monster should look incredibly majestic because he was going to give it as a gift to the king. The boy assumed that the man wanted to give the gift to the king with an image of power. The man said that he had also prepared a magician to help them make the effigy. The magician came into the room, realizing that the guys were busy people, and said he would get down to business immediately. Eventually he stood in front of the chained monster, then started using void magic to kill the monster. Eventually the monster started to feel terrible pain. It seemed he was only thinking that people were incredibly evil. He remembered his past where everything was fine until people attacked him and his family. Then he was locked in a cage, and how he ended up in this place where they were hurting and trying to kill him. The monster started to rise up on its feet, which started to scare the man. They saw an incredibly creepy creature in front of them. As suddenly the monster was able to free itself from its shackles and screamed with all its might. At the time, everything was quiet near the manor where the prince was. The prince complained that he felt lousy, and Damien thought that the guy had overworked himself. The bodies opened a protest against the schedule of the day, because they were getting tired, while the prince clenched his fist and said that he would definitely buy a minotaur the next day. As suddenly a very loud noise was heard. People rushed inside the room and said that they were in incredibly big trouble. Damien asked what was going on, and one of the men said they had to evacuate the prince to a safe place. The prince asked the men to explain normally what was going on. Suddenly there was an explosion not far away, and Damien instantly got ready to fight. But incredibly quickly Damien missed an incredibly strong blow right on his body. After that he was stuck in the wall, and the main character did not understand how this could happen because Damien was incredibly strong, while the paw of the monster was approaching the hero, who stood and did not understand what had just happened. Then he instantly looked in the direction where the Minotaur was, and right in front of him was an incredibly huge creature, which seemed to be unable to stop anyone. The prince was simply shocked that the Minotaur he wanted to buy was in front of him. Some time ago the Minotaur began to release a huge amount of power, after which it was released from the shackles created by people. Instantly the room in which this was happening began to crack, the people inside were under the rubble, and the man who bought the Minotaur sat on the ground and did not understand how this could happen. The Minotaur began to scream, thinking that this man was the most evil person. The Minotaur instantly got ready to strike and then struck, but the man managed to slip away from this weighty blow at the last moment. The man started shouting at the Minotaur, saying that he was a big merchant, but a while later he was already on the street and was running away at a great speed. The man shouted that the Minotaur would not come closer to him, and also shouted that he no longer wanted to be the master of this monster. The Minotaur chased the man, who while running thought about how he could find a safe place. Suddenly he turned his attention to the mayor's residence and pointed his finger in that direction, which surprisingly worked, and the Minotaur instantly switched his attention to that building while the man hid around the corner. When the Minotaur came to his senses, he realized that the man had managed to escape. Then the monster's face showed signs of anger and he hit the building with all his might, which instantly began to crack. In the present, the Minotaur stood right in front of the hero, who was incredibly frightened by the presence of such a huge monster. The Minotaur began to approach. He looked incredibly creepy and evil. The protagonist did not understand why the monster's eyes looked like that. He understood perfectly well that the monster was in agony and just did not know what to do, which was like the eyes of a patient. The monster seemed to recognize the protagonist, for it was he who was then bidding to buy the monster at the auction. The monster howled with anger, thinking that the prince is also an incredibly evil man. The protagonist did not understand why the monster was angry at him. While the monster itself began to approach, it moved slowly, but from such a terrible sight anyone would have panicked. The Minotaur swung to finish off the prince, who covered his face with his hand, and Damien finally regained consciousness and started to rise to his feet. Damien saved the prince's life by fending off the monster's attack. Then the guy instantly asked the prince to run away, because the situation was extremely dangerous. The protagonist started to run away, saying that he didn't want to die in such a place, because he did a lot to stay alive. While the monster continued to get angry, he seemed to be enraged by what was happening. The monster started throwing a huge number of punches, while Damien tried his best to block these fast attacks that had incredible power. The monster watched the prince trying to escape from this place, and then he aimed his blow not towards Damien, but towards the prince, who didn't even have time to react. Damien intervened in time and kicked the protagonist with his foot, which eventually saved the prince's life, who was now thinking that Damien had kicked him. Suddenly the ceiling began to crack and a huge boulder fell right next to the protagonist. It turned out that they were now trapped and could not get out of the building. Damien was watching carefully and thinking about something. It seemed his thoughts were on something very important, as he suddenly spoke about if they could survive the day he wanted something. Then he stunned the prince by saying that he would like to get a prize for it. The main character was amazed that Damien would ask for such a thing in such a situation and asked what would happen if he didn't give the bonus, to which Damien replied that he would just run away alone. Damien said that in 3 seconds he would attack the Minotaur and the prince should run away. The protagonist didn't understand where he should run to, because there was a huge monster in front of him and Damien was preparing to attack. Damien pointed his finger at a hole in the wall and the prince instantly started screaming that they were on the 2nd floor, to Damien's words that the prince should just jump. Damien said it was better to jump from the 2nd floor than to be killed. While outside, the mayor ordered the soldiers to rescue the prince by all means. The prince assumed that even if he fell and broke his legs, the men outside would be able to catch him and take him to safety. Damien gripped his own blade tightly, and then he instantly attacked the Minotaur and the prince began to move towards the exit. Damien pushed himself away from the Minotaur's arm, then he was right in front of it, preparing to strike with his sword. Damien was able to strike the attack right on the monster's head. While the prince didn't make it to the exit at all, the prince was ducked right into the hole. While the Minotaur was screaming in anger, the protagonist thought about the fact that his life turned out to be quite bad. Suddenly something huge appeared right in front of the prince's face, and the guy instantly grabbed the hand of this huge creature, which with bright red eyes looked in the direction of the prince. Suddenly in front of the protagonist appeared a system window, the contents of which shocked the guy. Full scanning of the Minotaur began, and in front of the protagonist began to appear all the characteristics of the monster. It turns out the heart of the Minotaur was in a terrible state, because he received a huge amount of tranquilizers and consumed a lot of Zalkov. Turns out that the Minotaur was also experiencing incredible pain in his heart, and if ignored, it could lead to cardiac arrest. The prince was shocked by this information because according to it, the pain that the Minotaur is experiencing is just terrible. The protagonist assumed that the monster was furious because of the pain he was experiencing. Suddenly the monster started yanking his arm, trying to throw off the protagonist, who was screaming that he was in great danger. The prince was well aware that if he fell down now he would surely be crushed, as the monster prepared to strike the prince. Suddenly there was a sound of impact. It turned out that Damien attacked the monster right on its horns. Damien planned to hit the eye but missed and hit the horn of the monster. Damien stepped back a little while the Minotaur looked in his direction. Damien started shouting that the prince needed to hold on just a little longer and he would save him immediately. While the protagonist was crying and holding on to the monster's hide with all his might, Damien was closing the distance between him and his opponent at breakneck speed. While preparing for the attack, he started thinking that he was going to strike a series of blows. Damien was getting closer and closer, thinking that the blows were unlikely to be deep. But in the end he delivered. The first blow of the series, followed by another one, which made the monster scream, and the prince held on with all his might. It seemed that soon he would fall down. As it happened, the prince could not hold on to the monster and let go of his hands, after which the protagonist began to fall at a great speed down, while shouting that Damien will definitely not get his bonuses. Tears came to the prince's eyes. He thought the weather was perfect for dying, as suddenly something at a great speed started racing down the street, after which a girl instantly grabbed the prince right in the air. The protagonist did not expect to see a niece in such a situation. While the mayor's servants were worried about the prince and his condition, they immediately started asking if he was okay, and the protagonist said that he was fine. The guy immediately started shouting that they should leave because the prince's safety was their priority. They started leaving the battle site together while the Minotaur was watching closely. It seemed like it was not going to let the protagonist go so easily. Then it started screaming with all its might and suddenly looked towards Damien with an incredibly mad look. Damien assumed that the monster was very angry that he had lost the prince. He also held out his blade in front of him and assumed that the monster had decided to switch to him. The Minotaur instantly threw an incredibly strong blow, while Damien dodged it. While thinking that he was going to ask for a raise from the prince, the enemy prepared to deliver another heavy blow, while Damien wanted to pierce the monster's arm as he struck. Damien's attacks collided and caused a huge surge of energy. It turned out to be much harder to do than he had planned, and the guy's body was shaking while the monster started screaming again, both from anger and from the pain he was feeling. A fierce fight continued between them, and after the collision the monster removed his hand and Damien retreated some distance. The monster started to move towards the guy. Its speed was unimaginable considering that it weighed over 14 tons. Damien instantly tried to block the enemy's attack with his sword, but the enemy seemed to expect the guy to try to block, and as a result Damien noticed a movement near his head for a moment, but as a result he didn't react accurately enough and missed the incredibly strong attack. The walls of the building began to crack, and then the entire building began to collapse as other people watched, startled by the debris that almost fell on them. As Damien let go of his sword, he seemed to take a huge amount of damage. Damien was trapped as one of the building pieces fell on his foot. As the sound of hooves got closer and closer, the monster was right in front of the helpless Damien, who couldn't resist. The Minotaur prepared to deliver a crushing blow right on the guy, who was trying with all his might to free his leg from the boulder. It was only a moment before the blow of this monster would finish Damien, who was well aware that right now his life would be over, as suddenly the hedgehog hit right on the body of the huge monster. That instantly caused pain and the monster began to scream with anger. This shocked Damien, who recently said goodbye to his life. While the monster continued to scream with pain and rage, Damien in turn did not understand what was happening, because the prince did not run away, but stayed and tried to fight with the monster. The protagonist was very happy. He thought that the red seeds made his pet much bigger. The prince yelled for Damien to move, and also added that it was time for them to make money. Damien started talking about how he was expecting an incredibly large sum of money from the prince. While the prince was yelling at the guy to get out as soon as possible, Damien cut the cobblestone that was restricting his movement. His leg seemed to be very hurt by it. Damien didn't understand why his leg just wouldn't listen to him. While the Minotaur seemed to be able to regain consciousness, He grabbed the hedgehog and separated it from his body, then threw it towards the prince with great force. The prince shouted for Damien to grab the prickly pet as soon as possible, and the boy did as the prince ordered. Then Damien was finally able to be outside. He instantly landed with the prince's pet. While the Minotaur was shocked by this outcome of events, the protagonist along with Damien looked towards his opponent. Suddenly, a blow with a blade sounded, after which the whole building started to collapse right on the monster's head. The whole building collapsed right in front of the protagonist and Damien, who had just made the blow. The guys silently looked towards the building, hoping that they could defeat the monster. The prince began to praise the crumb, because it was only thanks to him that they were able to win this battle. The protagonist immediately asked how Damien was feeling, and he said that he was feeling fine, even though he looked very shabby. The protagonist looked at the destruction thinking about the monster. The prince knew that the Minotaur was unlikely to die from such a crash, and he would be taking a big risk if he went after its body. The prince said that they should leave the place as soon as possible, as the mayor suddenly appeared, who immediately turned to the prince. The mayor said that he was going to escort the protagonist to a safe place. The mayor said that he was going to take the prince to the safest place in the city. Sometime later the ship was near the harbor. The protagonist and his friends were moving in that direction. The mayor began to say that once the prince gets on the ship and sails into the sea, no matter how angry the Minotaur is, he will not be able to get him. The prince thought that such an escape was a very good decision indeed. He started to step onto the boat, as suddenly the prince noticed that the mayor remained standing still and asked him to move with them to the boat. The mayor with a serious expression said that he was staying in the city. The prince could not understand why the man had to do that, but he explained that as mayor he was fully responsible for the city. He said that if he tried to escape alone, many people would get hurt and he would regret it. The mayor said that he would command the guards in the city and ask the prince to go to a safe place. The prince was a little upset because he originally thought that the mayor was a frivolous man, but in the end he is staying in the city with the people even though it is dangerous. Damien told the prince that they had to hurry, because every second counted. Damien began to say that the prince didn't need to feel guilty for running away, because everyone in this world had a role to play. The prince stared at his subordinate and then they began to leave for the boat. The protagonist was on the ship with his men. The prince felt it was his duty as a prince to survive and lead this state. The crew instantly began to raise the sails, after which the ship began its movement while the mayor saluted the prince. Suddenly one of the crew members of the ship noticed something very strange. It turned out to be a Minotaur at great speed approaching the shore of this city. The monster instantly made an incredibly strong jump, then instantly found himself near the prince, who seemed to have relaxed after the ship began to move. The Minotaur landed directly on the ship, causing the ship to take damage. The monster started screaming with all his might. Then the monster grabbed onto the wooden mount. Then the prince instantly ordered all of his men to duck, and the monster struck directly at the prince, who was able to dodge the attack at the last moment. The prince did not understand what to do in this situation because he could not escape at all. It turns out that the main character could not swim at all, while the organs were very much worried and begged the prince to use his brains, which were not with them, which upset the prince. Damien asked the prince to keep his head down. Even though they had lost the sail, Damien asked the prince to stay close to the stern and not move. The prince was surprised at this plan and the boy explained that it was the best place to hide. The prince asked what Damien would be doing at that time, and he confessed that he would soon receive a very large reward. Damien gripped his blade tightly, saying that it was time for him to get to work. The prince looked closely at his subordinate and then he immediately started to move to the safety of the ship. Damien at the same time went on a furious attack towards the monster. It turned out Anise was also preparing to attack the Minotaur. They attacked the huge monster together. But the monster grabbed Anise by the tail. The monster easily scattered all the people who tried to attack it. Damien himself seemed unable to fight effectively because his leg was damaged. In just a few seconds all. The people were defeated by the Minotaur. The prince was very aware that things were going very badly. The protagonist started to look at the bull thinking that he needed to analyze it immediately. Suddenly the system window notified the prince that he was in an incredibly dangerous situation. So the protagonist was able to awaken Azrahan's triple diagnostic ability. The protagonist was incredibly excited about the new ability. It turns out the ability allowed him to predict what kind of movements the enemy would perform. The protagonist fixed the skill on the monster. The prince still didn't understand what was going on. The prince began to slowly leave his hiding place. He thought about how long he would be able to dodge the attacks of this monster. The protagonist thought that he had to do something before he was exhausted. The prince began to think furiously about what he could do against such an enemy. He thought about the people who had been defeated in the battle and were now in danger. Suddenly the prince's eyes became confident, and then he turned his attention to the pet, which was also hit by the monster. It seemed that the prince had thought of something, but he was not sure if he could do it. The prince was going to do his best, because that was the duty that was piled on his shoulders. The monster started moving towards the defenseless people. They were very scared at the sight of such a terrible beast, as suddenly people were amazed that the prince appeared in front of them, who blocked the attack of this huge monster. The monster also did not understand what was happening. While the system complained that the prince illegally used the seeds intended for pets, the prince blocked an incredibly weighty blow from the Minotaur. The blow had so much force that the shockwave from it made the water surface move. The prince was shocked that he actually became so huge after consuming the seed. People were shocked at the protagonist who became incredibly huge, while Damien didn't understand what was happening and how the prince could enlarge his body to such a scale. The system instantly notified the protagonist that he was not a ghostly being and there could be side effects. The system also notified the protagonist that his condition would only last for 3 minutes, while the monster prepared to deliver another heavy blow. The system said that after the effect was turned off, the prince would be knocked off his feet for 5 days. The prince held back the attacks of the Minotaur thinking that he needed to cope in 2.5 minutes. The protagonist, even after the increase, was quite difficult to hold back such a strong monster. The protagonist was well aware that if he did not have time to deal with the enemy before the allotted time, he will definitely die. The prince and the Minotaur moved a little away from each other. Then the monster prepared to attack. Then the prince instantly missed a blow directly on his face. It seemed that he was about to fall, but surprisingly the protagonist was able to stand on his feet. The prince realized that although it was very painful, but he calmly could bear it. The prince began to move towards the Minotaur, then instantly struck a sudden blow with his head directly on the jaw of the enemy. The prince was well aware that he simply could not kill such a strong opponent in just 2 minutes. The prince thought that only if he can calm the monster he can do something. After that, the protagonist instantly started moving towards his pet. Finally he asked for some needles from the baby, and she instantly threw the needles right towards the prince. After that, the protagonist collected the pet's needles and instantly turned towards his opponent. They began to approach each other at great speed. It seemed that the monster was running with the intention to finish the guy, as suddenly the protagonist jumped up and hands on the monster. It turned out he was able to completely dodge the fierce attack of the enemy. Then the prince instantly grabbed his needles and eventually grabbed his opponent, going to use the needles for acupuncture points of the Minotaur. The prince instantly stuck one of the needles into the body of this monster, causing it to scream. The protagonist could not penetrate the skin of the enemy deep enough. The prince was very puzzled because he just could not get the needle deep enough. Then the protagonist with all his might began to scream, calling out to his ward, Damien. While Damien was running at a great speed towards the prince, he ordered him to hit the needle, and Damien instantly jumped up and hit the needle, which was in the skin of the monster, with all his might. The prince thought that he had to calm the monster's nervous system, so he instantly stabbed the next needle into the Minotaur's body, and Damien at the same time gave a strong blow to pierce the monster's skin deeper. So the protagonist stabbed the next needle into the acupuncture point. Everyone watched what was happening with open mouths, because it was just incredible. The monster in turn with all his might screamed, under the thought of the hero that there is not much left to do to appease the Minotaur. The prince paralleled that the Minotaur is like a child who is throwing a tantrum because he doesn't want to be injected. The prince prepared to stick the next needle. Then the last needle stuck into the monster's skin and Damien struck it. The monster's eyes continued to be red, as suddenly the Minotaur instantly regained consciousness, finally regaining his sanity, while the protagonist's hand began to move away. The protagonist began to remove the needles from the monster, thinking that they were definitely helping to soothe the pain that was tormenting the Minotaur. It turned out that it was just a coincidence that it helped to relieve the monster of pain. The guys were in shock and did not understand what was about to happen, while the Minotaur noticed that his annoying pain simply disappeared. After that, he instantly turned his attention to the prince, who was standing next to him, and thanked Damien. The monster began to stretch his hand towards the protagonist, then put it on the prince's shoulder as if sincerely thanking him for his help. The prince was glad that it was coincidental that the monster was relieved at such a time, because this is how the monster thinks that he stopped his pain. The prince confessed that he had gotten very old and fell down on the floor of the ship. The organs began to complain to the protagonist about the state he had brought his body to. The heart was saying that the prince was on the verge of fainting, The other organs were also shocked at the sudden change in his body. A moment later the prince began to shrink back to his original size. Then he instantly said that he had some information to share. He instantly began to talk incredibly fast that he would lose consciousness for 5 days and they didn't need to worry. Then in that woeful moment, the prince began to say that he would be unconscious for 5 days and they didn't need to worry. No one understood what had just happened and what would happen to the prince. Sometime later the crew worked very hard to save the ship from sinking. As a huge amount of water was rushing in, one of the sailors shouted that at this rate they would all go down and they should get on deck as soon as possible. Another sailor with tears in his eyes said that there was a real monster outside. While the ship was rapidly sinking lower and lower, one of the people did not understand what was happening. While the Minotaur heard the words of the people that the ship was going down, he thought that it was all his fault because of his actions the ship suffered. The boys were worried about the prince, who was unconscious at that moment. While the Minotaur screamed, he thought that he would repay the prince for his kindness and save him. The Minotaur instantly grabbed the prince and then just as quickly jumped with great force and was in the air. The Minotaur carried the prince on his head straight towards the shore. The team was shocked by this behavior of the monster, worrying for the life of their prince, while Damien was shocked that he had allowed his customer to be kidnapped. A while later Damien was in a strange room and sitting on a chair. He seemed to be completely shattered and just stared silently at the floor where the rat was just lying. He was thinking that he had not seen a place like this for a long time, because it was similar to where he lived in his youth. But suddenly a strange man said that the guy's words were absurd. It turned out to be an interrogator of the inspection team, which was subordinate to the emperor himself. He assumed that Damien didn't realize the situation he was in, but he understood perfectly. The man started to say that it had been 6 days since the prince's crowns had gone missing. The man clenched his teeth, saying that it had only taken 1 day for the news to reach the capital, and then he started shouting that it had taken him 2 days to arrive there. He shouted that Damien had wasted 3 days without finding the prince. He also shouted that they couldn't find a single clue. He shouted that they had caught all the conspirators including the mayor. He also shouted that he didn't know what they were doing until he got there. The man shouted that they could not find the whereabouts of the Minotaur or information about where the man who bought the Minotaur had gone. The man stated that maybe it wasn't that the boys couldn't find any trace of the prince. He assumed that the boys wanted to hurt the crown prince, so they didn't do anything on purpose. Damien was surprised that the man assumed that all the people who had traveled with the prince had conspired with the Minotaur to kidnap the protagonist. Damien seemed angry at the conclusion the man who reported directly to the emperor had drawn. While the man rose to his feet saying that he was just trying to find the truth, he was approaching Damien asking if it all made sense. Damien was about to object when he was interrupted by the man saying that the world was a place where ridiculous conclusions could be the true answer. He said that the mayor should have been responsible for the safety of this city, and the men who were supposed to protect the prince but failed to do their duty. The man said that the responsibility for what happened in this place would be entirely on the boys, because they were the ones who failed in their duties. Damien understood that the man wanted to cover up the matter and blame it on them. Damien thought that the man wanted to solve everything as quickly and easily as possible. The man put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that those who confessed would be given mercy. The man said that people who confess will get a comfortable and quick death. Damien was angry at these words, while some people rushed into the room and stood right next to Damien, who seemed to understand what was about to happen. A while later Damien was thrown straight into a cage, and then the cage was suspended on high. It turned out that together with Damien there were other people in the cages. All of the guy's acquaintances were also in their cages. Suddenly the guy noticed something strange. It turned out that they were all going to be burned alive, and they were preparing the wood for burning. A man was heard moving towards the boys. The man suggested to talk again that the boys could just confess and get an easy death. But Damien instantly replied that he would never confess to things he didn't do. The man was surprised at what Damien said. It turned out that the prince's subordinate wanted to tell the truth. Then Damien started talking about how the man was using the pretext of investigation, and with a shout in his voice the guy started shouting that it was done to hinder the search for the prince. The man pretended not to know what he was talking about, while Damien started shouting that he was as desperate as anyone to find the prince. The man assumed that Damien was just trying to avoid justice. The man immediately announced that the interrogation was over and his subordinate prepared a torch to set the wood on fire. Damien was very angry. He didn't want to die this way and was going to do his best to survive. Suddenly very loud footsteps were heard, and then a huge silhouette of a minotaur appeared in the clear sky. Damien was shocked that it was a minotaur. While the chain that held the cage above the ground was broken by the monster, It turned out that the crown of the prince was on the monster's shoulder, and the monster was holding the cage with Damien. The protagonist looked rather gloomy while everyone present couldn't believe their own eyes. Even the people sent by the emperor were shocked by what was happening, while the prince started to look in their direction, then asked with a menacing look who dared to do such a thing in this place. Exactly 7 days ago the prince woke up in a coastal cave. The protagonist was frightened because the first thing he saw after waking up was a minotaur, who recently tried to kill him, and now looked at him with a look full of concern. The minotaur began to say that he was on the verge of going completely insane, but the prince was able to save him, and then the protagonist shook the minotaur's finger, and this they cemented their friendship. The prince was shocked that he and the monster became friends and that he actually accidentally saved the minotaur from pain. The prince was overjoyed at the fact that he was able to get such a strong beast in his people, thanks to such a fortunate coincidence. The protagonist stated that since the monster had helped him he wanted to return the favor. The prince confessed that the monster was unable to heal completely, and if left as it was the pain would return. The minotaur seemed to be listening intently to his benefactor. The protagonist was about to check on the condition of the minotaur, calling it yellow-eyed, to which the minotaur instantly said his name was Urus. The prince instantly could see that the monster's disease was not progressing so fast. The prince instantly began to examine the minotaur's gallbladder, and after seeing this the prince instantly asked if Urus felt a bloated stomach after eating. The protagonist told the monster that the reason for this was that the minotaur's body had accumulated things that needed to be taken out, and then he would immediately feel better. The prince began to explain to the minotaur what he should do, and he listened attentively, although it was obvious that he did not understand half of what was said. And then the minotaur sat down in a pose fully prepared to listen to the instructions of the prince. After a short procedure the minotaur began to shake, while the prince smiled, for the procedure was almost at an end, and he instantly asked the monster to strike himself in the solar plexus. The monster looked towards the prince with his golden eyes, then prepared to strike himself, and after a few moments he struck himself in exactly the place the protagonist had asked. This immediately caused some pain in the minotaur's body. The prince assumed that something big was coming, and at the same moment some stone came out of the minotaur's body. It turned out to be the minotaur's gallstone, which the prince needed, and it was also very huge. The prince assumed that the minotaur was feeling much better, and from the look of it, it seemed that the treatment had been more than successful. The prince said with a smile on his face that he was glad to see the minotaur feeling much better, while thinking that he had gotten the monster for sure. The prince said that they should get on their way. He said that they should return to Cremo as soon as possible, adding that his allies might be in a tight spot. The minotaur seemed to feel the negative emotions associated with that place. The prince assumed that the monster was afraid that once he returned he would have to fight again. The prince, with full confidence in his eyes, stated that he would do everything possible to make sure that no one dared to hurt the minotaur. The monster himself seemed to believe the words of his savior, and so they moved straight along the sea towards the settlement. Suddenly in the air the protagonist noticed a strange flag. Looking closely the prince realized that it was the flag of the Imperial Inspection Team. The guy instantly realized that not in vain he returned immediately after waking up. At that time in the present, the minotaur was holding the cage with Damien, and the prince was wondering who was in charge of the situation. The man in turn stood and did not dare to say a word. It seemed that he had already buried the prince in his thoughts. The protagonist had already shouted who had started everything that had just happened while the minotaur supported his friend. The man began to move, then quietly confessed that it is he who is the main among these people. The prince instantly descended to the ground and began to move towards the man. Then the prince was amazed that the man dares to address him so, while the man said that although the guy looks like a prince and he came back with a minotaur, but continued to ask who the protagonist is. The guys were shocked that the man did not recognize the prince, because even a blind man could recognize it. The prince was surprised that the man dared to suggest that he was a fake who was only pretending to be the prince, while the man said that after the prince went missing there would definitely be people who would want to impersonate him and harm the imperial family. The prince assumed that the man wanted to confirm the prince's identity, and he said that's exactly what he wanted to do. The protagonist wondered why the man didn't check his men. He started yelling about how they had served him loyally and sacrificed their health to protect him. The man did not seem to expect such words, and was confused, while the protagonist called Damien's name, then began to shout that it was Damien who had rushed into battle first to protect the prince's crown. He also told how Damien had risked his own life trying to buy time for the prince to escape. After these words the minotaur began to collapse a part of the cage, and finally Damien began to come out, and then addressed the protagonist as One should address a prince, which made the prince smile at his subordinate. The prince broke the silence and started talking about Anise, who was his personal nurse. She was the person who rushed to catch the prince. When he jumped out of the building, the Minotaur started to take out the cage with the woman inside, after which she was released under the words of the prince that only thanks to her he was able to survive. After that, the girl slightly approached the protagonist, who said that her act was a great act of courage and self-sacrifice, after which the prince went straight to Sergio, who was the first to arrive at the scene and accompanied the prince right up to the shelter. The protagonist said that the guy showed incredible courage and dedication to save his life. The protagonist began to list the feats that his subordinates had done. Montero and Pedro had also damaged their arms in the battle with the Minotaur. The protagonist also said that the Lord had shown incredible character when he continued to fight even with a broken sword and shield. One of the protagonist's subordinates cried sincerely while the prince looked incredibly majestic. People who a moment ago wanted to burn alive these heroes began to worry, because they realized that in front of them a real prince, which is not clear how he was able to survive. At that time, the man himself began to shake with fear because he knew exactly what he had done. He thought that he had done completely wrong. Initially he assumed that once the prince was captured by the Minotaur he should not have survived. For this reason he was going to put all the blame on his attendants without any doubt. He thought that if any high-ranking person dies, someone must be held responsible. The man seemed to be very scared of what might happen next. He just couldn't understand how the prince could survive in such a situation. The man instantly bowed his head to the ground, then began to beg for forgiveness for daring to doubt the prince's identity, while the protagonist himself looked at the man with contempt. The prince turned to the mayor of this city and looked in his direction. The prince told how the mayor did not run away, but continued to fight for the city and its people, even though it was very dangerous. The prince said that only those who believe in their duty could show such incredible perseverance and nobility. Such words instantly touched the mayor, who did not expect to hear such incredible praise from the prince himself. After that, the protagonist went straight to the inspector and reminded him that the inspector dared to ask him to confirm the identity of the prince. He also said that he did not need to confirm anything, because all those who were around were proof that he was the real crown prince of this country. It seemed that the inspector continued to be afraid of the prince, and the punishment that may await him. The protagonist instantly ordered the man not to even try to justify himself, because he knew exactly what he was going to do. The prince was thinking about that, and in Korea, after some time had passed, people were clearing the ruins of the building. While one of the workers didn't understand what the fool was accused of, one of the men said that the inspector was guilty of conducting a shoddy investigation and hindering the search for the prince. It turned out that the inspector was either going to be sentenced to death or rot in prison for the rest of his life. Suddenly one of the men was very interested in something. He instantly asked if the rumors that had been circulating were true. The man shouted that he had seen with his own eyes how a huge monster had obeyed the prince. He said that the monster had broken the bars at the prince's command, which was truly amazing. The man also told rumors that at some point the prince himself could grow to the size of the monster, which in turn was very persistently overheard by the young man. Everyone listened to the old man talk about the prince fighting the monster with his bare hands, one of the boys saying that it was all lies, while the old man was angry because it was the truth. They also started talking about how the crown prince would be the next ruler, and while Damien was looking out the window watching the workers, he turned to the main character, who asked him what he wanted. It turned out he was very interested in how the prince managed to tame such a monstrous creature as the Minotaur, while the prince did not understand why Damien used the word tame, and the hero said that he just did not interfere with what happened. Damien didn't know what the prince was talking about. While the prince recalled an incident where he was able to get big and acupuncture a monster, Damien assumed that the monster thought it was the prince who cured him, and the prince said that was roughly what they were doing. In the end they decided it worked out awfully well. Damien said that he could definitely get his risk bonus now, while saying that a paycheck was what the job was all about. Damien decided that he should start training harder. He thought about how he hadn't handled the situation well enough. Damien started to say that he had the right to ask for a raise, because he had already done the prince's errand. It turned out that the protagonist had ordered him to gather the necessary herbs. Damien confessed that only thanks to the fact that this is the largest city he was able to cope in just one day. Also Damien said that the emperor returned to the capital. It turns out that he went personally to this city, but he was reported that the prince is all right. This surprised the prince, who did not expect this from the emperor, but this caused a smile on the face of the protagonist, because it was very similar to the emperor he knew. He thought that he really is not easy to deal with the old man. The prince was glad that they could finally get started. For now the emperor was no longer an obstacle. Damien didn't understand what they were going to do, while the prince was excited to announce that it was time to make the magic cure. The weather was beautiful outside and people were doing their work, while the protagonist prepared all the necessary ingredients in front of him and then said out loud that they should start. The prince began to cut one of the plants, then with a great mood continued to make the medicine, while Damien stood silently watching and wondering if the hero's singing would continue throughout the process of preparing the medicine. The prince began to mold the pill from the mass he had just made. Then with pride in his eyes the prince looked at the final result. Then he instantly took the newly created medicine to test its effects. All the organs instantly felt an incredible surge of energy due to the effects of the medicine. The protagonist received 500 points from his organs, and began the process of analyzing the medicine, which instantly showed an incredibly long description of the effects the pill had. The protagonist began to stare at the line in the system where it was written that the pill even helped with heart pain, as well as giving perfect sleep. The protagonist thought that the effect of the pill was crazy. The prince immediately went towards Urus. While the Minotaur didn't realize what was about to happen, the protagonist asked how Urus was feeling and if he had gotten enough rest. The prince was glad to see his patient in a great mood and suggested the Minotaur try a remedy, whereupon the protagonist began pouring pills into the monster's hand with the words that they would help him take away the pain. The Minotaur looked at the huge amount of pills, then instantly began to absorb the medicine, trusting his savior. The effect of the medicine immediately began to work on the body of the monster. It seemed his heart began to heal, and Urus opened his eyes in shock at how much easier it became from this medicine. The prince thought that now the problem is solved, and as soon as the Minotaur sleeps his body will be filled with strength. The protagonist received a huge number of notifications, as well as the fact that he was cleaned up 7 days of life, and his total life expectancy became 116 days. The protagonist also received 600 points, and happily lay on his new friend laughing in his head. The boys lay together on the grass and enjoyed the rays of sunshine, while the prince thought that the Minotaur will help him a lot in the future with his stones. Sometime later in the city square of Cremo gathered an incredibly large number of people. They did not understand what was happening. It turns out the main character was going to award medals to those who did a great job on the night when the Minotaur attacked the city. Suddenly people saw in front of them a huge monster. It turned out to be a Minotaur and the prince himself who was on his shoulder. The prince waved to all the people who had gathered in the place, with a smile on his face. The Minotaur helped the prince to the stage, which led all the people present to believe that the rumors that the prince was the next to take the throne were true. The prince was interested in the magic ball that worked as a loudspeaker. In fact, after the fight with his brother, the prince had not attracted the attention of so many people for a very long time. The prince touched the artifact and then instantly turned to Damien and 33 others. He said that they fought the Minotaur without backing down in the face of terror and an invincible foe. Then the prince reached into his pocket saying that he would give them one thing of merit. Then the prince introduced his new medicine saying that it would be the reward for all those who risked their lives that day. The mayor of the city shone with joy, while people seemed to expect to hear something else. The prince thought that the mayor turned out to be an incredible person. He liked the man's approach to business. Exactly 2 days ago the protagonist was resting on the Minotaur's body when suddenly the mayor turned to the protagonist. Suddenly the prince said that he just had one thing for the mayor to do. He told the mayor that he was going to hold an award ceremony to promote his new drug. The prince said that the Minstore scared many people and he wanted to reward those who fought it. Then the prince showed the pill that he was going to use as a reward for the brave ones. The mayor's face changed instantly. He seemed to understand everything without words. The prince tried to tell more details, but the mayor shouted that he understood everything. The mayor said that if this medicine was a reward from the prince himself, it would make every nobleman wonder what kind of pill it was. The prince tried to continue the story of the drug's effects, while the mayor interrupted the prince again. The mayor said that the drug would sell for an unbelievably high price. The mayor asked the protagonist for a few days and he would arrange everything. The prince gave a thumbs up to the mayor because he had arranged everything just fine. The prince said that he had personally created the drug inspired by the courage of all these people. Then he started to say that the guys were the real heroes while Damien and Anise were beginning to realize that something was wrong. The hero said that it was the guys who deserved the powerful drug that had been created. The prince announced that the boys would become as strong as the Minotaur himself. The prince started shouting that this was not all the effects of the cure, because all those who suffer from insomnia will be able to sleep easily thanks to this pill, While the people did not realize what had just happened, the protagonist started to say that he was happy to tell all these people about the medicine. Then, with a smile on his face, he said that only 1 month people could buy this limited medicine. And at a low price. Then the Minotaur instantly grabbed the poster with the price of 9,999 written on it, and that one person could only buy 1 pill. The prince's allies instantly decided that this sounded like some sort of scam, when suddenly another man grabbed Damien's shoulder and stood with the same placards with only the inscription that all the medicines were made by the crown prince, which made Damien and Anise just fall to the ground at the naivety of the people. The prince started talking about how this doesn't happen every day, and then started luring people in surrounded by lots of signs about the benefits of the medicine and discounts. People instantly realized that they wanted to get their hands on this wonderful medicine. The prince thought that everything was going just fine, and was going to squeeze all the juice out of this campaign. The prince simply could not resist the urge to promote his clinic. Then he started talking to people again. The prince asked for everyone's attention, then reminded them that as everyone knows he is the crown prince. Then he started talking about the clinic he has in his palace. The prince started smiling and looking towards his allies who seemed to understand where this was going. All the guys took out signs advertising the clinic, while even the Minotaur was holding a sign advertising the protagonist's clinic. The prince said that although they had opened recently, the services they provided were of a high standard. The prince also asked if any of the people knew about the clinic he owned. People didn't seem to have heard of the prince's clinic. Suddenly some of the guys instantly raised their hands saying that they had heard of the clinic. The protagonist said that he was pleased to see that there were people who had heard of the clinic. The protagonist said that he was happy to see that there were people who had heard of the clinic. The main character was going to personally examine the patients, which made people anxious. The prince also banged on the table with words that only today there will be a promotion, and then said that the first 100 people who bought the medicine will receive coupons for free treatment in his clinic. Anise was completely shocked by such words because the clinic was actually free. The prince shouted that it was a real freebie and the one who did not have time was late, which instantly made people run towards the counter to buy the medicine. While the prince smiled at the crowd, he thought that he was a real fisherman who would soon get a huge amount of extra life. Sometime later, the prince asked the person sitting opposite him to take what he was going to give. It turned out that it was a coupon for free treatment, and the prince added that in the clinic they will give a medicine to strengthen immunity. The protagonist promised to take care of all travel and accommodation expenses, which made the old woman grateful. And then the prince was happy that he had given away all the coupons he had, while Anise wondered if the prince could afford to transport people to the clinic for free financially. The prince looked in the girl's direction and wondered if he had done a good job, while Anise cried thinking that they might have to sell everything again. While the prince was incredibly happy that all of Cremo knew about their clinic, the prince called it the ultimate marketing. He literally doubled down. Damien was looking closely at the prince. He realized that it had been 9 hours, and he was also surprised that the prince was still on his feet. The protagonist started to stretch and then started his movement, saying that he had overdone it for 1 day. The organs were furious because the prince had been on his feet for 9 hours. The protagonist thought that he should not fall in front of so many people. Everyone was shocked by what they saw in front of them. The prince couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ground. The subordinates immediately ran towards the protagonist, worried about him, while the prince tried to pretend that everything was fine. The system informed the protagonist that he was overworked and that the people of the city appreciated the hard work he had done treating the patients. The system said that the people were touched by the prince's lack of strength. Suddenly the system said that a new system of points had been unlocked, namely the Great Doctor. The prince couldn't believe his eyes. He just couldn't hear the voices of his companions. It turns out the points were something like reputation, which were awarded if the prince became famous and made history, or gained the respect and support of a huge number of people. The prince got as many as 101 of these points, but he also couldn't understand why these points were needed. It turned out that the prince could get 1 coupon for a lie, for the price of 100 reputation points. It turns out that this item allowed a person to believe a lie without reservation and without question. The prince was overjoyed that he could get such a thing. The prince gave his hand to Damien and he began to help him up on his feet. The system told him that 1 coupon could be used on 1 person and the lie had to be 1. The system also told him that if the target was a mythical creature, it could detect the effect. The prince said that he didn't feel normal at all and assumed that Damien wanted to carry him, and the latter said that only if the prince paid. The prince and Damien moved towards the crowd. While the mayor cried, worried that the prince was going to travel in such a terrible condition, the mayor began to say that the prince definitely needed to rest. He said that he had just twisted his leg and fallen. The prince also said that the carriage was comfortable enough for him to get a good rest. The prince thanked the mayor for everything he had done during his stay. The mayor was modest, saying that the prince had been too kind. The prince started to climb into the carriage, saying that the mayor should come sometimes and he could take Roberto with him. The mayor didn't understand anything about Roberto, and the prince meant that they were suffering from baldness together. The prince started to wave his hand. Then, sometime later, they arrived in the capital of the empire. People were shocked by what they saw right in front of them. While the Minotaur was staring at the statue of Lloyd and felt a terrible fear of it, the man started to run to meet the prince, but he was immediately dumbfounded by what he saw in front of him. In front of him was a huge monster, a Minotaur, who was looking at him with a terrible look. Suddenly, the man brought himself to his senses and then instantly greeted the prince. He formally introduced himself and again greeted the still sleepy prince. The protagonist asked what happened while the man held out a very strange letter. It turned out to be an imperial decree, which did not like the protagonist. The prince began to read carefully what was written in the letter and instantly became numb. In general, I will not delay the beginning. Have a great time. It turned out that the emperor demanded that the prince immediately after returning to the capital went straight to him. The protagonist was well aware that the emperor would not call him just like that, and then he instantly calmed down because he had a coupon for lying, which will always be able to save him. Sometime later evening came, the protagonist began to greet the emperor, who looked very carefully in the direction of his son. The prince seemed to be annoyed that the emperor was just silent, although he had called him. The emperor wondered why the prince was making life difficult for his staff with such irresponsible behavior. The prince thought about the fact that he had almost died in the fight with the Minotaur. The emperor asked the protagonist why he did not immediately run away than jeopardize his life and the lives of his subordinates. Such words amazed the protagonist, after which he was going to answer the question. But the emperor interrupted the hero, saying that he did not even realize how dangerous the situation was and that he should have been more careful. The prince didn't understand what the emperor wanted from him. He just couldn't foresee such a situation. While the emperor himself asked what the prince was thinking about, and he said that it was nothing important. The emperor firmly stated that as a result the prince had put everyone in danger that could take their lives. The emperor started to say that in the future the prince would become the ruler and then he would have to be responsible for all the people of the empire, and he couldn't even handle his own people. The emperor slammed his fist right on his throne and then started shouting, asking the prince if he realized what a shame it was. The prince thought that in the end he could not object because in general the emperor was completely right. The emperor ordered the prince to think about what had happened and to avoid similar situations in the future. The protagonist thought about the fact that he should care back, and then the protagonist asked for permission to ask something. The prince asked if the emperor had quit smoking, but the emperor didn't seem to understand the question. The emperor was listening to his son talking about how he needed to quit smoking to continue to do his government business. The prince said that the emperor is the one who leads the millions of people of the empire. The prince smiled cheekily, waiting for the emperor's reaction, because the hero said logical things, while the emperor grabbed his chin and thought, and then the prince instantly said that the emperor's health directly affects the level of life of the empire. The protagonist perfectly remembered the original text of this story in which the emperor died because of stress and smoking. He wanted to make the emperor stop smoking at any cost, while the old man himself began to rise from the throne, then began to talk about that day from the past. He said that it was the moment when the prince asked the emperor to stop smoking. He continued with an incredibly serious face, saying that it was the moment when he stopped smoking. The prince didn't seem to expect such a response. Then he instantly started to rise to his feet, saying that he was going to leave. Suddenly, the emperor stopped the prince, saying that he should not eat the food of ghost monsters so callously, and then turned away, saying that it could harm the prince's health. A while later, the emperor sat alone on the throne, thinking that the prince was genuinely concerned about him. Suddenly, the emperor asked the man about the prince's miracle cure. The man reported that they had immobilized all the news agencies to spread the word about the prince's cure. The emperor inquired about the results, and the man reported that soon every nobleman, even in the farthest corners of the empire, would know about the cure. The emperor was overjoyed, saying that it was just great news. At that time in the estate of the protagonist, the prince was moving and counting something. This caused Damien to ask questions, while the prince ignored the guy a bit. Then the prince said that Damien will see everything soon, as suddenly the doctor at an incredible speed started to approach the guys. The man had tears in his eyes and he was shouting with all his might to the prince. While the protagonist asked his doctor to be a little quieter, the prince twisted his face and ordered the doctor to stop. Then he stopped the crying doctor with his hand. The prince was surprised that the doctor was so happy to see him, while the doctor began to complain that the prince had left a huge number of patients on him. The protagonist thanked the doctor for his work and promised to prepare him a toning agent. In fact, the doctor could see how hard he was working at the time. His face looked terrible. The doctor said that he was very shocked when he got the news about what happened in Cremo. The prince also said that this was not all the doctor needed to know. The prince guessed that the doctor knew the Minotaur was coming, while Damien was once again convinced that all the people in the clinic were crazy. The prince asked the doctor if there was any news, and he told him that they started receiving strange requests. The prince did not understand what kind of requests we are talking about, and the doctor immediately explained that people wanted to buy some strange non-existent medicine. Some time later, the main character saw an incredibly large number of letters with wishes to buy that very medicine. Suddenly the prince looked out the window and was amazed at what he saw there. Outside the window, the protagonist saw an incredibly large number of people. The prince ordered to take all of these people, Parallelno rejoicing at such an incredible opportunity. The pill was too popular. At this rate, the prince will really get rich. Exactly 10 days after that moment, there was a sign outside the prince's clinic saying that the year's supply of pills had been sold out. The prince was in counseling when suddenly a doctor's voice was heard. It turned out that he reported to the prince that he needed to visit the imperial palace. The doctor said that he didn't know why the prince needed to go to the imperial palace, after which the protagonist immediately began to pack, asking the doctor to prepare a carriage. The prince didn't understand what was going on this time, as suddenly a man started asking the prince to hurry up and follow him. The protagonist didn't understand what was happening, as he suddenly froze on the spot. The prince's face was clearly filled with despair at what he saw in front of him. The protagonist did not understand what happened to the emperor. In his head instantly arose scraps of memories from his past life, because then his father was in exactly the same condition. In the past life of the protagonist, in the street was raining incredibly hard. While the protagonist himself and his friend were in the game club, the protagonist with all his might shouted at his allies in the game. He criticized their game and furiously clicked on his mouse, and then called all his allies untalented. As suddenly his phone rang, it turns out he was called by his mother, but in the end, out of 6 calls, he did not answer a single one. The hero's friend didn't understand why he wouldn't pick up the phone, because they were trying to call him so persistently, but the hero didn't care. The protagonist continued to stare at the computer screen, after which he lost the game he was so eagerly playing. The phone of the protagonist again began to vibrate, and this time he decided to pick up the phone. After hearing his face change dramatically, he immediately began to run away from the gaming club. And when the guy arrived at the place, his hands began to shake, and on his face was an image of sadness and despair. He saw his own mother sitting near the body of his father, who was unconscious. His father's condition was actually terrible. In the present, the prince saw the same condition of his new father, the emperor. The protagonist tried to pull himself together because now was not the time to think about the past. Then the prince began to stare at the emperor, thinking that it was a stroke. The protagonist could see it perfectly well by the muscles and nerves because they were signals. The prince asked what happened, and the man said that one person could tell the situation. Then the emperor's doctor greeted the prince. The prince asked how long the emperor had been unconscious, and the doctor reluctantly confessed that it had been a whole night. This instantly shocked the protagonist because it was a long period. The prince asked what was the reason, and the doctor said that the emperor after dinner was very strangely drunk. The prince asked what exactly the doctor meant by this description, and the guy said that the emperor's speech became inarticulate from just one drink, after which the emperor began to stagger while walking. It turns out that the doctor advised the emperor to go to bed, and when he looked into the bedroom in the morning, he saw him in that condition. The prince thought that all the symptoms were similar to a typical stroke. He also thought that because of the doctor's negligence they lost too much time. Also, the protagonist did not understand how this could happen. The emperor said that he quit smoking. The protagonist thought about the fact that at this rate the plot of the story will go as originally planned. The truth from the original was different, that now it is he will be king, but he did not want to be emperor because then he would have a huge amount of work. He also understood that with the term of his life, he in such circumstances will definitely die. The protagonist realized that if the emperor died, he too would be finished. The protagonist thought about the causes of the stroke, and then the prince began to examine the emperor's body, hoping that the cause was not a brain hemorrhage. The protagonist thought that there were 2 types of stroke, namely a rupture in the brain and stagnation in an artery by a blood clot. The protagonist thought that one of the types was much more dangerous. The prince also very much hoped that it was not the type he did not want to encounter. The protagonist discovered that there was no hemorrhage, so the prince decided to find out which vein was blocked. Suddenly the protagonist was surprised by what he saw, because the clot he saw in front of him looked too unnatural. The protagonist just did not see what should be with a clot. The prince didn't understand how this was possible because it couldn't be. The prince understood that this was not normal, and then assumed that something was definitely wrong in this case. The prince decided to concentrate on the treatment now, and to investigate later, when the emperor recovered. The protagonist said that he would transfer the emperor to his clinic in order to treat him. Suddenly a priest entered the room who was shining with a golden aura. The man rejoiced at the visit, while the archbishop introduced himself to everyone in the room. The prince also introduced himself to the saint, who said that he had come to treat the emperor. He also said that he had believed until the last moment that his prayers would not be of use to the emperor. The priest was going to start the treatment immediately, and then he began to pray over the emperor, causing a light to appear in his hand. The light began to rush out of the man's body and also covered the emperor's body, who did not open his eyes even while praying. Suddenly, the system said that the prince could see exclusive footage, and then the prince saw the cells right in front of his eyes, and was completely shocked because the emperor's cells were regenerating right now. The prince carefully watched the work of the priest, who emitted a huge amount of golden light, which in turn regenerated the cells of the king. The prince was shocked because the brain was an organ that is almost impossible to regenerate, but what the priest does contributes to the regeneration of cells. The protagonist looking at the priest thought that with such power they have a chance to save the emperor. The prince began to pray in the hope that the emperor will still be able to survive. As suddenly the priest stopped healing, then immediately fell to the floor breathing hard. The protagonist did not know what he should do, because the condition of the emperor was critical. Also the prince was worried that there could be reperfusion damage because of which the cells will begin to destroy. In this case there could be irreversible consequences. The protagonist did not know what he should do, but suddenly an idea appeared in his head, after which he immediately asked Roberto to bring the court magician. Although it seemed that the man did not understand why the magician to be in this place, he began to get nervous because he began to guess what it could lead to. At that time then he stopped right in front of the door, and eventually went inside while saying that he had come by order of the prince. In front of him he saw the incredibly creepy faces of the people who were staring at him very intently. The mage was shocked that the prince wanted to use ice magic on the emperor. It seemed the mage was mad, thinking that the prince was deliberately mocking him. The protagonist said that the mage should cool the emperor down as much as possible but not kill him. Then the protagonist grabbed the mage's shoulders and with a smile on his face started talking about how the mage just needed to control his power like he did before. The prince explained that he could not cope with the problem himself, and without the mage's power, the mage was shocked by this statement, while the prince confirmed that it was true and without the mage nothing would work. The magician realized that the prince's idea was complicated but also possible. Although the responsibility was huge, suddenly a very negative thought arose in the magician's mind, namely that the protagonist is trying to harm the emperor by the hands of the magician in order to get his throne. The magician began to calm himself, saying that this simply cannot be. He looked in the direction of the prince, thinking that the guy behaved as if not interested in power. The magician understood that instead of being engaged in politics, Prince took care of sick people and helped in their treatment. The magician decided to trust the protagonist because he seemed to be a reliable and pure man. The protagonist thanked the magician for his trust, and then the prince turned to his pet, after which the hedgehog began to move towards his master. The protagonist asked if the hedgehog would mind if he borrowed some spikes from him again, and the hedgehog didn't seem to mind at all, after which the protagonist received a pill he had created and some needles. The prince realized that although the preparation was complete, he still lacked one small thing, namely the magic of divine blessing. While the priest felt not very well and sat on the couch, suddenly a shadow appeared right in front of the man. It turned out that it was a prince who wanted to ask the archbishop a question. The prince asked if he could use holy magic in 3 hours, while the archbishop said that unfortunately it was simply impossible. The man said that this ability can be used only once a month, which clearly upset the prince, who was going to use this incredible power. The protagonist was angry because if he had known this information a little earlier, he would have saved this power for later. Also, the prince asked if he could personally learn this ability. The protagonist was well aware that if he could learn such an incredible skill, his abilities in medicine will increase many times over, while the priest instantly crossed his arms, then with an incredibly enthusiastic expression suggested that the prince wants to join their religion, while the protagonist was shocked by such conclusions. The archbishop began to praise the faith, happy that the prince had decided to join. The priest spoke of how even the prince's status shouldn't be a problem without letting the protagonist explain, while the man made a serious expression and then stated that such a blessing was in fact available to all. He seemed to be glowing with happiness at that very moment. Then he said that all that was needed was a sincere heart and desire. Suddenly, he began to lay out the incredibly large number of prohibitions that were needed to acquire the prince's religion. And then the prince sighed heavily after the prince sighed and sighed after the prince's death. The prince sighed heavily and started to turn around. The priest tried to stop the prince, but it was useless as all his fervor was gone instantly. The doors to the emperor's chamber were firmly closed. The protagonist was going to lower the emperor's metabolic rate as much as possible. The prince looked towards the mage thinking that this method would help to stop the destruction of cells a little. The mage concentrated and began to use ice magic on the emperor. The emperor's body began to slowly freeze while his insides began to slow down as well. The prince was glad that he was able to do what he had planned. The prince ordered the mage to maintain the temperature he had just reached while the mage himself seemed to tire of such precise work. The prince approached some medicine and needles that were prepared in advance. It turns out the prince crushed a minotaur pill, because it could help to dissolve the blood clot. Then the prince approached the emperor thinking that now he has no right to make a mistake. Suddenly, thanks to the medicine, the blood clot began to dissolve. Now the prince should act as fast as possible because there may be other complications, and the hero was well aware of this. The protagonist instantly prepared to pierce the acupuncture point that was responsible for the pulse, then instantly stuck the needle in the right place. Everyone who was in the room at that moment was shocked by what was happening. While the prince was going to continue until the emperor's pulse is back to normal, then the protagonist began to activate a large number of points. The protagonist was well aware that if too much blood flowed to the brain instantly, the damaged blood vessels would burst, which was the reason why the prince was being as cautious as possible right now. He continued to activate the acupuncture points. The protagonist noticed that now there was a reaction of mana, and although small but still pulsations came from it. The mage seemed very tired of having to precisely control the emperor's temperature. While the man was very worried about the emperor's health, they watched as the protagonist continued to fight for the life of their ruler. The prince noticed that the blood flow had slowed down by 20%, which gave him hope that things might work out. The protagonist was well aware that he had done all he could, and the rest depended on the emperor himself. Remembering the past in the hospital, the protagonist talked to his father, who was unconscious, saying that he would listen to his father very carefully after he woke up. The protagonist with tears in his eyes tried to say something, as suddenly the device began to beep, which meant only one thing: the heart of the father of the protagonist stopped, after which the hero cried a lot, because from that moment he lost his beloved father. The protagonist remembered how the urn that was with his father's remains was warm, unlike his hands that he held in the hospital. Suddenly the prince began to open his eyes, surprised that he had fallen asleep. Suddenly the protagonist was shocked that the emperor had woken up, while the emperor himself looked at his son with a smile on his face, after which he thanked the protagonist sincerely. While the prince himself seemed barely able to hold back from crying, he asked the emperor to rest well, and not to exert himself unnecessarily. The prince decided to leave the room for a while, and then he moved a little gloomily along the corridor, thinking that if he had answered the call earlier, if he had come to the hospital at once, things could have been very different. The prince looked out the window and saw raindrops dripping down the glass. He leaned against the wall, then said that he definitely wouldn't have been late if he had answered the call right away. It seemed like the protagonist was truly sorry for not being able to come to his father from the past world on time. The prince sat down near the window, and then instantly began to pull himself together, because he had no time for that. The prince perfectly understood that in such a situation he just cannot lose his head. The protagonist perfectly understood that they were able to pass only the first stage of treatment, and in the future they could be waiting for huge losses. The system notified the protagonist that thanks to him the emperor was able to get out of the critical condition and got a chance to be successfully rehabilitated. The same system began to tell that the prince left an incredible mark in history. The system also said that in the future new doctors will complain about the amount of knowledge they will need to know. As a result, the protagonist got 121 more points for this feat, and the number of live vouchers he could buy increased to 2. It seemed that the prince himself did not expect to get such a reward, as suddenly a man turned to the protagonist saying that he had saved not only the emperor but also them, while the emperor's doctor said that it was all his fault. The doctor was well aware that he had become too selfish and had almost killed the emperor, and the prince asked the doctor if he would take responsibility, but he didn't seem to understand what he was talking about. The prince said that the doctor was not only unable to cure the emperor, but also could not understand what the problem was, and then asked if he was right about it, and the enemy could not answer anything. The protagonist began to leave, saying that the doctor should take responsibility. The prince said that from today the doctor will be fired and the protagonist will personally deal with the health of the emperor. The doctor seemed to be very worried because his face was covered with sweat. The prince ordered the men to leave because the emperor needed rest. The protagonist thought that he did so not only because of the negligence of the men, but also because he could not trust them. Sometime later morning came. It turns out the prince had been in the emperor's chamber all night and slept near him. A man tried to wake up the prince and he started to open his eyes, wondering what was wrong. The man reported that he had completely fulfilled the instructions of the prince, who asked him to convince the people that the emperor was just a little sick. The man said that no one doubted that the emperor was just a little sick. The prince began to stretch, wondering if the information had leaked out further. The man seemed to want to share the not-so-good news. It turned out the Ambrose envoy had requested an audience with the emperor. After these words the chair instantly fell down. The image of the envoy instantly surfaced in the prince's mind, who was completely shocked by such information. The kingdom of Ambrose, even though it had existed for more than half a century, was making noise as a strong rebellious kingdom. In a few years they would start a full-scale war in which the Mangentano Empire would be dragged into, and it was because of this that the empire would fall. The prince asked why the envoy was meeting with the emperor. It turned out that the emperor had personally requested the meeting some time earlier. The protagonist instantly assumed it was because of a man named Guinness. The prince assumed that the emperor wanted to hold the man accountable for causing such havoc after buying the Minotaur. The man said that this was the case, for as soon as the emperor learned of this he was furious and instantly summoned an envoy. The prince said that the meeting with the envoy would take place on the same day. The man said that perhaps it would be better to hope for understanding on the part of the envoy and send him back, but the prince instantly became angry because they could not just let the envoy go. The man also suggested that they should just tell the envoy the truth about the emperor's illness, and that he would be able to see him after he recovered. The protagonist understood that if the other party knew about the cancellation of the meeting, they would immediately realize that the emperor was in a serious condition. The protagonist understood that information about the emperor's health could not be spread. The prince realized that if they saw weakness in them they would start a war. The prince could not allow the empire to lose its authority. The protagonist said that he would personally meet with the envoy, which shocked the man. The prince in turn said that he would hold the meeting instead of the emperor. A while later the envoy was sitting alone in a room. He was drinking a nice tea and seemed to enjoy the flavor of it. The envoy seemed to be angry that some peddler had forced him to go to this place. The envoy realized that if the prince had died in that incident, they would definitely be in for a war, and he was also well aware that this meeting would not be an easy one. He grabbed the card thinking that he was not an ordinary man but a master of diplomacy. He started shouting that he had prepared all the cards for the upcoming negotiations. The man began to admire himself, calling himself incredible. He was preparing for a confrontation with the emperor of this empire. A fire was burning in his eyes. Suddenly the prince stepped inside. While apologizing for the delay, the man instantly bowed, saying that everything was fine. As soon as the man raised his head, he was a bit surprised, for before him was the crown prince, not the emperor. The messenger began to pay his respects to the prince, while thinking that he needed to calm down. The protagonist was thinking that he, as a man not versed in diplomacy, could only do two things, the first of which was to behave modestly. The prince asked the man to sit down, and then shook his hand with the words that it was a pleasure to meet him. It turns out that the hero decided to use the second option, namely to take the initiative, which made the envoy feel uncomfortable, because his negotiations depended on whether they will have a war or not. The messenger wanted to say something about the incident that happened in Cremo, but suddenly the prince interrupted him, saying that probably the messenger was not in the best condition, while the messenger didn't seem to understand what the guy meant. The protagonist asked the man to hold out his left hand, and he began to do so, after which the prince instantly grabbed the man's hand and began to infuse it with his mana. The protagonist instantly started listing the symptoms the man was experiencing, and the man couldn't realize what was happening. The protagonist also suggested that the messenger liked to smoke and drink. The prince also started talking about how the man's eyesight was also weakened while the man tried to talk about the subject. The prince started talking about the man's fingertips constantly twitching, and the man realized that something was definitely wrong. The man instantly realized that he was being drawn into the rhythm of the prince's corn and realized that he needed to meet with the emperor as soon as possible. The man was well aware that he couldn't use his cards that he had prepared. In fact, the prince just kept on talking without letting the man say a word, as the man suddenly hit the table with the words that he had come to this place to meet the emperor. The protagonist realized that the envoy was trying to take away his advantage at this very moment. The prince started talking about how the envoy was an incredibly important person. He also talked about how he was a representative of his country. Eventually, the prince began to say that if he saw health problems in such an important man, he could not leave them unattended. He also said that if the man fainted, it would be bad for their reputation. The prince grabbed the man by his shoulder and started to say that they simply could not allow such a thing to happen. The prince asked with a frantic look if it should happen or not, and the man replied that the prince was completely right. The messenger instantly realized the trouble he was in. While the prince started moving around the room, the prince started talking about how the man should cut down on smoking and drinking alcohol and start exercising. The protagonist grabbed a chair, then sat down and said that only by obeying him would the man have a chance not to become like the emperor. The messenger didn't seem to expect such words and didn't fully understand them. The prince said that the emperor was not feeling well right now. The protagonist said that it was just a cold. He said that lately the emperor had been overworked and was getting a lot of stress and also started smoking a lot, which probably caused his illness. The protagonist said that the emperor even lost his appetite because of the cold, and said that it was not easy for him now. The prince said that the emperor apologized to the messenger and promised to meet him another day. The messenger did not expect to hear apologies and sincerity. The man was well aware that the sincerity used by the prince was not flawed. He also thought that this was how he lost all his prepared cards. The man instantly realized that the crown prince was not a simple man. The main character also leaned towards the man with words that he had something to say, after which he said something for a while. The man marveled that the prince was so attentive and went so far. The prince began to laugh at the man's words, and the man took the letter and said that he would be sure to pass on the prince's words with the letter. Damien asked if the meeting had gone well, and the prince said it had, while the man himself was jumping around in the hallway excited about something. Damien instantly realized that the prince had just fooled the messenger, while the protagonist said that he had some request for Damien. The prince said that he had a super-secret operation for Damien. Damien didn't seem to expect to hear such a thing and didn't understand what they wanted from him. While the prince said that a very important patient would be delivered to the palace today, Damien still didn't understand what the hero wanted from him, after which the prince asked the guy to be quiet because no one can know. The prince told them that this time their patient would be the emperor. Then he ordered Damien to go to the palace first. The guy immediately realized that he had to get all their staff ready. The protagonist said that he was sorry for that. He knew how hard Damien trained. While Damien said that he shouldn't worry because his mission was to protect important people, the protagonist remembered seeing Damien training, thinking that the guy had felt his limit in Cremo. Damien was practicing very hard with the sword. He seemed to be practicing 100% and was very tired, but the level he was showing was incredibly high. The prince was well aware that the time would soon come when Damien would realize his true nature and reveal his true potential. Damien said that he would immediately go to the palace to fulfill the assignment, after which the boys separated and the protagonist went to the emperor. While Damien walked towards the exit, Damien realized that even though he had started training harder, he still had a long way to go. As Damien wondered if he would be able to surpass his abilities, he clenched his fist, not realizing what he needed to do to become stronger. Late in the evening, the protagonist rolled the emperor's buggy, thinking about not leaving him in the palace. The protagonist thought about the fact that they couldn't know exactly what the people close to him were up to. The prince was well aware that the emperor was still very sick, and for that reason the prince was going to stay by his father's side in case of emergencies. And this all had to be done for a month until the archbishop could use magic again. The protagonist also realized that if he stayed in this place for a long time, people would begin to suspect that the emperor was seriously ill. The protagonist knew that it was better for them to keep the emperor's condition a secret from people. The protagonist also thought that he should start preparing for the next visa. The prince began to smile through his teeth, thinking that it was time for him to start. At that time, in another state in the palace, The king greeted the envoy, wondering why he had returned so quickly. The king was well aware that the emperor was not easy to deal with. The king of envoys looked very worried, for he was well aware of the emperor's strength. As the envoy started to open the doors, after which he instantly fell on his knee and greeted his king. The king instantly inquired how the negotiations had gone, and the envoy himself hesitated for a moment. He shocked the king with the news that he had not been able to meet with the emperor. Suddenly the envoy's face changed completely, saying that he had met with the crown prince. Sometime earlier the prince decided to get down to business and suggested that the king knew exactly what had happened in Cremo. The prince said that for this reason he would have a request. The envoy became nervous and asked what the request would be. The main character said that he would like the princess who was to inherit the throne to stay in their capital for half a year. This shocked the messenger because he instantly assumed that the prince was going to take their princess hostage. The envoy thought that they were an independent state and could not do such a thing. He thought that the prince was humiliating them and said that they could not agree to such a thing. While the prince started smiling, plotting something bad, then used a lie voucher, and the count instantly started to fall for the prince's lies. The protagonist began to tell how he was genuinely interested in the development of their country and his personal relationships. The messenger instantly changed his face and asked why the prince would do such a thing. Then the count changed completely, assuming one thought. He thought that the prince wanted to get the heart of their princess. Suddenly the messenger realized that if such a thing happened, they could have an incredibly strong ally, or they could become a federation. He also thought that an incredibly large empire could be born. The messenger thought he could make history with this meeting. He already imagined how people thought he was an incredibly great diplomat. While in the present tense, the king woke him up with a shout. The king thought the prince was going to take their princess hostage, and was very angry about it. The king was also very angry at the messenger because he stood by when the prince suggested it. The lord began to say that it was a friendly request, to build trust between their countries. The envoy began to say that the prince wanted to build trust with their state. The man also said that if the leaders of the countries had a close bond, a great future could await them. The king began to shout with all his might that he did not want to hear another word from the mouth of his subordinate. The king sternly declared that their negotiations with the empire had completely failed. The messenger asked the king to calm down and begged the king to look at the letter from the prince. The king didn't understand what was happening to his subordinate. He didn't understand why his subordinate was supporting the prince of another nation so strongly. The messenger presented the letter from the prince directly to the king, who grabbed it with the words that he would read what it said. The king instantly opened the scroll with the letter and then began to read the contents carefully. The king said that he had been too hasty in his judgment, and then with a very different face said that he liked the prince very much, for he was a man of great ambition. The king instantly ordered his daughter to be brought to him, but the other people in the palace were shocked by this sudden change of mood. While the king started to move towards the throne, thinking that he had previously thought the prince was just a man with a weak body. After the king sat down, he thought that the prince had impressed him more than he had expected. The king looked carefully at the contents of the letter, then decided that the prince would finally become his son-in-law, which meant that the lie voucher had worked as it should. Meanwhile, at the castle, the girl turned to her father because she didn't understand one thing. The first pretender to the throne simply could not understand how the king so easily agreed to the demands of the empire. He looked towards the envoy with a creepy look, while the man himself seemed to be a bit frightened by the pressure the girl was emitting. The heiress started screaming that the king's decision wasn't reasonable at all. The king said that it was all wrong, saying that the heiress was his only daughter, whereupon the king assumed that the girl just wanted to say that he had succumbed to the empire's pressure. The girl really thought that the empire was putting a lot of pressure on her father. Looking at the king, she thought that it was because of the pressure that her father couldn't understand her. The girl assumed that there was something in the letter that the king read that could be used to pressure him. But the king said that he understood that it was hard for the girl to accept his decision and that it was normal. The king said that in the future she would understand him, but the girl instantly wanted to object. From the palace there was a shout of the king, who did not want to hear his daughter. He, with all the strictness of a ruler, said that the girl should immediately prepare for departure for half a year. The heiress was shocked by such a firm decision of her father. He did not expect such a thing. While the king's servants began to hold the girl, who used to be a smiling angel. The man tried to hold the princess with all his might, but it was incredibly hard for him, as suddenly the girl started to pull out her hand with all her might, then prepared to hit the innocent man. Because of such moments when she was beating people and smiling, she was called by that nickname. The blow was so strong that the man was pushed to the window, while the girl smiled and then looked at her father with an insolent look. While the king himself was angry at his daughter's act, he looked at the other men. They understood each other without words, and then the men began to perform a strange ritual, and the princess did not understand what was happening, as suddenly the chains began to wrap around the body of the incredibly strong girl, and as a result, as she did not try to break free, she just could not. So she was put in chains and put into the carriage. She was crying and her father only gave her a thumbs up in joy. The carriage immediately sped off at breakneck speed. One of the soldiers marveled at how fast the carriage was, and they also said that this carriage guaranteed delivery by dawn. At that time in the main character's domain, 10 days had passed since the shipment and the girl got off the carriage amazed that she was already in the empire. The girl was angry at the words of the attendant that she should walk with her head held high. The man said that the woman was not just a human being but the princess of their state. She understood it perfectly well and went towards the palace, saying that she would not show her weaknesses. While the prince was also on the street, the girl began to look closely thinking that she had seen this face somewhere. The weather was beautiful outside and suddenly the prince greeted the princess and thanked her for coming all this way. The girl immediately showed irritation on her face, remembering that this guy is the crown prince of the empire. She thought about it because before he looked quite sick, but now it is completely different. The guy held out his hand and introduced himself as the crown prince of the empire, while the girl with a look of disgust on her face also introduced herself. So the protagonist was left standing in front of the girl holding her hand alone. The prince thought about the fact that he had often encountered such cold women. In Korea such girls could be found very often, and it was also very common in blind dates. The protagonist thought that it was very hard to deal with such girls, and then the prince calmly began to say that the girl was definitely tired from such a long journey. The prince started to lead the girl and her people behind him. The prince prepared food saying that it was time for breakfast. The prince also said that after breakfast he would take the girl to the small palace where she could stay. While the princess herself looked silently at the prince, the protagonist realized that this princess was the main key that could prevent the war. The prince looking at the girl knew that she hates to lose, and also has an aggressive character, so he thought that suddenly she prefers peace. The protagonist perfectly realized that the girl was wise. He thought that the princess was also incredibly strong and healthy. But in the novel she died suddenly without taking the throne of her state. For this reason someone from a distant branch of their family became the king. The new king was prone to voida, and had extremist views. He started a war against the empire. The protagonist thought that if he did nothing the man who was born for war would lead their kingdom. The prince looked at the girl who was angry, thinking that he had to prevent her death so that she could eventually become queen. The prince assumed that the girl had biliary atresia due to gallstones, and he knew a man who had the same disease, an author of a novel named Baekhyun. The prince thought that if the girl already had gallstones, he could just remove them and prescribe medicine. Suddenly, the prince was interrupted by the protagonist's musings. The prince apologized for inviting the girl to the table after a long journey, assuming that she was having trouble digesting food. The prince ordered to bring what he had prepared, after which the doctor brought the medicine that was in the wine glass. The girl looked toward the medicine, then became angry, for she assumed that she was going to be fed poison. The girl raised her hand, which instantly made her servant frightened, and then with all her might struck the table, which immediately caused it to crack. The princess instantly turned to the prince with a creepy voice. She assumed that the guy was just mocking her now. The prince didn't understand what the girl was talking about right now, and the table itself looked terrible after she hit it. The girl was complaining about being forced to come all the way out here, while the prince didn't know what she was talking about. The princess said that she was only in this place because the prince asked her to, and added with a creepy look that it was an incredibly difficult decision they had to make. The prince, on the other hand, looked silently in the princess's direction. The princess decided to say everything straight and added that she would stay in this place for 6 months as the prince had asked her father to do. The princess said with anger in her eyes that the prince should not hope for anything else because she would not do anything else. The prince said that the girl had misunderstood something. Then looking at her reaction he assumed that she was afraid of something. Such words shocked the princess, These words instantly made her freeze on the spot, and with an angry voice to ask what exactly the prince had just said. The prince said that he did absolutely nothing, in fact he just offered to eat. He also said that he only gave the herbal concoction and did not understand what the princess was so worried. He just did not understand why she wants to run away as soon as possible. The princess was mad with anger, trying with the last strength to hold back, while the prince asked the doctor to bring the girl's glass to him. The doctor did so and placed the glass right in front of the prince, whereupon the prince began to twirl the glass, saying that it was a very valuable thing. In the end, the prince drank all the contents of the glass very quickly, and then with an angry look asked if he could become a crown prince if he stirred poison to his visitors. The princess immediately changed her face, trying to justify herself, but the hero interrupted her, after which he said that he understood the girl's distrust, and suggested that he had frightened her. The prince knew perfectly well that the princess hated cowards most of all, but the girl was mad because the prince dared to call her a coward, which made her want to hit him. The princess began to say that she had never felt fear and asked the prince to bring his potion. She also began to say that this would be the first and last time she would drink the prince's medicine, while the protagonist asked her to try it first and then decide, after which he gave a verbal order to the doctor. The princess held the strange liquid, thinking that it just cannot affect her health. Looking at the contents of the glass, she was 100% sure that it was poison. Then she decided to take a chance and began to absorb the contents of the glass. It turned out the taste of the medicine was disgusting, and the girl could barely restrain herself not to spit out the medicine. The prince came with a candy, saying that the princess would eat the medicine. The prince said that there is a rule that immediately after the bitter medicine should be followed by a sweet candy. The girl looked at such a dainty treat with embarrassment. She really wanted this candy, but her pride did not allow it. The girl really did not know what to do, because she was facing a hard choice. After not long thinking, the girl ate the candy, and the prince specified that he is also a grape candy. The girl chewed the candy attentively, and then her face was full of pleasure from the taste of this delicacy. The prince looked attentively in the direction of the girl, and it made her come out of her fantasies. The princess said that she had tasted the prince's medicine and his dessert, and was going to leave. The prince was amazed that the girl was in such a hurry to leave him. The prince also said that his man would show the guests to their room, and wished them a good rest. The girl thought that she would prefer not to meet the prince again. She was sure that the next time she met him she would destroy him. A while later, people were training with heavy weights. The girl was also working hard, thinking that this place was full of enemies. The girl also looked at her back in admiration, thinking that they had become much more efficient. The girl didn't understand why she felt so light in her body. She instantly looked towards her man, wondering if he was tired, while her exhausted allies said that they were not tired at all, and were ready to work even harder. The girl just could not understand why she was not tired. Suddenly in her head there was an image of the drug she had drunk and the thought that it could give such an effect. Suddenly the girl found a huge number of old people and children and did not understand what they were doing here. Looking at these people, she didn't think they were workers. Looking closer, she realized that almost all of them were sick and going straight to the prince. The girl seemed a little curious about what was going on, so she followed the people, even though she didn't fully understand why. In fact, the princess was incredibly curious about what the prince was doing. While the prince himself was diagnosing one of the patients and giving him recommendations, the girl instantly hid, while the prince seemed to notice her. The girl breathed a sigh of relief as she assumed she had gone unnoticed, while the prince wondered what the princess was doing in this place. The prince asked if the girl had memorized the registration form before coming to the reception. The prince, at the girl's inarticulate words, assumed that she thought he was a joker, saying this with an incredibly serious expression on his face. The prince told her that this was where the treatment took place, a place where equality reigned, and only the emperor himself could have privileges. The prince, with an incredibly stern expression, said that if the girl wanted to get an appointment, she should fill out medical documents. The princess was shocked by such words from the prince. She felt quite unusual, and then silently began to leave the place. 2 hours had passed since then, and the prince saw an unusual picture in front of him. The princess handed over a paper saying that she had gone through all the necessary procedures. The prince knew perfectly well that this would be the case, while the princess proudly declared that she was not the kind of person who would take advantage of her position. The prince assumed that the girl was just trying to prove it, and she said that the past experience had been humiliating for her. The prince said he was glad the girl had come anyway, then said they needed to have a serious talk in the viewing room. The prince said he would tell the girl why he asked her to stay in this place for half a year. Then he turned to her with the assumption that she definitely wanted to know the truth. She couldn't understand why the boy had asked her to stay in this place, but she also knew that the prince wasn't trying to humiliate her at all. While the prince was happy that his trick had worked, because before he had no idea how to get a girl into this place. The protagonist sat down in his seat, and then began to think that he just cannot miss such an opportunity. The protagonist thought that in order to start the treatment, the girl would have to know her symptoms. The protagonist thought that only if the patient feels his symptoms he will listen to the doctor. No matter how hard the doctor tries to explain, the patient will not listen if he feels normal. In the end, such a patient will just die without listening to the doctor. The protagonist thought that one of the signs of the disease was the lack of self-awareness. The prince realized that the girl would not cooperate if he asked her to go to the hospital for no reason. The protagonist said that he would start with the main thing, and then dumbfounded the girl by saying that she would die within 2 years. The girl said that the prince's words were more like some kind of curse. The prince began to say that the girl was free to think whatever she wanted, but the truth was still the truth. The protagonist said that their empire's intelligence came to this conclusion. Such words shocked the girl. Intelligence of the empire had their eyes and ears literally everywhere. The prince said that thanks to this they managed to discover the girl's disease about which she has no idea. The girl did not understand how she could die of a disease within 2 years. She was angry, thinking that the prince's stupid jokes completely disappointed her. The girl declared that the guy's words were a completely tasteless joke. The prince said that the truth is usually always harsh and bland. The girl jumped up from her seat, assuming that the prince just liked to mock her. The prince, however, said that he wasn't even going to mock her. He just wanted to cure the girl. She said she couldn't believe it, and the prince immediately said he would demonstrate to the girl. Unexpectedly, the protagonist turned to the pet, which interested the girl. Something began to move in the prince's pocket, after which an incredibly beautiful fish appeared. The prince assumed that the fish was bored and said that he had a task for it. The prince said that the fish would not have to eat anything today, while the girl was shocked to see the ghostly monster. The prince introduced the princess to the fish, saying that she was a patient who would be treated. The girl seemed a little worried. The girl said hello to the incredibly cute fish. The prince, on the other hand, ordered his pet to begin. The pet started scanning the acupuncture points. Then flames started to appear from its fins. The fish was right in front of the girl, in a rather strange way. Just a few days ago, the prince was lying in bed complaining about his sleep. The system reported that the organs also complained about irregular sleep. All began to revolt against the actions of the protagonist. Then the prince said that he was able to get an answer from the kingdom and that the princess will soon be. Suddenly one of the organs sounded the alarm. All the organs assumed that the protagonist was going to marry the princess and supported him in this. The organs gave the protagonist 1,000 points, and the prince confessed that he was just going to cure the girl. The organs were disappointed and would like to get the points back if possible. The prince said that he needed the patient to recognize her symptoms and said that if the organs would help, he would start monitoring her sleep. The organs began their meeting, thinking about whether or not to help the prince. The organs collectively said that the prince should try to raise his pulse reading skill. This information surprised the protagonist, because he thought that the answer lies elsewhere. The protagonist assumed that he would be able to show his pulse reading skill to other people. The prince instantly began to improve his skill. It turned out to need only 350 points, but the prince assumed that one improvement will not give anything. The prince decided to continue firmly to the victorious end that would get the desired parameter, after which he pumped the skill up to level 10, which increased the rank of the skill, thanks to which was unlocked a new option of his skill. It turned out that now the prince could show the results of the analysis to the patient, and now in the present the prince showed the girl the results of the analysis of her body. The prince also said that if the girl was unsure about this screen, she could press on the right side of her stomach. The girl decided to try to do what the prince asked her to do. Then she pressed on the right side of her stomach, and the image in front of her began to shake. She was amazed that the image did move according to her actions. The prince thought that his trick had worked, and the princess was definitely starting to believe. The protagonist began to approach, saying that any man would be surprised by the sight of his own organs. The princess sadly suggested that this was the reason she was going to die. The protagonist started talking about what was going to happen to the girl because of her illness, after which the prince said that it was for these reasons that if she didn't get treatment now she would definitely die. The princess just couldn't understand one fact. Even if she was sick, why would the prince want to treat her? Suddenly the prince stated that it would be for the sake of peace, which instantly struck the princess. The prince stated that he hoped the girl would be healthy and become the queen of her state, which could bring peace between them. The prince said that this was the only reason he asked the girl to come to him. The girl asked what the prince would do if she agreed to the treatment, and the protagonist said that he would tell her now. The protagonist prepared to strike. He was a few centimeters away from the uncomprehending girl. The girl immediately noticed the prince's movements, then reacted and grabbed the hand of the protagonist, who immediately began to scream from the pain that his hand experienced. The prince began to complain that he only wanted to show the method of his treatment, while the girl considered such treatments as delusional. The prince decided to explain the treatment again, whereupon the protagonist punched himself in the stomach. The prince said that the girl only needed to punch herself in the stomach, even though he didn't look very good after punching himself. The girl didn't understand how hitting her stomach could remove stones. The girl thought it was more like some kind of killing method. Also, the main character said that before the princess makes the punch, she has to release her mana. The girl didn't understand why she had to do that, while the prince immediately explained that it was to crush the stones. The protagonist was going to use an external shockwave, something the girl had never heard of. The prince explained that when the girl was hit, he would use his mana core to convert the impact into mana waves. The princess did not understand the words of the protagonist at all, and stood in a stupor, after which the prince explained that his technique specialized in absorbing and manifesting mana. The hero began to talk about how he had developed this method in the past. He nodded to Damien as a sign that they could begin. Then the prince prepared to redirect the force of the blow, and Damien prepared to strike with his sword. The guy ended up striking hard with his sword, and the prince started redirecting mana, which should have gotten his gallstones shattered. The prince said that they would definitely be able to do what they had planned. The prince said that it would be time for them to start, while the girl said that if she obeyed the prince she would like him to fulfill one request. The girl asked that immediately after the treatment she could go to her home. The prince instantly agreed to this request. It seemed that he did not want to hold the girl by force. The princess was also shocked that the guy agreed so easily. The prince said that once they cured the girl she would have no reason to stay in this place. The princess looked towards the prince and clearly felt that she was walking into a trap right now, while the main character said that the place was too crowded and suggested to go to another room. The guys started moving to the empty room, leaving the staff in that place, after which they were left alone, and the prince asked the girl to turn her back to him. The princess did so, and the prince instructed her not to move and to hold her breath. The girl did so, and the prince began to check the location and size of the masses. The prince said that the girl could already breathe and began to tell her what to do next. He began to direct his fist, and the prince controlled this process. The girl was starting to get angry, while the main character said that all that was left was to strike. The prince also warned that the mana that the girl would release from her fist should be concentrated. He said that the girl would need to make her mana hard and sharp like a needle, and then asked if the princess could do it, who had already clenched her fist in preparation for the strike. Then the girl's body began to fill with pink mana. Breathing in the air, she thought that since it was the first blow she should make it weaker. Then she got ready to attack and hit her stomach, and a moment later the princess was shocked that although she hit hard enough, it didn't hurt her at all. The prince said that they had done just fine. Then he provided an image of the internal organ, saying that the stones had started to crack. The prince asked the princess to repeat her actions one more time. Then the girl did the same and hit her stomach. She started smiling and looked completely mad. A loud rumbling sound came from the palace of the protagonist. Even the Minotaur himself was startled by such sounds, while the doctor assumed that it was some kind of earthquake. Even the emperor opened his eyes from what was happening, but just as abruptly lost consciousness again. The prince showed the girl that the stones had been wiped to dust by this procedure. The prince praised the princess for doing a great job, and the girl seemed to be very happy about it. The prince also specified that the fragments would be excreted from the body naturally. The girl started to turn towards the prince with the words that there was one more stone left in her body, while the protagonist looked as if he was going to die right now. The shockwave that was disappearing was actually absorbed by the prince, and it instantly started messing with the guy, wondering if he was okay. The prince tried to pretend that everything was fine, but he was well aware that the girl's mana was much more powerful than he had imagined. The girl didn't understand why the guy went so far. He said that the princess was his responsibility. He started to say that he couldn't do otherwise because he had started the treatment. Then the prince said that the girl was also his patient. Such words seemed to touch the princess, while the prince bent down a little, and then immediately began to lose consciousness, and the last thing he saw was the feet of the princess, who began to worry about the prince, who did not react at all to her cries. Sometime later the doctor and the princess were sitting near the protagonist, and the doctor said that luckily the princess was fine, but the girl was worried about whether the prince was fine. The doctor said that the guy had no fever and pulse and breathing were normal. The princess didn't understand why the prince still didn't wake up, and the doctor explained that most likely the reason was that the hero overloaded his body. The doctor also said that the prince's body needed rest, and he naturally fell into sleep. The doctor began to tell that the prince was originally very weak in body. The girl thought that she had caused great inconvenience by her appearance, while the doctor confessed that the prince had told him about one thing some time ago. The doctor told her that the prince knew that he was likely to faint after treating the princess. The girl was shocked by this information, but the doctor confessed that this happens often, because the prince often puts other people above himself. The girl thought about it, and the image of the moment when the prince called her his patient popped up in her mind. The doctor confessed that because of this trait of the protagonist he was always worried about him. The girl looked towards the prince thinking that all his actions came from his heart. The princess was instantly touched that she did not believe such a great and sincere man. The system notified the protagonist that people saw an incredible deed in the prince's actions. The girl pulled her hand towards the guy, then grabbed the protagonist's hand, under the system's notification that the highest form of trust between patient and doctor had arisen between him and the girl. Under the shouts of the organs that the girl would not trust the protagonist. The princess held the guy's hand, fully trusting his actions. The prince continued to sleep while the organs applauded him for this act, causing them to give him 1,500 points. While the doctor looked sharply towards the girl, followed by an instant strange thought in his mind. The doctor realized that there might be a romantic relationship between the prince and the princess, which made him incredibly embarrassed. At the time, an unknown man was watching everything that was going on. The next day the prince arrived at the girl's house, who inquired about the guy's well-being, after which the guy said that he felt just fine and asked what he had said before he passed out. The girl began to say that his words were extremely awkward, but the prince did not remember anything. The girl began to say with obvious pleasure that he was looking her in the eye when he said those words. She began to repeat the prince's words that she was his patient, while the hero himself began to shout that she should stop it. The prince decided to interrupt this conversation by saying that he felt much better. He also began to reassure the girl, saying that she should not worry about the process. The prince said that he decided to dedicate all of his time in the afternoon to treating the princess. The protagonist thought about the fact that there would be no fainting today. He intended to see to that. While the girl wanted to say something, then with a smile on her face she announced that she had decided to trust the prince completely. She began a story about seeing how much the prince had to endure to cure her and how hard he tried. The princess touched her belly with the words that she definitely believes that only thanks to the prince she will be able to survive. The guy asked if her words were true and she said yes. Then with an incredibly warm smile on her face she thanked the protagonist for what he had done. She confessed that she sincerely wanted to say that to the prince. While the protagonist was embarrassed by her words, he was actually a little ashamed that he was doing everything for his own good. The prince was glowing with happiness and offered to start the treatment immediately, and then they prepared to start the treatment itself. A short while later, the castle was filled with incredibly loud noises as the girl beat her stomach with all her might, while the protagonist used his power to shatter rocks. The prince seemed to feel all the effects of the blows on himself, and it was hard for him. It seemed that the protagonist was doing 100%. After which he was pleased with the system notification that he was able to increase the level of his mana core, and now his mana increase was equal to 170%. Thanks to the level increase, the slot in the heart of the protagonist increased from 12 liters to 13. A few days had passed since that moment, and the prince barely breathed to report that the 15th stone had been left inside the girl's body. The prince looked terrible, but the system notified him that his mana circle had reached level 6 and the slot volume had increased to 15 liters. The girl, happy for his success, said that there was only one stone left, and the prince could barely stand on his feet and said that it was all thanks to the girl. The prince, shaking from weakness, said that the girl's shockwave was unusually strong this day, after which the protagonist immediately began to vomit directly on the floor, which caused not very pleasant emotions in the girl. The girl began to feel guilty, and the prince asked for words of gratitude. The girl thought that the prince only needed words of gratitude. She did not realize that gratitude was a worthy reward for the guy. The prince said that he wanted the girl's kingdom to never start a war with them for the rest of his days. The girl silently looked at the prince, then said that the guy said something very unexpected, leaving the prince perplexed by these words. The girl embarrassingly started talking about how the prince was an interesting man, and then just as embarrassed said that she had never met a guy like him. The protagonist said that it was time for them to finish for today, and then leaving said that he had to discharge a patient that day. The prince headed to the emperor's room, whereupon the priest said he was ready to begin. The emperor was sleeping on his bed, after which the priest began to emit an incredibly strong golden light. A moment later the emperor rose from his lying position. Such progress instantly pleased the emperor's subordinates. The emperor confessed that he had no strength to speak and demanded a pen and a piece of paper. The subordinate instantly fulfilled the emperor's request and presented the necessary items. At that time, the emperor began to fiercely write something on the paper. The prince, as soon as he read the contents of the paper, was shocked. The emperor confessed that while he was lying down he had heard quite a lot, and also that something very tricky had happened. The emperor, with a smile on his face, assumed that the prince was going on a date. The protagonist didn't understand what the emperor was talking about, assuming that he was having trouble with his head. The emperor had already said in his voice that it was about the princess, which shocked the prince even more, and the emperor was not going to ask how the prince managed to bewitch the ambassador. He also did not understand how the prince managed to twist the king around his finger, and the emperor also did not understand why the prince made such an important marriage without consulting him. The protagonist realized that the emperor was fully convinced that he was having an affair with the princess. Thinking about the past when the servants reacted strangely when the prince walked with the girl, he seemed to begin to understand his father's suspicions. The prince was also well aware that the emperor would definitely not believe his words about the war, and his father himself complained about the prince's silence. The protagonist decided to make things easier and started talking, and then said that he was rejected, which also shocked the father, who didn't understand what was wrong with his son. The protagonist began to say that the emperor's words were completely true, and that he managed to lure the princess to the palace. The prince also said that in the end everything did not go as he planned and he was rejected. Suddenly, the emperor had a very unpleasant thought, after which he instantly started yelling that the guy had done something to the princess and he didn't deny it. The emperor instantly started yelling that the archbishop should start the treatment again, because he was under stress because of his son. The emperor started yelling that if the prince was half as good as him, it wouldn't be bad. The protagonist was about to leave under the pretext that he had a lot of things to do, while the emperor was yelling that he hadn't finished his lecture. The emperor kept shouting at the prince, who didn't listen to him at all. The servants were smiling at this picture. They noticed that the emperor's nostril was moving slightly, which meant that he was actually proud of the prince. Suddenly the prince began to realize what the emperor's lecture was about. He thought that maybe he didn't deserve such warmth because he wasn't really the man's biological son. The protagonist said that he fully understood the emperor's concerns but said that he had patience waiting for him. After these words his father shouted that the prince was coming. The emperor also said that he would be careful and said that the prince could go. The protagonist was thinking that they were not yet able to find the criminal who wanted the emperor dead, so they need to be as careful as possible. Some man was in an incredible hurry on horseback. It seemed he had to report some information as soon as possible. Heavy blows continued to come from the protagonist's palace. The prince, with a very tired look, stated that they had to hit the girl as many as 500 times to successfully treat her, which made the princess angry. The protagonist thought about the fact that he had fainted many times, and finally the last blow was left. the girl was fully prepared for it, saying that with this blow she would finally finish the treatment. The prince prepared to redirect the force of the blow, and then the girl instantly struck an incredibly strong blow right on his stomach. The force of the blow was so great that the floor under her feet began to crack, and the protagonist experienced an incredibly strong overload due to the shockwave of the blow. It was at this very moment that the treatment was completely finished. The prince fell to the ground under the system's notification that he was able to unlock a new function of his core. It turned out that the prince now had the ability to become invincible once a day for 5 minutes. The organs were shaking their thumbs. Literally, the protagonist's entire body was cheering his new ability. The organs gave the protagonist as much as 2,200 points, and he had a total of 4,700 points. The prince confessed that now the treatment was over, but also said that they had one more thing to deal with. The prince confessed that from now on they should do the therapy consistently. The protagonist looked at the girl and thought that the fact that she had so many stones at such an age meant that she herself was prone to the disease. The prince started shouting to his doctor to bring the medicine, thinking that the girl should take it for 2 weeks. The princess started drinking the incredibly tasteless medicine. The main character was instantly notified that thanks to him the girl would live 67 years longer, and he was able to get 13 days of life, and his total lifespan was 176 days. The girl was angry at the doctor who brought the cure, while the prince smiled thinking that now the collapse of the empire was not threatening him. Suddenly, someone started banging on the door shouting that they had important news for the country. They went inside with the words that there was a big trouble. He started to tell everyone present that a side branch of the royal family, then continued with the words that they started a rebellion, which shocked the girl. The people told that the rebels wanted to overthrow the weak government, after which he stated that the reason for the rebellion was that they politically lost answering the protagonist's demand. The prince bowed his head thinking that he had worked hard and the rebellion happened in them. The protagonist was actually furious. The man reported that they had retreated and taken up defenses, but so had a huge amount of casualties. The protagonist reflected on the fact that the army was seriously damaged. The protagonist realized that if he took care of the wounded soldiers, he could get an incredibly large amount of life. The protagonist thought about the fact that he would do his best, and even if someone died, he would still be on the plus side. The prince started talking about how he couldn't contain his excitement and assumed that the girl would instantly go to her homeland. The prince said that he would only let the girl go if she took him to her homeland. The protagonist said that he was going to treat the soldiers in order to get a chance to save at least one more person. The girl was shocked by the prince's statement, after which she instantly bowed in thanks to the protagonist for such a strong deed. The prince said that they should hurry up and leave as soon as possible. The prince said that everyone should hurry up, and the princess fully supported this decision. Some time later, a wagon with some provisions was moving in the military camp. Suddenly, it stopped, and then a man started to get out of it and started yelling that the place was too unkempt. The carriage was moving on the ground. A man started to get out of it. The fat man, as soon as he stepped into the camp, began to shout that this place is too unkempt. The camp continued its routine. The protagonist complained that the carriage was many times worse than his, to the amazement of his allies at how the prince had transformed for the task. The protagonist immediately started yelling at the doctor who accidentally called him prince. The prince reminded the doctor that he should call him Rehan. A few days ago, back in the palace of the protagonist, the princess announced that she had finished packing her things, while the prince in a new guise burst into the room, saying that it was time for them to leave. The girl was immediately wary, and so were her servants, for they did not recognize the protagonist. The prince said that it was him, and she should not worry about his appearance. The girl immediately turned to her knights, and then with contempt in her eyes ordered the knights to arrest the stranger who was trying to pass himself off as the crown prince. The protagonist began shouting that he had healed the girl by taking 500 of her blows. Also, the protagonist yelled about giving delicious candy after the disgusting medicine. The girl was amazed. Now she started to believe that this man was a prince. The doctor said that it is so, and although the appearance has changed, it is their prince. And then the doctor confessed that it is indeed hard to see the prince in the new appearance. The girl didn't understand how the main character got to such a state, while the prince himself confessed that he got the camouflage from his father. Some time ago, The prince turned to the emperor and reported to his father that a civil war had broken out in a neighboring kingdom. The emperor immediately asked if it was true. He asked what exactly the prince wanted from him, and he told him that he wanted to go to them and get a job as a military doctor undercover. The protagonist said that in this way he would be able to evaluate the military strategy and many other aspects of another state. Suddenly, the emperor's nose twitched, which meant that he was proud of his son, while the prince asked if the emperor would allow him to do what he wanted to do. The protagonist said that right after talking to his father, he asked the court mage to cast a cloaking spell. The protagonist also confessed that the stomach is only an illusion, which will be removed after the physical impact. The girl was amazed at how believable the protagonist's identity card looked. The subordinates were worried about the clinic, but Damien said that they had left Denise, who diagnosed the patient's condition perfectly, and the doctor confessed that their clinic would last at least a month in the absence of the protagonist. They talked about what they would tell the public about the prince's recuperation due to his health. The doctor said he was worried about the prince having to be at the front, while Damien suggested that Anise was getting extra money because of the situation. The doctor thought that running to a place where patients needed treatment was natural for a doctor. Damien looked out the window and smiled, looking forward to the money. They continued their journey and day and night changed each other. The girl appealed to her father the king, after which the protagonist with her support was sent to the rear troops. Also the protagonist, bidding farewell to the princess, handed her the recipe for the decoction she was to take. The protagonist, accompanied by about 10 soldiers of the royal guard, arrived at the rear of the front. The protagonist thought that the camp looked terrible, and assumed that there were no healers in the place. Suddenly the prince noticed something interesting. Then he went into one of the tents. His face instantly filled with horror after what he saw in front of him. It turned out that the bodies of a huge number of people had been dumped in the tent. The prince immediately inquired who the man standing next to him was, and he was the caretaker of this camp. The protagonist stood silently for a while, and then with a serious expression said that he was a doctor. The man said that he had not heard that a doctor was coming. The prince immediately inquired about the picture that was unfolding inside the tent, while the military man with a completely calm look assumed that everyone inside was already dead. The man suddenly stated that some of the people inside were even moving. The man complained, because at this rate, the tent would simply not have enough room for the wounded soldiers. The prince didn't understand what was going on, and the military man assumed that the healer wasn't familiar with the place. The man confessed that they just clean the tent when everyone dies, because it is very difficult to clean the bodies with a huge number of flies. The protagonist started to move inside this tent. He was very worried because the camp was in a terrible state, and he did not know how to get extra lives in such conditions. The protagonist asked who was in charge of the camp, and the man confessed that it was Vikand. The protagonist immediately told the military man to bring him to their leader. Some time later in Vikand's chamber, the man himself was enjoying a fine taste of wine. He said with a delighted and calm look that the wine was excellent. Suddenly Vikand heard strange noises, and a moment later Damien's strong blow shattered the glass in the man's hands, who immediately started yelling at the man who dared to do such a thing. Vikand started yelling at the daredevils who dared to attack him, under the request of the protagonist to beat the man normally. The protagonist paralleled that Damien should make the man feel as if he hadn't been paid for 2 months. Damien instantly realized the seriousness of this request. He thought about the fact that he would have to somehow not kill the man. Damien continued to beat up the man, who couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly the man ordered the guys to stop because he was the head of the place. The protagonist said that he knew about the man's status, and said that he himself was a secret imperial inspector. The protagonist showed the document and said that it was his duty to catch scum like men. Sweat appeared on the man's neck, his eyes clearly showing the fear he was feeling at this very moment. The protagonist shouted that he was an honest doctor who had been sent to this place undercover. Then the man began to read the document that the prince held out. The man was shocked by what he saw in the document, namely that all power over the camp goes into the hands of the protagonist. The man did not understand what he had done and why he was being treated this way. The prince started yelling at the man, who didn't even realize how many people he had ruined with his actions. The prince just didn't understand how such a man could get to this place, The prince threw the man to the ground and then ordered Damien to take the man away from the place. A short while later, the prince stood in front of Damien. The protagonist asked if the man had been hysterical after being discharged, and Damien said that the man had only babbled about his military career being ruined. Damien suggested that he had hit the man too hard on the head, but the protagonist stated that he fully deserved what he got. The prince stated that the man had set up a morgue in this camp, not a hospital. Damien looked silently at the prince, while the protagonist did not understand why his subordinate was silent. Damien did not answer and asked what the protagonist would do now. The prince started to leave with the words that they had to meet the doctor. Sometime later, in one of the tents, the protagonist sat with Damien and the doctor. The protagonist was well aware that in roughly this era, there was simply no care for the wounded. The protagonist began to give out instructions to the doctor on how to improve the place, while the doctor listened intently. Suddenly a soldier entered the room and apologized for the sudden visit. He asked the doctor for help and the wounded soldier began to be led inside. The condition of the man was deplorable. His body was covered with wounds. There were 2 arrows in his shoulder. Even in the side of his body there was an arrow that pierced his body. The protagonist was well aware that the patient's condition was deplorable to say the least. The protagonist assumed that the fighter had been wounded at least a few days ago, because mold had already started to appear on the bandage. The prince thought that although the wound was not fatal, but the lack of care was critical. The protagonist realized that in such a state they would not be able to save anyone. The prince asked the doctor's opinion, and he said that the guy needed an urgent operation. The protagonist thought that inviting a doctor who specialized in surgery was a great idea. Looking at the tired soldier, he thought that he should do everything possible. The protagonist asked if the doctor could perform the surgery right now, and he said with a firm look that he would do it. The doctor started digging through his bag and pulled out a huge cleaver. The doctor stated that this cleaver was a scalpel, which was used to cut the body for amputation. The doctor showed a tool for cutting human bones, which frightened the prince. The doctor with a mad look stated that the faster it was done, the less agony the patient would experience. The protagonist asked the doctor about anesthesia, and he didn't even seem to know the word. The doctor said that they could give the patient rum and opium to make him unconscious, because it would be better than when he was conscious. The doctor confessed that he used vodka instead of rum, because it tasted better. The doctor said that he was going to amputate the arm first. The prince said that the doctor should put the instruments back because the amputation was not necessary. The protagonist said that they would perform the operation in a different way than the doctor suggested. The doctor didn't seem to understand that there were other operations. The protagonist examined the patient's body, thinking that his body was just on the edge. The protagonist was also well aware that if you cut a man in such a state, he would surely die. The prince thought about the fact that he needed anesthesia. The prince did not know where to get the right medicine. The organs instantly began to give advice to the protagonist, and also listed him 100 points, saying that he should improve his skills. The balance of the hero was 4,900. The prince instantly opened a list of all available skills, after which the protagonist saw a huge number of notifications with available skills. Suddenly the guy noticed a very unusual skill. It turns out there was a skill that contributed to relieve patients from pain. Everyone watched as the prince smiled very creepily over the body of the military man. The military seemed to be frightened by this reaction of the protagonist, who just came to his senses, then looked at his new skill with admiration. The protagonist thought that a simple stroking that caused anesthesia was just a cheater. The protagonist said that the doctor should get ready. The prince confessed that he had found a way to anesthetize the patient's body, and ordered him to prepare for surgery. The doctor instantly perked up and was fully prepared. The prince asked the soldier's name, and he introduced himself as a junior private named Diop. The prince said he would start treatment from now on. The patient assumed that the hero would cut off his arm, but the protagonist tried to convince the man that he would not cut off his arm. The man with a crazy look said that he was an optimistic person and he was sure that he could live without his arm. The protagonist was getting angry at the words of the patient, who was barely holding back his tears, saying that he was an optimist. The prince yelled at the patient and ordered him to shut his mouth before he decided to amputate his head. The protagonist said he was beginning to administer anesthesia, whereupon the prince awkwardly began stroking the man's arm. Suddenly the protagonist began to sing, which amazed Damien, and the doctor did not expect such a thing from his master. The faces of the military at that moment are hard to convey in words. They definitely thought that the prince was a real madman. While the patient seemed to say goodbye to his life, the protagonist was happy that he was able to use the skill just because he was singing a song. Suddenly, the system said that the skill stopped working because the prince was not singing sincerely, which naturally made him angry. The prince thought about what he needed to sing correctly, and then began to sing that stupid song again. This time the main character put out 100% and looked incredible. To the shocked looks of the people around him, the main character's hand began to emit light. The man was amazed that his side stopped hurting, while the hero continued to sing. The man didn't understand how it was possible for his pain to just go away. The protagonist was about to check if the anesthesia was working well. The prince started to check the patient's pain, but the patient felt nothing at all. The protagonist said it was time for them to start the surgery, and to start by cleaning the wounds and stitching them up. The bloody instruments stood in place for a while. It turned out that they coped with the man's torso, and the prince suggested to start working on the arm. The man worried about whether it would be all right if they didn't cut off the damaged area. The man worried for his life, thinking he might die, while the protagonist began to sing his chants and his arm emitted light. The system notified the prince that his skill level had been increased. It appeared that the strength and range of the anesthesia had increased. The prince began to pinch the man's arm, but he didn't react at all, which meant that the strength of the anesthesia had increased. The protagonist said that they should proceed. The doctor instantly pulled out a thread and then cut it into pieces. The man immediately grabbed his knife and began to wield it like a true professional at breakneck speed. Looking at the bloody knife, the prince thought that the doctor had incredible skills. The protagonist thought that the doctor's skills were high even if you take a modern doctor. The protagonist thought that the doctor's stitching technique was incredible. The prince was now not surprised that the doctor had gotten such a position in the court at his age. The men watching the operation were shocked. They saw that the patient was in no pain at all. They assumed that the protagonist was some kind of miracle doctor. After a while there was silence in the room, which was interrupted by the prince asking if the soldier was all right. The protagonist confessed that from now on the real treatment would begin and the patient should not relax. The prince said that as soon as the supplies arrived, he would immediately prescribe a cure for the patient. The man didn't understand why they cared about him so much, because he was a wounded soldier who couldn't return to the battlefield and it was a waste of resources to spend on someone like him. The protagonist was surprised that the man really did not understand, because he is a doctor and he must save people, but the soldier was just as sick. On the cheeks of the man began to appear tears. With an incredibly bright smile on his face, the patient thanked the protagonist. While the prince himself thought about the fact that he said those words only to get a bonus. The prince assumed that his words had worked as they should, after which the protagonist ordered everyone to rest, and then confidently left the tent. All the organs started applauding the protagonist. At that time the system said that the words of the protagonist from this point onwards would be known to the people around him. Also the system said that from now on all the wounded people in the camp will honor the prince as a saint. The system also said that the prince had created a revolution in the treatment of patients at the front. Suddenly the protagonist was rewarded with 5,000 points, and he had 5,400 points on his balance. Exactly 2 days later, the protagonist was performing emergency operations to the military. Also the protagonist's skill had increased to level 3. The prince with a smile on his face continued to sing an incredibly strange song. The doctor looked at the patient's leg and was sure that it should be amputated. The protagonist asked the doctor to first clean the wound and then stitch it up. The doctor instantly began his work, and sometime later the prince called the doctor to talk to him. He said that the doctor should listen to him carefully, and then ordered that the place should be cleaned up while he was away. The protagonist confessed that he would go to a certain place for a while. A while later in the dense forest, Damien doubted that the protagonist knew the way as he said he had read about the place in a book. To Damien's interest, the prince replied that he just couldn't remember all the names of the books he had read. Damien looked with disbelief in the prince's direction, but didn't ask again. Damien thought about how the prince gets incredibly strange at some points. Damien was telling the protagonist that they had gone too far into the forest, He was talking about how they might accidentally wander into monster territory. The protagonist knew very well that they might encounter monsters. The prince said that the boys didn't need to be afraid of the monsters because they were scary. Everyone listened as the prince underestimated the scary monsters. The protagonist was surprised that the boys didn't know about the weakness of the monsters. They all thought that no one in their right mind would go to those monsters, and also thought that the prince was an adequate man, and they would definitely not go there. The protagonist said that they would not touch the monsters. Then, with the calmest look possible, said that they would kidnap the queen of the monsters. The prince was confident under the fear in the eyes of his allies. One of the organs was amazed at the words of the protagonist, and the other organs supported him in his indignation. One of the organs said that the prince really believed that it was possible to kidnap the monster queen. The organs could barely contain their laughter, and a few seconds later started laughing at the top of their voices. One of the organs realized that the prince was deliberately delaying to reveal his plan. The organs donated 100 points for criticizing the prince. The protagonist, on the other hand, proudly closed the system notification, thinking he didn't care. The protagonist was well aware that if he had said in advance what he wanted to do, they wouldn't have gone anywhere. The protagonist was also well aware of the soldiers' reactions, but he knew they needed to get the maggot. The protagonist thought about the fact that the substance the maggot excreted had incredible antibiotic properties that could help save an incredible number of soldiers. The prince began to move towards his men, then asked what was wrong with their faces. Damien said that even a small Opyros was a ferocious monster. Damien asked if the prince had any idea what would happen if they touched the nest or the womb, and the prince seemed to understand exactly what would happen. Damien asked if the prince realized what it would cost to kidnap a larva. The prince understood that just as well. Damien was angry that his lord had suggested such heresy. Damien said that he knew the prince liked to do reckless things, as he had often encountered such things, and then he got angry and said that this time the prince had definitely crossed the line. The protagonist made a silly look while the guy continued to get angry. They started talking about how the person who would grab the maggot would be in great danger. Damien also suggested that the prince was just crazy. Damien was getting ready to grab his sword. Then the main character stated that Damien would get the maggot, which made him very angry. The prince started talking about how he knew a great way to pull this off safely. The protagonist got his pet. Then the prince said he was going to tell him the plan. The prince said that first Damien would have to get close to the nest. Then the prince wanted Damien to hit the nest, which would make the monsters rage. Then the protagonist was going to use a huge hedgehog form. The prince said that Damien would only need to hide behind the pet, after which he could safely leave the nest site. The protagonist said that while Damien was going through with the plan, he would capture the mate that would remain in the nest. Damien said that even if the plan worked, the monsters were too persistent and would definitely not let him go along with the hero's pet. The protagonist said that the monsters would retreat if there was a fire in their nest. The prince assumed that the allies were now clear and offered to depart. Damien was angry, wondering what kind of man the prince was. Damien started to think about the hero's plan. He started to say that he was too dangerous. The prince immediately realized everything and said that he would pay Damien a bonus, after which a smile appeared on his face, because he got what he wanted. People thought that the prince would not act rashly. One of the soldiers thought that the doctor had once performed a miracle and assumed that even if they were hurt, the hero would be able to cure them. He thought that was the reason they were going to this place. A while later, Damien moved in front of the group through the tall grass. He spread the tall grass with his hands. Then a moment later he froze in place, because right in front of him was an incredibly huge nest of monsters. There were also monster bees flying above his head. Damien began to scratch the back of his head. He thought about the fact that he doubted that a single prize would be enough for such an operation. The prince was amazed at what he saw. He thought the nest would be many times smaller than what was right in front of him. The protagonist thought about the fact that if they hadn't soaked their bodies in colors, they would have been discovered long ago. The prince thought it was worth watching the monsters, also hoping Damien along with his pet. Suddenly there was an incredibly eerie sound. The prince was amazed at what was happening right in front of his eyes. A huge moat of monsters started moving towards them at a great speed. Damien didn't understand how such a thing could happen. The prince thought that Damien was too poorly camouflaged and he didn't know what to do. until the prince threw a rock right at the guy, saying that the only thing left to do was to attack the nest. Damien slowly started to rise to his feet. Then he thought about how he was going to use the skills he had been practicing so hard earlier. The protagonist thought that Damien was making a mistake, and if even a little something went wrong, there would be trouble. The prince started to move towards Damien. He tried to stop the guy, who right at that moment looked a little crazy. Fire was burning in his eyes. Then he prepared his sword to make an incredibly strong attack. The prince kept trying to stop Damien, who froze for a moment while an incredible number of monsters started flying over their heads. The protagonist didn't realize what these monsters were that were bigger than Epiros. One of the monsters pierced the bee's body, after which the other monsters did the same. The protagonist just did not understand why the monsters were fighting among themselves, as suddenly a shadow appeared on the face of the prince, which was thrown by the monster, which at the same moment at a great speed flew towards the guys. The monster looked incredibly creepy, and was preparing to finish off the guys. The monster attacked with great force, but it turned out that Damien was able to save the prince at the last moment. The protagonist was well aware that this was no ordinary slaughterhouse. The monster pulled its huge stinger from another monster. A massive battle started between these monsters. One of the humans said that they were monsters called Vesperos. The prince asked what these monsters were. It turned out that they were monsters for which Epiros were food, and they could kill hundreds of individuals. The protagonist ordered all the people to rise to their feet. They did not understand what was happening, and the prince said that they were caught. It turned out that all the guys were noticed by a huge crowd of creepy monsters, which immediately went to attack the fleeing guys. The guys were running away at a great speed from the terrible monster. The prince asked if they would eventually be able to escape from these monsters. The protagonist confessed that he came to this place to get a uterus, because thanks to it you can save a huge number of soldiers. The prince was amazed that Damien could assume that he was doing something like this just for his whim. The boys continued to run away from the scary monsters. Damien thought that he needed to buy time for them. Then he prepared to attack with his sword, and in one move he chopped a huge number of trees. Damien continued to back away from the monsters, while the main character seemed to notice something right in front of them. He instantly pointed his finger at a rock and ordered everyone to hide behind it. The guys started climbing over the rock, trying to get away from the monsters. Eventually they found themselves behind the rock. One of the soldiers confessed that she had not had time to tell them about one of the problems. The man said that these monsters are very careful to clean up after themselves. It turns out that they stack the corpses in one pile and kill all the living, even those who try to hide. The prince understood that they had to leave, but he didn't want to lose the mate. He thought that no one could survive in this nest, not even the mate. The protagonist realized that saving the queen was a waste of time, and suddenly the earth began to shake. It turned out that very near were these terrible monsters. The guys closed their mouths in the hope of hiding their breath. The monsters seemed to notice something. Thanks to their abilities, they saw the guys right behind the rock. A moment later, one of the monsters got ready to attack. Then it split the stone in two, and the guys retreated a bit. Damien asked if the prince was all right, then grabbed the protagonist by the scruff of the neck and threw the prince at a great speed straight into the sky. Damien, along with the other soldiers, began to repel the attacks of these monsters, while the protagonist landed on one of the trees at a tremendous speed. The prince was thinking about the fact that Damien used to serve him tea, but now he was just throwing him God knows where. The prince was incredibly angry and was about to lose the guy a month's paycheck. Suddenly the prince noticed that he was sitting on something. It turned out that the guy used to live in this forest, and that's why he was running so fast. He also pointed in the direction of the battle with the monsters. Damien fought the enemies with all his might. He prepared to attack. While the enemy was about to launch an attack, their blows collided with each other and caused a shockwave. The battle continued at an incredible pace. The prince didn't understand how the monsters could find them so easily, and the guy said that it was probably because of the smell of the flowers. The protagonist realized that they were all too open to these monsters now. The protagonist realized that his men needed to use their full power, and that would only stop a dozen enemies. The prince began to think hard, and then an incredible idea appeared in his head. The prince asked for the guy's Orzak, after which he took out a bottle with unclear contents. The protagonist confessed that it was an incredibly strong alcohol, which he was going to use as a disinfectant. The protagonist prepared to throw the bottle, saying that since the enemies were wasps, they should like it. He threw the bottle directly at the enemies and the bottle shattered against a tree, knowing full well that wasps go crazy for alcohol. Suddenly the wasps stopped attacking the humans. Damien didn't understand what happened and what exactly made the monsters stop their attacks. While the monsters were attacking the tree with the alcohol on it, the protagonist was happy that his trick had worked. All the soldiers were saying that they should run away as soon as possible, and the prince was saying that if they tried to run away, they would all die. The protagonist confessed that his words were completely true. The prince said that alcohol was only a temporary solution to the problem. The prince said that they just couldn't escape the monsters in the time they had. The protagonist said that they just needed to set the enemies on fire. One of the humans started to worry that the elves might punish them. Damien, on the other hand, thought the prince was definitely up to something. The guys lit the prepared torches, and then the main character ordered to attack with them, and a moment later the whole forest was filled with fire. The forest began to burn very rapidly. The monsters stayed at the tree on which there was alcohol, as suddenly they came to their senses and looked in the direction where the prince's team was. The bees began to fly away from that place, but right in front of them they saw the corpses of their brethren, which were burning to ashes. The monsters just flew through the forest and burned, while the prince ordered everyone to run as fast as they could, because if they didn't make it in time, they would be burned. The forest was completely covered in flames while the protagonist and his men fled. Although the prince was able to destroy the monsters, he felt that his respiratory system had come to an end. Suddenly, the protagonist ran into a rock with his foot, after which he fell to the ground, which was noticed by one of the fleeing allies. He immediately began to help the protagonist. The organs felt the incredible danger and gave the protagonist 500 points. Damien said that if the prince lost consciousness in this place he would definitely die, so the prince should not have lost consciousness. Damien started talking about carrying the prince, then he put the prince on his back, then secured the protagonist with a cloth, and eventually the embarrassed prince was sitting on Damien's back. People were wondering if it was okay to treat the crown prince like that, but the prince said that they should get out of the forest as soon as possible, and then they would be safe. Suddenly something incredibly huge landed right in front of the guys. It was just a huge monster that started screaming with all its might, making incredibly loud noises. One of the people started screaming that they were all dead, because it was the Queen of Vesperos. The protagonist didn't understand why Damien was so scared. The prince had never seen a guy in such a state, and he was the strongest of them all. The protagonist realized that if Damien surrendered, they were all dead. The protagonist was going to release the tension from Damien's body. Then the prince started to move on Damien's body. Suddenly the system headed towards the target, namely the queen of these monsters. The protagonist thought that this could be their chance. It turns out he saw everything thanks to his ability. A fire appeared in the prince's eyes. He saw everything inside the monster. Then a smile appeared on the prince's face. The protagonist confessed that he had an amazing idea. The prince said that from now on Damien would have to follow all his commands. The prince confessed that he was able to predict the movement of the monster. Damien did not understand how this was possible, but instead of answering the prince ordered everyone to head down. Then all safely dodged the attack of a huge monster which could not hurt the guys and just flew over them. The prince ordered to take 5 steps forward, after which the team did so, and they again managed to dodge the attack of the monster. The protagonist, on the other hand, froze in place for a moment. While the monster started to look even crazier, it flew into the air with an incredibly huge force. The protagonist ordered the other soldiers to stand back while he and Damien fought the monster. Then Damien prepared to jump, and thanks to the instructions of the protagonist, the guy was able to once again dodge the monster's attack. The prince continued to give commands. He gave himself completely to this process. The prince gave incredibly clear instructions, as suddenly there was an incredibly powerful explosion. The monster began to rise from his seat. People watching the scene thought that they did not even need to intervene, because the prince was doing a great job, while the other man seemed very worried about the outcome of this battle. The monster began to look much scarier. It made terrible sounds. The protagonist immediately gave a command, and they retreated some distance, then began to roll on the ground. The prince ordered Damien to concentrate. Then, thanks to the words of the protagonist, Damien successfully fought against the monster that surpassed him many times over. The guys jumped up from their seats. thanks to which they managed to avoid the monster's incredibly strong attack, after which they landed on the monster's back and began to strike. The prince ordered Damien to attack the monster's wings, after which the guy jumped up from his seat. The prince ordered him to retreat and land on a tree. Damien did so and jumped off the monster's body with great force. Damien said that even though the prince could see all the movements of the enemy, they would not be able to win at this rate, while the hero said that his plan would work. The prince ordered the guy to get ready, and then the monster went into a furious attack and the protagonist counted down to the right movement, and at the right moment Damien jumped up from his seat, avoiding the enemy's attack. The protagonist said that they had 3 seconds to spare, and then Damien let go of the tree branch on the prince's order, and they attacked the monster with the sword directly from the air. The force of the blow was unbelievably strong, and the people watching the battle opened their mouths in surprise. Damien asked if it was over, but the enemy was still alive. The protagonist began to give orders to move forward, while the enemy stared at the guys. Then he attacked the ground, which caused cracks to appear on it. Damien asked when they should dodge, and the prince told him to wait a little longer. The prince grabbed Damien's stripes, creating 2 ponytails, and angered the monster, which headed into a furious attack on the guys. The prince told Damien to do as he said. Then Damien threw his blade straight towards the monster, and the blade pierced through the monster's incredibly strong body, causing the monster to scream in pain. Suddenly the monster started to shake. Then its eyes started to close, and eventually it fell to the ground. The prince was happy that they managed to win this battle. Looking at the dying monster, the protagonist drew a parallel with a mosquito that dies from drugs. The prince wondered what exactly was happening to the body of the monster. The protagonist began to analyze all the points of the defeated enemy. Damien didn't understand how they could do it, because this one didn't look like a consequence of their attacks. The protagonist said that he was just able to see the monster's weak points, and ordered Damien to hit there. The prince started laughing at the swordmaster, who is unable to see what he is. The monster's body was shaking while the other monsters were flying nearby. Suddenly all of them looked towards their dying kin. Then at a great speed they started flying towards the monster. They were already close enough that Damien could feel it by turning towards the opponents. It seemed like a huge number of monsters were heading in their direction, as suddenly they ignored the main character and Damien. This amazed all the people watching, because the monsters just burned in the flames approaching the corpse of the main monster. But even so they tried to eat him. Everyone looked at the horrible picture as burning monsters trying to kill a huge. One of the people confessed that the monsters themselves are really creepy. While the main character felt the raindrops on his skin, everyone immediately rejoiced because the rain was exactly what would save their lives. The prince thought that even though they survived there was no point because all the bees were dead. The prince thought about the fact that he still needed to get the larva so that he could get extra lives. The protagonist also realized that if they kept dragging on, all the wounded in the camp would die. The protagonist told Damien that they should go to the nest as soon as possible. It was raining heavily outside. The guys started moving towards the nest, and a while later they were inside. There were a lot of torn-up monsters on the ground, but the guys continued on their way to find the larva. Damien said that most likely all the bees were dead, saying that they should go back. The protagonist thought about taking the honey with him. The further they traveled through the nest, the more corpses they met on their way. As suddenly they arrived at the room with the uterus, the prince immediately began to complain that the last hope had just been shattered. It seemed to greatly disappoint the protagonist. Suddenly the prince heard some noise. He immediately assumed that there was someone alive in this place. They immediately went to the source of the noise, and Damien was amazed at what he saw in front of him. It turned out to be the queen of the monsters, who was lying on the ground. She was trembling badly. The boys dared to approach. Damien was ready to use his blade if necessary. He started touching the body of the queen with his blade, then told his allies that the monster queen was definitely dead. The hero ordered to push the queen bees harder, and Damien did so. The prince ordered to remove the body of the queen. After all, the result they can be pleased, as suddenly from that place appeared an incredibly bright beam of light. Something incredibly shiny popped out from under the body of the queen of monsters. It turned out that it was the same larva, which was so necessary to the protagonist. The larva at a great speed fell right on the face of the prince. Then the guy tried to remove it from himself and he succeeded. Then he saw in front of him an incredibly cute creature. The protagonist, looking at this creature, thought that it looks like a banana cookie. The prince looked at the monster very intently. Damien asked if he should destroy the monster, which clearly scared the larva. The monster seemed to understand Damien's intentions, and that scared him a bit. The prince started talking to the larva and it seemed to understand him perfectly. The protagonist rejoiced, because now he was sure that it was the queen's larva. The prince rejoiced that he had managed to get the monster, but he was also surprised because the larva resembled his ghost monster. The larva was crying and talking about how its mother was behaving strangely, not waking up after a fight. The prince assumed that the larva was talking about the enemy that was lying next to the queen, and it turned out that the queen fought with this huge monster, thanks to which she was able to save the larva, although she herself died. Looking at this picture, the hero assumed that the larva wanted its mother to wake up soon, and then said that she was just tired and needed a rest after the battle with the monster. The prince began to pet the larva, saying that she would stay with him until her mom woke up. The protagonist knew it was bad to lie, but leaving the larva here where the entire colony was destroyed would definitely kill it. The protagonist said that they shouldn't make any noise, and it was time to leave. Suddenly the system notification reported that the protagonist's organs were warmed by the presence of the larva, and they collectively gave it the name Cuckoo and 500 points. The prince cheerfully announced that the larva's name would now be Cuckoo. The protagonist said that he had a small request for the larva, after which he smiled, and he and the team rejoiced that they could all go back to camp. A while later the forest looked terrible. It seemed to be almost burned to the ground. The elf girl was sitting on her knees looking at what her favorite forest had become. She was angry that someone had dared to set the forest on fire. She started screaming with all her might that it was all because of the youth. Then she started moving at a great speed, and with an incredibly furious face screamed that she would find the culprit and make him pay for what he had done. At that time, silhouettes of people who were coming out of the forest began to be seen near the camp. It turned out to be the prince and his men, along with Hedgehog and the corpse of the Monster King. Everything was fine in the camp at the time, but the doctor, as soon as he saw the prince, started running towards him at breakneck speed. The prince said that the doctor didn't change at all. While the doctor was glowing with happiness, the doctor said that right now the patients are resting. The prince introduced the doctor to the maggot and Cook to the doctor. The prince said that this was the camp he had told about. The prince said that Cuckoo would help treat people. Then the prince said to look at what they had brought with them, and the doctor was shocked at what he saw while the prince smiled mystically. After all, they could have gotten their hands on the body of the Vesperos king. The doctor asked what the prince was going to do with the corpse, and the protagonist confessed that he was going to make a tincture from the monster. After these words, there was silence between all the people. A while later, in one of the tents of the camp, the protagonist was explaining to Cook what she should do. The prince said that the monster should give him a necessary thing once a month. The protagonist also confessed that the remedy they could get would help the sick. It turned out that the monster would be happy to help, but he had never done such a thing, so he didn't know how. The prince thought about how to help the monster, and suddenly the prince realized that he needed to use the scanning of acupuncture points. The protagonist began the process of scanning the larva's body. The protagonist also began to view the monster's body. The prince grabbed the needle, saying that it would help them a lot, which clearly scared Cook. A while later, the click of the prince's new pet was heard. The prince stuck one of the needles into the pet's body, after which the protagonist continued to punch the necessary places on the pet's body, and the sound of nausea was heard, after which the monster finally managed to release the bead the prince so needed. The doctor burst into the tent with the report that the ingredients from the princess had arrived to them. Suddenly the doctor noticed the prince sniffing the beautiful bead. The prince said they should start, and together they went outside and brewed some sort of potion. The prince said that they would definitely succeed. The prince added the ingredients one by one and then began to pour in some liquid. The color of the solution changed to green. Then Damien began to move the incredibly heavy container. It turned out that he had moved the cauldron away from the fire. The protagonist started screaming along with his pet. Then the prince started furiously stirring what he had just boiled. The doctor asked for permission to help, but the hero absolutely forbade it. The protagonist thought that they had no chance of failing because the pet could only spit out one bead a month. If they couldn't create the ointment, they would all die. Damien said he would see to the prince's safety, so a great deal of time passed, and then the prince rejoiced that they had finally succeeded. The protagonist said he was going to name the magic ointment, and then he called it Redecazole. Everyone looked silently in the direction of the strange prince. The system notified the protagonist that he had made a historic contribution to medicine by creating this ointment. The prince, though incredibly happy about it, looked very bad, after which he lost consciousness. A short while later, people began to come out of the ward completely happy. The prince was just about to use his new medicine on a new group of people, and then incredibly quickly applied the ointment to one of the patients, and a moment later he applied the ointment to the other soldiers in the same way. Everyone was amazed at how effective the ointment was. Everyone started praising the doctor again, who was happy about the new bonus lives he had gained. And so it went on into the evening. Since then, exactly 10 days had passed, and the events were in the territory of the main troops. Someone wanted to report something. After that it appeared that they had been doing little active fighting lately. The king assumed that the rebels were not going to shy away from the next battle. The king was angry because he had accepted the main rebel, even though he had originally been advised not to accept a guy who was too ambitious. The king asked if there were any other reports. The man reported that the wounded soldiers were doing incredibly well, with a survival rate of 70%. The king was amazed at such incredible figures. Under the man's words that rumors were spreading even among the royal army. The man said that there was a camp in which it was said that it was enough to get there, and there would cure any disease. The king was shocked that such an incredible place existed. A man with a suitcase stood at the entrance to the main character's camp, amazed that this place was called the Camp of Life. They were looking at the camp and discussing the so-called miracle doctor who healed people with his touch. The man called this description ridiculous, saying it sounded like some kind of cult. Another man said that there was no better doctor in the world than Chandler. He didn't understand why they were sent to this hellhole to train. Chandler was going to reveal the main character's tricks to everyone, thinking he was a charlatan. For a while in one of the tents of the camp, the prince was sleeping in one of the tents thinking about his extra lives. The man thought about the prince snoring so loudly that he couldn't sleep. The doctor went inside the tent and saw the protagonist, who immediately started snoring terribly loudly. The doctor assumed that the prince was very tired from working all night long. The doctor woke up the protagonist, who didn't understand what was going on, and the doctor told him that the king was pleased with their results and had sent them doctors from other places for training. The prince was incredibly happy, because now he would have more free hands, which were so lacking in this place. The doctor confessed that the guests were waiting at the entrance to the tent, and the prince immediately ran there. The prince ran out of the tent with his eyes closed and kicked one of the doctors, causing him to fall backwards, trapping the other camp guests and causing the protagonist to accidentally drop all of his guests to the ground. The protagonist apologized for this and admitted that he was overjoyed that help had arrived. The prince asked how he could address the man, and he introduced himself as a military doctor named Chandler. The protagonist was well aware that the men were tired from the road, but said that the first thing they needed to do was to assess the condition of the wounded soldiers. The protagonist continued on his way while the men stood. The prince noticed this and wondered why the doctors were standing still. While Chandler said that the prince should show them a place to rest, the protagonist was surprised at the request, because there were soldiers lying around who were on death's doorstep, and these so-called doctors wanted to rest. The man said that they had come to this place by order of the king, and that they could not go to work without resting. The prince stood in a stupor in front of the man, wondering if the man thought it was impolite that he wanted the doctors to start work right away. It turned out that the guest had indeed decided that he had the right to rest while the patients were dying. The protagonist asked if the patient should wait for the doctor, looking directly at the man with an incredibly serious expression. The protagonist asked if doctors were really going to rest at such a time, and Chandler asked if there were any honorable people among the dying. The doctor said that they treat officers separately from other soldiers. He said that he was disappointed with the protagonist because he does not even understand such simple things. The man began to tell that the patients are divided into two classes, nobles and ordinary soldiers, and said that it is necessary to treat only the nobles, because the rewards for this will be more. The prince at this very moment stopped listening to the words of the man and was preparing to strike a blow, and then smashed the face of the so-called doctor, an apt hit of his fist. Everyone was shocked by this reaction of the prince, who was incredibly angry for such words. He started talking about one thing he knew perfectly well, and then with a look of irritation on his face said that it was true that violence was bad. The protagonist confessed that this was the only language a freak like man could understand. One of the guests didn't understand how the prince dared to swing his fists. He warned that if the prince didn't apologize right away, he would complain about him to his superiors. The protagonist asked what the man would say, and he said he would tell about the act of violence. The prince began to say that the guests came to study in this place, but also disregarded his instructions and talked nonsense. The protagonist said that the actions of the guests could be regarded as a rebellion against the king. Such words caused the man to shut up instantly, and some time later evening came, and the man sat beside Chandler, who was still unconscious and lying on the bed. Suddenly the doctor opened his eyes, whereupon he immediately jumped up and inquired what had happened. After he was told what had happened, he was angry and thought that he was the best doctor and should not be treated like that. The man said that there were a huge number of surviving soldiers in that place, even though they were not even amputated. The man speculated that such a survival rate was due to the ointment the prince was smearing on them. The man began to laugh out loud when he heard about the methods of the protagonist. He began to rise to his feet, and then stated that he was fully convinced that the prince was a common charlatan. He also said that it was for this reason that the prince had struck him with his fist. He said that the prince had fooled even the king himself. The man immediately grabbed his valise, then headed out of the tent saying that he would reveal the truth about the protagonist to everyone. Everyone seemed to be asleep and the man headed in an unknown direction, then went into one of the tents thinking that the protagonist was definitely asleep at this time. Looking at the patient, he thought that the protagonist had not even thought to do basic postoperative therapy. The man was now sure that the protagonist was a quack. The man grabbed the knife thinking about the fact that always when someone gets sick or gets a wound, he has a huge amount of dirty blood. He was also sure that if you pour out the dirty blood, you can get better much faster. Suddenly the patient began to open his eyes. He immediately asked what kind of man, and the man said that he was a new doctor. The patient told how the protagonist told him to rest after the operation, while the doctor looked contemptuously in the direction of the soldier saying that he had no right to doubt his treatment. The kid was scared. He thought of the new doctor as scary, while the protagonist was incredibly kind to his patients. The enemy was preparing to make a cut and said that the guy was lucky, because a doctor like him usually does not sink to the level of an ordinary soldier. After which the patient's wound began to leak blood. The man said that he is the best doctor, and then with a smile on his face said that he would prove that the protagonist is a common charlatan. The patient's hands began to shake, after which the boy complained that his head began to spin. The doctor said that if he pumped out all the rotten blood, the guy would be cured quickly. The patient tried to say something and lost his consciousness, after which the guy lost consciousness and the so-called doctor started shouting for the patient to come to his senses. From the noise that came from outside, the main character began to wake up. He complained that he couldn't sleep, but it seemed that he didn't hear anything else. The prince was going to look at the night sky and started to get out of bed, and then he was outside. Listening to the protagonist walking around the camp speculated that the new doctors were complete garbage. The protagonist was going to retire all the doctors because they weren't able to help him. The protagonist with a smile on his face watched his life expectancy exceed the mark of 200 days, and he was already thinking about how soon his life would increase to a year. The prince was jumping on the street with joy, because at this rate his anxiety will disappear. Suddenly there was a shout of a doctor, who ordered the patient to come to his senses. It immediately drew the attention of the protagonist, who realized that the shout came from the patient's room. The doctor was threatening the patient that he would open his eyes himself, and at that moment the prince entered the room and was shocked. He immediately noticed the scalpel used by the doctor and the fact that next to the patient was a bucket completely filled with blood. Such an environment instantly triggered a fit of rage in the protagonist, while the doctor didn't realize who had burst into the room. The protagonist pushed the idiot away, then looked in his direction with disdain and anger in his eyes. The noise was heard by other people, and so began to go inside. One of the men stepped forward and saluted Dr. Chandler. The man assumed that the prince again dared to raise his hand against the doctor, while the protagonist asked how the patient felt, and then immediately drew attention to one thing, which was a cloth, which he immediately closed the wound of the guy. Looking at the condition of the patient became immediately clear that he was bad. The protagonist was angry that this fool really believed that the body will heal if the blood is pumped out of him. The doctor began to approach the prince, complaining that he dared to interfere with his treatment. The doctor said that it was a great technique, and the prince only came to violence to crush his rivals. The protagonist started shouting that the man almost killed the patient, then started shouting for everyone to look at the patient's condition and asked if it looked like recovery. The protagonist said that the guy was dying due to severe bleeding, which instantly made the other doctors lower their gaze. The prince knew that the doctor realized that something had gone wrong but continued to lie. The protagonist ordered the man to get out of the place if he wanted to stay alive. After these words, the grief doctor finally shut up, while the patient was trying to tell the protagonist something inaudible. Suddenly the guy's voice stopped that instantly scared the prince, after which he tried to bring the soldier to consciousness. But in the end nothing happened, and the prince ordered the newly arrived allies to come to him. The protagonist ordered the patient's legs to be raised, as this would bring more blood to the head and important organs, and then the prince ordered the doctor to sew up the patient's vein, and the prince began to check the patient's body condition. The prince scrutinized the patient's body, and it turned out that he had dangerously low blood pressure, cold extremities, and a lot of other things that were not good for his health. The protagonist realized that the patient required an immediate blood transfusion. The prince grabbed a scalpel, realizing that he had only one option left to save the patient, after which the prince cut his hand. This frightened the doctor, who was worried about the prince's health. While the protagonist himself started drinking his own blood, the guy continued to absorb his own blood. His body complained about the protagonist's actions while he thought about what he needed to focus on. The prince was about to activate the mana circle layer. After that, the system started to store the liquid in the mana circle slot. Thus it started to fill up with blood, which turned out to be a universal group that suits others. The prince ordered Damien to stand back, after which the protagonist walked over to the patient. The prince began to infuse the blood with mana by touching the patient's legs. The blood began to flow into the patient's body. The protagonist thought that the blood transfusion should be done slowly and continuously. Suddenly the patient's arm began to move. It turned out the prince managed to save the patient by transfusing blood. The system reported that the prince acted like a hero by donating his blood to the patient. Many people were shocked at how the prince managed to cure the patient. The doctors perceived the actions of the protagonist as a real miracle, while the prince himself was happy that everything was resolved so well. The doctors discussed that the rumors about the magic doctor were true. While the prince himself began to lose consciousness, it turned out that he again overworked his body of low quality. Everyone began to worry about the hero as one of the doctors began to leave the tent in silence. He smiled as he left the camp, thinking that the local doctor was indeed capable of a miracle. It was a clear night outside, and the man was looking up at the sky, when suddenly a crow started flying towards him, and he let it land on his hand, and asked it to send a message. In the enemy camp, a man was reporting to his master that a military doctor had cured a patient with just his touch. The head of the place speculated that this might be a mere exaggeration, but it was reported to him that one of their men had seen it with his own eyes. The head said that such a man really deserved to be called a saint, and then began to say that he could use a man like that. He continued to draw something on the canvas, then looked at the picture of him as a king, and with an incredibly serious look said that he wanted this saint for himself. He ordered to bring the protagonist by any means, after which the man left the tent of the leader, who could not believe that in their world really exists such a man as a hero. The leader thought about the fact that rumors are usually exaggerated. He thought that he just needed the reputation of the main hero, because thanks to it he could get support. He kept drawing and thinking about the fact that thanks to the hero he could win the war. He thought about the fact that their king, as soon as there was a small conflict, immediately bowed his head. With anger he thought that this is an incredible disgrace to their kingdom, and he is not going to tolerate such a thing. The man looked towards the painting. Then with a firm gaze he thought about personally throwing the king out of his position. At that time, an offer to join the rebels was heard in the tent of the protagonist. The prince slapped the table asking if the man was sane. The protagonist was shocked at such openness from the rebel spy. The man said that if the prince swore allegiance he would be given the greatest honor and glory. The protagonist said he could just scream that there was a spy near him. The man said that it doesn't matter what happens because in the end he is not the only spy. The protagonist realized the reason why the rebel leader wants him so badly. The protagonist thought that it was not a bad offer. As he began to receive fewer and fewer patients, the prince asked the man to wait and began to count something fiercely. The man didn't understand what the protagonist was counting so frantically. As the prince continued to count, he thought about what he had gotten from the royal army. He thought about how he could just join the rebels for a month, take all the extra lives and go home. He thought about what he could get for joining the rebels. The protagonist started laughing thinking that he was getting smarter by the second, then said that he and the man had a deal. The protagonist started to get up from his seat, then immediately asked what he could be guaranteed. It turned out that the man was not ready for such a question. The prince continued to press with his questions. The prince complained that the man did not know how to negotiate, and the man said that he had only come to make an offer. The protagonist complained that they came empty-handed to negotiate. The prince said they could have at least taken something as collateral. The protagonist immediately sent the man to his lord for the exact terms. The prince saying that they should hurry up, because in the end it was just as hard for him because betrayal is not an easy thing. The man immediately began to leave, under the gaze of the prince. The prince said goodbye to the man with words that he would contact him as soon as he knew something. The man started to leave the tent with a tired look. It seemed that the conversation had been hard for him. The man thought that the protagonist looked more like a madman than a saint. While the prince called his allies and told them that he wanted to join the rebels. The guys immediately thought that the protagonist was crazy, while the prince said that he was completely serious and that spies were coming every day. The protagonist said that the spies promised to give him a house, land, and even an incredibly huge pile of money. Damien confessed that he wished he could stop the prince, because his actions were immoral. He didn't understand how the prince could think of joining the rebels. He jumped up from his seat, not understanding why the protagonist would do such a thing. The protagonist said that the rebels are also inhabitants of this kingdom, and to him they are all just foreigners. Damien thought about the fact that although it sounded absurd, there was logic in the prince's words. The protagonist began to talk about the fact that the camp had not been receiving any wounded lately, and added that it was probably because of the lull in the battlefield. The protagonist said that because the camp was in a stable condition, they were done with the work in that place. The prince began to persuade Damien to join him, and he gave in under the protagonist's onslaught, while the doctor was simply touched by his master's actions. The doctor believed that, for the protagonist, patients are not divided into enemies and friends. The prince asked the doctor to give a letter to the princess. The doctor instantly thought it was some kind of love letter. But the prince hit the man with the words that he was talking nonsense. The main character said that the letter said that he was returning to his country. The main character ordered everyone to quickly pack up so that no one would see them. Sometime later the carriage started to move along the street, and the soldiers who were cured by the protagonist were reading his letter and crying, complaining that they had no time to thank the prince. The protagonist looked out the window with a smile and said goodbye to the bonuses of the royal army. The man reported that their head was inside and ordered to let only the prince in. Damien was worried about the protagonist as he was going to such a dangerous place. The prince told Damien not to worry as he had a pet. The prince started to go inside the tent, after which he was greeted by the head of the place. The head began to move towards the prince with words of thanks for his visit. It seemed that the head was happy to see the military doctor who was called a saint. The rebel leader began to extend his hand to say hello to the prince, who was shocked by the incredibly strong pressure that the head was emitting. The prince also said that he was glad to be in this place. Then the leader said that the prince didn't need to waste his strength on treating ordinary soldiers. He said that the protagonist would need to do something else. Such words shocked the prince, who had expected a completely different outcome to this trip. The prince started coming out of the tent to his men. They were wondering what happened inside. The prince ignored Damien, who was trying his best to get an answer. The protagonist ordered Damien to shut up. The protagonist was talking about being overheard and was going to tell everything through gestures. The doctor was amazed that the protagonist was called and was not going to give him the wounded soldiers. Damien said he thought that would happen, and suggested they return to the palace as soon as possible. The prince, on the other hand, complained that he had no way of knowing that it would happen this way. The protagonist cried that the head was going to use him for political propaganda. There was silence around the guys. Sometime earlier, the head was saying that he was going to give the doctor an incredibly important assignment. The head said that such a task would be very suitable for the hero, and then said that it was necessary for the prince to declare to the whole world that he supported the revolution. The man said that the prince would have to stand on the field in 10 days and declare to the army of the kingdom that he had defected to the rebels. The head assumed that such a thing would please the prince, but he thought completely differently, whereupon the protagonist instantly realized that he needed to escape from this place as soon as possible. The prince removed his hand, asking for his word. The protagonist stated that he had promised to meet a girl this week and he didn't have that opportunity, while the man stated that the prince didn't look like a man who had a girlfriend, which of course hurt the protagonist who was really lonely about it. The chapter suggested that the protagonist wanted to go away and see his girlfriend. The chapter said that he was well aware that the doctor was trying to do his duty by treating the wounded. The chapter said that if the prince was found out before he announced himself to the world, it could cause major problems. The head said that the effect of the statement would diminish. Then with a smile on his face said that the main character's statement would have to be so shocking to allow the rebels to win. The protagonist asked why he couldn't declare joining right now, and the head immediately replied that the time wasn't right. The head talked about how the prince should wholeheartedly support him. The head with a crazy look said that only in case of sincerity the prince will be able to touch the hearts of people, and then touching the protagonist said that he was sure that during these 10 days the prince will be imbued with his ideas. The protagonist perfectly realized that he got into the wrong place. The head completely shocked the protagonist by demanding to stay with him around the clock, becoming his personal doctor. In the present, the prince finished his story with tears in his eyes. The prince confessed that to escape from this place is simply unrealistic, because even in the late hours it is incredibly strong fortified. Damien said that if the sword master was near the hero all the time, there would be no chance to escape. The prince was well aware of this. He realized that even Damien would not be able to leave until he became a sword master. The protagonist asked the boys to trust him, while Damien complained that they had already trusted the prince and were in this place, in this position. The protagonist turned his back to his men and then stated that he intended to continue whining to the head of the rebels. The prince tearfully said goodbye to his men, saying that he needed to rest. The guys were well aware that they were in a hopeless situation. Sometime later in the late afternoon, a man arrived with a piece of paper in the palace, then turned to the emperor, who complained about such a late visit. The man stated that he had important information. He shocked the king by saying that the prince had left one of the kingdom's camps. The man also said that they needed time to analyze the additional information. The emperor asked what they had found out. He said that the prince had sent a farewell letter to the princess, which instantly piqued the emperor's interest. The man started talking about what the prince had written in the letter for the girl. This turned out to be the entire report, after which the man began to rise to his feet and bid farewell to the emperor. The emperor was sitting on his throne and his nose was moving erratically. He seemed very proud of his son. It turned out he was incredibly happy that his son was finally coming home. All the people heard the emperor screaming madly. The main character sat under a blanket and cried, thinking that, at this rate, he would never be able to return to the empire. The prince just kept crying, thinking that this was the complete end, while the head of this place sat nearby and assumed that the prince was awake. The protagonist said that he intended to start looking around, thinking that the head of the rebels was watching him around the clock. The head said there was no need for that since he was a sword master, making the prince think that then there was no reason in following him around all night, keeping him awake. The man said that he knew his body better than anyone, then suggested that the protagonist start the day with a meal. There was a huge amount of incredibly attractive dishes on the table. The protagonist watched the head of the place drinking alcohol. The head confessed that he had already eaten and wished the protagonist a pleasant appetite. The prince felt most uncomfortable when the man continued to glare at him so fiercely. The prince finished with his meal, after which the head asked if the protagonist could answer his question. The head with a smile on his face said that his question was very simple. The prince thought that he had already seen a similar scene. The man asked the protagonist to imagine that he had to make a choice for the sake of his country and people. The protagonist immediately remembered that the man asked a similar question in the novel, while the head himself said that the first way was self-sacrifice. He said that in the first option he and the whole family would face a shameful end. Then the man dropped his glass on purpose, after which he said that there was a second option, namely to sacrifice others, because in this case future generations would honor him as a hero. The man said that in any of these ways, he could lead his country to prosperity. Then the head with a mad look stated which option the protagonist would choose. The head began to complain that the prince did not answer for a long time, while the protagonist thought that he should answer correctly. He realized that if he made a mistake, his head would fly off his shoulders, and he asked if there were other ways to make the kingdom prosperous. The head replied that there were no other ways. The protagonist remembered the content of the novel where the head always asked this question to all the people he wanted to get close to, but no one could answer correctly. Even the head himself did not know the right answer to this question, but for him the worst answer was to hesitate between two questions. The protagonist remembered that anyone who thought that long would lose their head. Then the head would just leave the scene of the murder. The head assumed the protagonist couldn't solve the question. The protagonist thought he knew the answer the head wanted to hear, whereupon the prince shouted that it was a bullshit country that couldn't be called a country. This instantly caused anger in the head's eyes. The man immediately reached for his blade, then drew his weapon with the words that it was extremely shameful to answer such a question with an answer that was not provided. The protagonist confessed that he answered the first thing that came into his head. The head did not understand why he was not angry, because in such situations he usually blazed with emotion. He began to lower his sword, wondering if anyone had said such rude things to him. He did not understand why such words pierced his heart. The protagonist thought that the head is definitely confused, because in the original he had longed all his life to know the answer to this question, but learned it only before his death. The head said that he understood the prince's words, and said that it was time for them to finish for the day, and asked the prince to stay out of his sight today, and the protagonist said that he would fulfill this request. The protagonist was thinking about the fact that he managed to survive in this dangerous situation, and was already thinking about how he could escape from this place. A man greeted the prince and said he would escort him. The protagonist realized that the head said he didn't need to be seen, but in fact the prince was literally living with him. The prince cried, mentally begging his subordinates to save him, while the head shook the glass in his hand, thinking that he believed that only blood can change the world. He thought about whether the new kingdom he wanted to build could be called a nation. The head began to clench the glass in his hand. Then it shattered into a huge number of pieces, and the contents poured out, creating rivers of blood. Sometime later in the evening, the doctor was watching something carefully, saying that they had to save the prince. He said that it was impossible that their prince would serve such a horrible man. The doctor was crying, thinking about the protagonist. But suddenly the man noticed something in the bushes where the protagonist's allies were and started screaming. But looking closely at this place, he couldn't see anything. In the end, the man decided that just ran a stray cat and began to leave, while the doctor and Damien successfully hid. The next day the sun was shining very brightly. The protagonist thought that he had not been searched for 2 days and it was the best moment to escape, as suddenly behind his back was the head of the place. The man ordered his subordinate to stay in the place, and then he asked how long the prince was going to stay in the place, and he said that he would leave immediately. A while later, the prince was incredibly tired and thought that they should have just gone for a walk, and ended up going on an insanely hard hike. The head turned to the protagonist and said that he had been thinking about the prince's rude answer all this time, and then confessed that he just couldn't accept such an answer. The head looked in the prince's direction, after which the head said that any sacrifice is noble in itself, no matter if it is voluntary or the result of history. The man stated that his revolution would become more and more noble as blood was spilled. The protagonist thought about how this was utter nonsense that the man had heard somewhere. The protagonist asked how the head hurt his hand. He said it was a mistake during training, and the prince said it was unrealistic because the man is a sword master. The protagonist asked to see his hand, but the head didn't want to show it, saying it was a small wound. The protagonist thought that it was very embarrassing. Then the prince said that there was a fine wind in this place, while the man confessed that there was no wind now, and the prince said that there was a fine air in this place. Then the protagonist started coughing from the dust he had inhaled. The chapter looked at the protagonist and thought that he was completely different. He thought that he felt incredibly cozy around the protagonist, who was so different from his people. The chapter looked towards the prince, wondering if the answer could be true. The head thought about what kind of relationship he wanted to have with the protagonist, then suddenly stopped his thoughts. He decided that he wanted to make a friend of the protagonist, then confessed that he actually dreamed of becoming an artist. The protagonist did not understand what was going on, why the head of the rebels began to behave so friendly. The man continued to talk about the fact that even still draws, and the prince asked how with such a dream head became a master of the sword. The man said that he was mistreated, and then he confessed that his father used to beat him all the time, forbidding him to do art, and also said that at 12 he would make a bet with his father. He said that the terms were simple: if he could get into the school of artists, his father would fulfill his request, and if not, he would take up a sword. The man was able to pass the exam as a child and enter the school of artists. It turned out that his father took advantage of his position and simply cancelled his son's enrollment in the school, after which he said that exactly 10 days later his father died. The The protagonist assumed that it was the head who killed his father, but the man did not answer the question and said that he would leave it to the prince to find the answer. The protagonist was angry because as soon as he became interested, the head gave such a move. The head saw that the prince was not interested in this story, and said that it is completely normal. The man held out his hand saying that the doctor should look at his wound. The prince's reaction was mixed, as the wound the man had received looked like an early-stage abscess. The protagonist began to use his ability to learn more from the man's body. It turned out that physically the man's condition was simply amazing. Then the prince was surprised by the notice he saw. He seemed to see finally a chance to escape from this place. It turned out that the man had a chronic migraine. The protagonist was surprised because this was not written about in the novel. He could not imagine that such a military man would suffer from headaches. The protagonist smiled, believing that his skills are not lying. Then he began to check the organs, and the organs of the protagonist envied the man's organs because they looked just incredible. The prince's organs envied the state of the man's organs because they were just perfect. Suddenly, one of the organs was surprised by something. Suddenly, one of the man's organs started to scream. It turned out that it was the brain that was screaming at the other organs because of its pain. The brain kicked his feet on the ground. The organs of the hero stopped envious, because such a neighbor was just terrible. The protagonist thought about the fact that migraines often cause stomach upset on nervous grounds, after which the protagonist began to speak, assuming that the head had a headache. After saying this, the man went into a stupor for a while. He said that his head does hurt all the time, and the protagonist asked him to be completely honest. The man assumed that the prince had noticed something, and he said that he had. The man was surprised that the prince was able to point out his sore spot so immediately. He confessed that he did have a headache and always did. The prince said that he had just felt it, but the man thought that he could not question it. The man confessed that even when he breathed, he felt as if an awl was being driven into his head and it was about to burst. He added that the pain had been there since he was a child. He confessed that when he was painting, his mind would not rest for long, and that was the reason why he wanted to become an artist. He grabbed his sword with the words that he realized one thing when he first picked up the blade. The head said that he realized that the blade was an incredible tool capable of hurting others. The protagonist asked if this comforted the man, but he confessed that even as he became stronger, he didn't feel any different. The head confessed that bitterness and pain had brought him to this place, so he did not complain. The man also told the prince that he had tried every possible remedy, but it had been unsuccessful. He also confessed that the doctors who prescribed medicines that did not work had parted with their lives, which frightened the protagonist. The head said that the prince should not be so frightened, because so far he is not going to kill him. The protagonist tearfully thanked the man for not going to kill him. The protagonist thought that he was not going to die in this place and he should turn on his brains to the max in order to survive. The protagonist remembered his ability and instantly asked for permission to try and relieve the man of his pain. The head didn't really believe that the doctor would be able to relieve him of his pain, because he had tried everything. The prince asked permission to try, but also asked that in case of failure he would not be deprived of his head. The protagonist said that he wanted to try, but also did not want to die. The man thought deeply about this proposal. The man agreed to try, to which the prince replied that they should start. A while later, already in the camp itself, the protagonist looked at his hands and said he was going to start. The man sat with his eyes closed while the hand of the protagonist approached. The head seemed to be expecting something else and then asked what the prince was doing, and the prince asked the man to be quiet. The protagonist began to sing his song, which instantly caused an incredibly negative reaction from the head. But the anger immediately passed as he began to feel the pain leave his head. The man was shocked, for this was the first time he had ever experienced such a feeling. He didn't understand how this was possible as the prince continued to ask the man to keep quiet. The protagonist assumed that his method helped, but the man said he didn't know. The man was in a stupor and doesn't know what exactly he should say. Whereupon he started crying, saying that he can't believe that the prince was able to relieve him of these excruciating pains. The protagonist shocked the head that the effect of the treatment only lasted a day and the pain would soon return. The protagonist asked the man not to get upset because he could do this treatment every day. The man said with a smile on his face that he would count on the prince tomorrow. The protagonist was incredibly happy because if he got the head on his treatment, he would definitely be able to escape. Thus the protagonist used his skill every morning, after which the prince said goodbye to the man who was glad to get rid of the pain. The man thought that he just couldn't live without the protagonist, because then he would be in pain again, while the prince realized that from now on he had achieved what he wanted. The prince told the man that he should say an incredibly important prayer tonight. The protagonist was amazed at such a thing and didn't realize what kind of prayer it was. The protagonist said that if the man wanted to continue his treatment, he should pray in the evening. The protagonist said that in exchange for his powers, he was obligated to perform the ritual once a month on the full moon. The protagonist said he couldn't help but offer a prayer, saying he would lose his strength for a whole month. This shocked the man. The protagonist also said that no one should see him during the prayer, because then nothing would work. The protagonist asked the head to prepare a place that would be suitable for prayer. The head thought that he had no choice, because he didn't want to suffer from those terrible pains again. The man said that he would prepare everything necessary. Sometime later they were on the street where the head ordered all his soldiers not to watch. Then he said that he would wait for the protagonist downstairs with the soldiers. The protagonist said that the head doesn't need to worry about leaving, because he himself likes to treat men's headaches. After that the guys shook hands, and the head began to leave the place of prayer. The prince began to think up a text on the move and pray to a god that did not exist. The soldiers listened to the strange singing and did not understand what kind of prayer it was. The protagonist began to stop his singing little by little. The night was illuminated by a bright moon. Then it changed to the next morning. Suddenly one of the soldiers began to shout that there was a big trouble. The soldier reported to the head that the protagonist was missing, which instantly caused an incredibly strong storm of emotion in the man. Sometime earlier, the protagonist pretended to pray. Then he slid the bushes in front of him and looked in the direction of the army. Thinking that they are real fools, the prince began to crawl towards the exit, then fell down and began to fall at great speed, thinking that someone would save him. When the prince landed, he saw his men in front of him. They were worried about the condition of the protagonist. The doctor said that they came exactly according to the prince's note. Sometime earlier the prince had told his allies in the note the time and plan of escape from this place. Then he sent a hedgehog to deliver the letter. The hedgehog performed the task very diligently, and the allies received the letter that had been sent. Then they carefully read the contents and ended up right where the prince had fled to. The protagonist thought that it was Damien in the novel who discovered this place. Then the prince said that they should go. He said that first they should approach the stone that was in the field, and was to the side of the royal army. A while later behind the stone, the doctor asked if it was safe in this place. The protagonist said that it was really safe in this place because it was under the scrutiny of not only the enemy but also the allies. The protagonist said that it was the only place that neither side could influence. The protagonist said that the daytime visibility was too good and they should wait for night and sleep. The sun began to light up everything around them. The protagonist along with his friends were sleeping when suddenly there was an incredibly loud scream from the head calling out to the prince. He shouted that he knew that the protagonist was hiding somewhere nearby because they had not disappeared a single horse, making the guys worried. The head shouted that with his worthless servants the prince couldn't get far enough away. He shouted that the protagonist just couldn't get past his legion at that speed. The man shouted that although the prince had betrayed his trust, he wanted to treat him sincerely, and then promised that he had given the prince a farewell, but only once. The man shouted with anger that he would never kill the protagonist for this precedent. The man's scream was heard even in the territory of the allies. They immediately recognized the voice of the head of the enemies, after which the man began to count down, and the protagonist understood that if he went out, at best he would be cut off both legs. The torches of the enemies were burning very brightly, and time was running out. The protagonist was worried about what would happen next, when suddenly after the countdown ended there was silence. The prince began to brag that he knew that everything would go smoothly, as suddenly an arrow stuck into the ground right in front of him. The boys were frightened while the doctor tried to put out the flames with his breath. The main character looked out from under a rock, because he was curious about what was happening. It turned out a huge number of archers were preparing to release a volley of arrows, which were covered with flames. The arrows began to fly towards the protagonist. Then they stuck into the ground and scorched the field, which was in this place. The prince began to think that they were really crazy, since they decided to organize something like this. The boys shouted that they could not stay behind the stone, because the fire was rapidly approaching them. The protagonist didn't know what he should do, the bodies didn't know what they should do. They were worried. The protagonist suggested that the boys retreat to the northeast. The prince confessed that he had lied to the princess, and if she caught him, he would only die. The protagonist shouted that they should run, because the fire was moving faster than they were. The man noticed the silhouettes that began to flee from under the stone, then reflected that he had decided to treat the prince so well, and he dared to betray his heart. The head turned to his soldiers, then raised his flaming sword upwards and ordered to advance. The man started moving on his horse. The fire flared brighter and brighter, and eventually his blade was completely wrapped in flames. The man thought of cutting off both legs of the protagonist so that he would not dare to run away. The king looked at the huge flames and did not understand what kind of an important man the rebel leader was willing to do such a thing. The man said that the people the rebel leader was chasing looked like ordinary men, and the king thought about what they should do. The king thought about the fact that the enemy was trying to democratize them. The king said that they would send their troops into battle, then said that this victory would become quite symbolic. The queen raised her blade and then began to move with her army. She had a bright smile on her face. She seemed to be just waiting for the moment when she could join the battle. The girl ordered everyone to move in the direction the protagonist was headed. The girl thought that these were her people, and also thought that she had to save them. The girl continued her movement. The girl smiled broadly, thinking about how the prince would react to how bravely she was going into battle fighting the rebels. Suddenly the girl recognized the body that she saw in front of her. It turned out that it was the main character who tried to escape with all his might, and suddenly heard the voice of the princess and turned in her direction. It turned out that the girl almost struck a blow and wondered what the prince forgot in this place. The princess looked incredulously in the direction of the prince, who seemed to realize that he was in incredibly big trouble. The girl again repeated her question, namely how the prince ended up in this place. The girl asked her soldiers to wait for a while the protagonist nervously greeted the princess and said he had his reasons. The girl didn't seem to understand what was going on. She yelled that it had been 10 days since he had written the letter and disappeared, and she also didn't understand why the protagonist was being chased by rebels. She noticed the patch on the protagonist's clothes, and with anger on her face she assumed that the prince had been with the rebels all along. But the protagonist said that even though he was in the rebel army, it was a sacrifice that made sense. The girl didn't understand what the prince wanted to say, but the protagonist said that it was a dangerous infiltration in which he risked his life by watching the enemy's behavior. The protagonist wanted to tell what horror he experienced, but he was interrupted by the doctor, who said that now was not the time for talking. It turned out that the enemies were rapidly approaching through the flames that they created. The protagonist sat down on his horse to the girl and gave orders to his men, after which the boys said they would do as the prince said. The protagonist said that the girl could scold him later, but now they should run away. The princess smiled when she heard the words about running away. Then she said that they outnumbered the enemy, and since it was a coincidence they should win. The girl thought that if they destroyed the enemy here, it would be a chance to raise the spirit of all the soldiers and people. The protagonist shouted that if they faced the enemy, they would all die, and then he shocked the girl by saying that among the enemies was the head of the enemy, who tried to catch him. The girl did not understand what the prince had done in the end, since the head of the enemy forces himself went to the battle. The girl thought that while they were hesitating the enemy came too close, and they need to stop the enemy. The princess ordered all forces to regroup and raised her blade. The army then began its movement on horseback, and stood in a smooth formation right behind the princess' back. The protagonist tried to stop the girl, who explained that they needed to buy time to escape. The princess ordered the groups to cock their crossbows, after which the warriors started to follow the order, and a while later were ready to start firing. The girl ordered to open fire, after which arrows flew out from the crossbows of the military. A huge number of arrows started flying towards the enemy, one of which landed right in front of the enemy leader's horse, but other enemy soldiers received a huge amount of damage from the arrows. The princess ordered all her troops to retreat. Then she started to move back. The girl told the prince that thanks to the arrows they managed to gain some time, which will allow them to escape. Suddenly, the princess heard a strange sound behind her, after which shards of earth flew in her direction. It turned out to be the enemy leader who was approaching them at a great speed. The enemy was smiling with all his teeth, anticipating victory. The prince, looking at that mad face, thought that the man was a real maniac. The prince didn't want to fight this fool, because they didn't even have a chance against him. While the enemy continued to fast approaching alone. Then suddenly disappeared, and the horse alone continued on its way. The prince told the girl that their enemy had just disappeared, as suddenly they saw something right in front of them. It turned out to be the enemy who had knocked the boys off the horse with his landing. The protagonist looked towards the princess, while the man slowly approached, wondering if the prince was happy that he had tricked him. The man began to draw his blade with the words that there would be no more chance for the protagonist to escape. The enemy at a great speed began to move towards the protagonist. The prince was very much afraid of what was ahead of him, as suddenly Damien appeared right in front of him, and in the place of their collision there was an incredibly strong explosion. The enemy was amazed that the guy was a royal knight. Damien retreated a bit, increasing the distance between them. But the enemy continued to attack the guy, not giving him a chance to breathe. Damien couldn't fully block the enemy's attacks, because he was many times stronger. The protagonist at that moment fell on the ground worrying about Damien. He thought that the guy can't fight and should run away. The protagonist was crying, thinking that he himself was not in a position where he could worry about other people. Suddenly the girl caught the protagonist and asked him to be careful. The girl said that they should run away as soon as possible while Damien was buying them time. But the prince couldn't leave his man. The girl said that they should leave now because otherwise they would die. The protagonist thought that he couldn't leave Damien here, because if that happened the creature that created him would have to move himself. The protagonist turned to the princess and said that the girl was the key to saving everyone here. The prince said that from now on the girl should do exactly what he said, then asked if she could handle it. The prince was about to start telling his plan, then whispered it to the princess, who was amazed at what she heard. The protagonist believed that the girl would definitely succeed, but she called his plan really crazy. The protagonist thought that there were things in the world that would be better if they didn't happen at all. The prince, looking at Damien, thought about how not every growth was beneficial. He thought about how collapse for the sake of creation and extinction for the sake of birth was the same thing. He thought about how the novel was a story of destruction and creation. There was an incredibly heavy downpour in the novel. Damien grew up in the ruins of an empire and world order. As he grew, Damien destroyed the world, which led to his rebirth. That was the destiny of the true protagonist of this novel, and he followed it. The protagonist thought that he should not leave Damien in this place. The protagonist assumed that if he did so, Damien would awaken his true nature, and when that creature appears, the world ends. It turns out that this is the reason why the prince took Damien out of the arena and kept him near him. The protagonist was sure that the boy would not experience such hardships near him, but now there was a situation when everything could get out of control. The protagonist thought that if Damien wakes up, they will all be finished. The prince asked if the girl was ready for his plan, and she asked for more time. The girl was fully prepared to do what the prince asked her to do. While the soldiers were getting closer to each other, they fought each other using swords, while Damien was exhausted fighting the head of the opponents. The enemy assumed that Damien must be very tired fighting him. Damien continued fighting, and tried his best to fend off the attacks of the enemy, who was amazed at what was happening. He realized that Damien, just a second before he struck, was fending off his attacks. Damien looked very confident even though he was facing an incredibly strong opponent in battle. The enemy didn't understand how such a thing was possible, thinking that such people were extremely rare. The enemy thought that Damien was the kind of person who grows endlessly. Then the enemy's gaze became maddened. He intended to interrupt Damien's endless growth. The enemy prepared his sword to attack, then at a great speed began to approach the guy. Then suddenly he was behind Damien's back, who seemed to react too late. The enemy attacked with his sword, but the guy at the last moment managed to dodge and saved his life. The enemy was surprised that Damien was able to avoid this attack, but the enemy said that it was finally time to end their battle. Damien held on to his sword tightly, saying that he was still able to fight. The enemy suggested to start, and Damien felt terribly tired. Their swords came in contact. Suddenly Damien's sword shattered into two pieces. Then the enemy attacked the guy with his foot. The force of the blow was so huge that Damien flew at a great speed towards a rock, then hit it with incredible force. The enemy slowly approached the guy, who was breathing hard right now, because he had received a huge amount of damage. The enemy prepared to finally kill Damien with his blade. While it seemed that Damien had accepted his fate, he closed his eyes and lowered his head. He seemed to accept his fate completely, when suddenly his eye opened and started to be covered with black cracks. Damien felt very strange as everything around him seemed to freeze. He didn't understand what was happening because time had stopped. Even though the sword was aimed directly at his heart, he didn't feel any fear or trepidation at that moment, and he didn't understand why. Suddenly a purple aura began to envelope the sword of the enemy, which greatly surprised the enemy, who could not finish the guy. Damien began to rise to his feet holding his chest. The guy's eye turned black, and his body began to emit a huge amount of aura. The enemy did not understand what was happening because the flow of mana Damien was incredibly strange. Suddenly the voice of the protagonist was heard, who ordered the princess to throw, which immediately drew the attention of the enemy. The princess held something above his head, then gathered forces to make a powerful throw, and eventually threw an incredibly huge boulder directly in the direction of the main enemy. The enemy was surprised by such a simple trick, and then one movement of his blade easily cut the boulder. But suddenly behind the stone was the protagonist, who was moving at great speed towards the enemy. The prince started shouting the name of his enemy, who didn't understand what was happening, and the prince started singing and touched the enemy's head. The enemy didn't understand what was happening but was very angry, while the prince hurt himself a little in the subsidence. Suddenly the man's face changed. He felt pleasure that his headaches had stopped. The prince was happy that he had managed to pull off the plan. While the man didn't understand where his own aura had gone, he looked at his sword, which was not covered in aura at all. The protagonist knew that the head didn't understand what the headache meant to him, so he was confused at this moment. The protagonist thought that the reason for this condition was because of the man's routine. The prince thought about the fact that the man's head hurt every time he used his sword, a pain that had plagued the head since childhood that caused aggression. He swung his sword always at all of these factors. It was the kind of feeling that had become habitual for him, even when he had achieved such incredible skills. Everything he experienced became a part of his swordsmanship and mana management as well. It was this pain and anger that had become a part of him. In the present the man felt as if a part of him was missing, and could not use his power. The prince began to bring Damien to consciousness. The guy said that at the moment when he decided that his life was over, time seemed to freeze. He described the silence and emptiness he felt. He felt as if he would fall into an eternal sleep, and closed his eyes, but suddenly Damien heard the voice of the prince, which made him open his eyes. It was at that very moment that Damien started to get out of this state. He remembered that he hadn't gotten the lifetime allowance he needed yet. Damien said he didn't fully understand what had happened, because when he woke up to the prince's voice, he was already like that. The protagonist was angry and worried, because Damien was at least one step closer to that essence. Suddenly the voice of the enemy was heard, suggesting that the guys were done talking. The enemy immediately struck. He seemed to have regained his strength. He didn't show any emotion and looked towards the guys, but suddenly he felt something behind his back. It was Damien who was ready to strike at the enemy. The guys clashed in a battle and made a series of attacks on each other, after which Damien backed off a bit and talked about how he would buy them time, and asked the prince to run away. Damien said that the prince would have no more chances to escape. For this reason he should act while the enemy struck, making him think that the prince is crazy because he does not run away. The protagonist guessed his subordinate's thoughts exactly. Damien was even surprised how well the prince knows him, while the protagonist was amazed that the guy doesn't trust his superiors at all. Then the prince used radiation and released all the toxic vapors from one slot. The protagonist thought that this would help a lot in the battle. And then the prince started screaming for the princess to come to his aid. The girl immediately went with her men towards the prince to save him. The protagonist told Damien that they had only 5 seconds, and that the guy was ready to jump on the horse. Suddenly the enemy was right in front of the guy, and then attacked him with his sword, and the prince himself was hit next. As a result, both the prince and his subordinate were lying right next to the head, unable to rise to their feet. The protagonist realized that this is not allowed, and he needs to think of something urgently. The protagonist began to lose consciousness, and realized that if this happens, he and everyone in this place will come to an end. In the past, the mage was going to cloak the protagonist with magic. The prince assumed that this magic was very difficult to remove, and he said that it was. The mage bragged that he was the one who used electricity on the prince, and even froze the emperor himself. The mage said that you can't doubt his word, and the prince agreed, calling the mage incredibly powerful. The mage said that there was only one way to remove the spell, It turned out that only if the prince starts to lose consciousness, the spell will take the damage and will not let the protagonist pass out. Suddenly the body of the protagonist began to glow. His hair began to regain its original color, and his hand began to change, and eventually the enemy was shocked at who he saw in front of him. After all, it was the crown prince of the empire himself. People moved on horseback to save the prince, while the enemy prepared to attack, and then struck an incredibly strong blow ordering people not to come closer, otherwise he would kill the prince. Because of the shockwave, the girl lost her balance and fell from her horse. The protagonist thought about how he could escape from this place, assuming that his identity of the prince can help. The protagonist was also well aware that the enemy didn't care about such things, and would just want to take him hostage to defeat him. The protagonist assumed that in the worst-case scenario, the empire would be unable to intervene, and he himself would be at the mercy of the emperor. The protagonist was about to escape the moment he saw a chance. Suddenly the protagonist's mana technique improved, and now he could block the enemy's blows. This was because he withstood the swordmaster's attack. Suddenly the system told him that the protagonist could now convert points into life force, which surprised the prince. The enemy asked why the protagonist lied to him. The man said that he had the good intention of making the protagonist a friend, and he ended up making him a laughingstock. The prince said that it even sounded funny, then said that the man was nothing compared to him, the prince of the empire. The protagonist asked if the enemy still saw him as a military doctor. The protagonist shouted that keeping him around him 24 hours a day was an addiction and a mental illness. The prince ordered the man to leave before he did more things, while the enemy holding his sword said that no one would recognize the prince in this place. He said that although there were people in this place who knew the prince, he intended to destroy each of them so as not to leave any witnesses. The protagonist assumed that the enemy was going to cut off his legs and leave him around, but he said that he was not afraid of anything. If he wanted, he could crush even an empire. The prince called the head a real madman, and the latter did not understand the reason. The enemy struck, wondering that the protagonist really believed that he could not. Suddenly the enemy was amazed at what he saw right in front of him. The prince was able to block his attack with strange magic. The protagonist used his trump card, namely the ability that allowed him to stay unconscious for 5 minutes. The protagonist blocked the enemy's blow with his shield, and then the system notified the prince that he could withstand any blow without losing consciousness. The prince smiled, thinking that this was a great skill. He remembered the moment when he was able to withstand 500 blows from a girl, and got it. Now the protagonist was confident that he could handle the enemy. While the enemy went into a fierce attack on the prince, who prepared to block this blow, the sword collided with the shield of the prince, but the shield withstood, although the protagonist began to lose vitality, and in huge amounts. The prince was well aware that if he did not use his skill, he would have fainted long ago. The protagonist continued to smile, although he looked incredibly tired, and then he began the process of converting points into life force, spending 1,700 points. The conversion process began, after which the protagonist's life force reached its maximum, namely the 300-unit mark. The prince looked at his hand, thinking that this power was like a real cheat code in real life. Then the protagonist started smiling, as if he was going to check something. Then the prince retracted his shield a bit and started talking about how the enemy's strike was very weak, amazed that the sword master was so weak. The enemy didn't understand how this was possible, as the prince was able to block 2 of his attacks that were meant to chop off his legs. The prince continued to provoke his enemy, who began to get really angry, while the protagonist did not think to stop provoking his enemy. The prince thought that he just needed to delay the enemy, but in his ear he continued to mock him. The prince ordered the enemy to attack, and the enemy did as the protagonist asked him. The enemy continued to make a huge number of attacks, each of which took 10 health points, and then the protagonist just converted the system points into health points again, and was incredibly happy, as suddenly the shield right in front of the prince's face began to crack, which instantly caused fear in the eyes of the guy, because his artifact began to fail him. The protagonist remembered the principle of the artifact, namely when he injects his mana into it, it creates an ice barrier. Suddenly in the mind of the protagonist a brilliant plan. He was going to collect his mana, then direct its enhanced version into the artifact. The protagonist was able to multiply the strength of his shield, after which the enemy again unsuccessfully attacked, under the thoughts of the hero that his senses have sharpened to the limit. Head began to say that he just cannot give up and lose. Then he began to move at incredible speed, and from the outside it seemed that he just disappeared. The protagonist looked straight in front of him, and at the moment realized that the attack that the enemy is trying to pull off will be from above. In the end it turned out so, and the enemy tried to attack the protagonist using an attack from above. At the point of collision there was a very powerful explosion. The protagonist could not see anything because of the smoke. The prince activated his skill for tracking, and then successfully managed to see his enemy, who was preparing to finish the prince. The enemy at the same time thought that the fall he used was just a fake. Then he attacked the shield with his sword. He swung again to strike, and the protagonist in turn blocked and provoked the jerk. The prince avoided every attack of the sword master, not forgetting to anger him more. The protagonist was able to increase the level of his mana technique, and was able to dodge the enemy's attack. The protagonist's organs realized that the prince was in an extreme situation and gave him 1,000 points. The organs shouted that the prince should not die, because in this case the end will come to each of them, and then the organs began to send a huge amount of support. The protagonist once again increased the strength of his skills. He had 7,000 points left on his account, and then the protagonist faced his enemy again. The prince asked if it was time for the chapter to stop, while the enemy continued to attack, trying to ignore the barbs from the protagonist. The prince thought that he was slowly reaching his limit. The protagonist thought that their only option to win was to defend while Damien was attacking, but now the guy was lying on the ground and not moving. The protagonist thought of using the childhood trauma of the enemy, then said that the day the chapter lost his father was a mistake. The protagonist incredibly pissed off the enemy by saying that he had no right to kill his own father. The enemy prepared to attack with his fist, then hit the protagonist's shield. Then the prince stopped for a while. He actually just said the nonsense that he himself made up by hearing the conversations of the head during his sleep. The protagonist, looking at the enemy, thought that he was able to guess. Then the prince said that his words were true. The protagonist started talking about how the guy could not imagine that his first careless blow would kill his father. The enemy continued to get more and more angry. It seemed that such words hurt him a lot. The enemy began to shout that the prince would stop saying that, and then began to charge his sword with mana, trying to create an incredibly strong attack. The protagonist realized that it was the end for him because the effect of his skill has ended, and then in the collision place there was an incredibly strong explosion. Surprisingly, the prince survived. It turned out that someone protected him at the very last moment. The enemy was angry, calling the guys real assholes, while the protagonist was worried about Damien, who at the same moment blocked the attack of their enemy. Sometime earlier Damien started to rise to his feet. He realized that he had just passed out for a while one of the soldiers was trying to bring the princess to her senses. Damien noticed that their enemy's aura was recovering slowly, but just as surely. Damien also realized that until their enemy had fully regained his strength, he had to act. In the past Damien had trained and filled his body with aura. He thought that he would never let the situation that happened in Cremo happen again. He hit the targets with incredible accuracy. Damien moved with incredible confidence and showed incredible strength. All in one move he was able to destroy a huge number of targets. Afterwards, he looked at the result of his hard training. Damien looked at his blade and talked in his ear about how he should keep practicing so that he could protect the prince. Damien thought about how he should increase his mana reserves to the limit to become stronger. Then his heart suddenly started to ache, causing him to cough up his own blood. Damien remembered how he was told not to use mana reversal because it could kill him. He was going to stop this process immediately to save his life, but suddenly there were no side effects in his body. Suddenly the guy realized something and his mana became many times stronger. Then his heart began to increase the amount of mana and he closed his eyes, then prepared to make a vertical strike, and eventually the force of which exceeded all the limits of the guy before. He was shocked that he was able to hit so hard. He thought about the fact that he was only partially able to use his new ability, because he had never tried to use it to its fullest. Damien held on to his sword, thinking that there was no time to hesitate. He thought that if he did nothing the prince would be finished. Then Damien started to control the flow of his mana. His heart started to beat very hard, then generating a huge amount of power. Damien's body was covered with a huge amount of magic. Then he heard the voice of the protagonist, and instantly approached the enemy, who was ready to kill the prince. The prince started to take cover from the huge amount of dust that appeared after the explosion. Then he saw the silhouette of a man in front of him. The enemy was amazed that the guy really didn't know when to surrender. While the prince himself was worried about his subordinate, Damien had an incredibly firm gaze. He seemed to be quite confident in his own abilities. While the prince, looking at the guy, seemed to realize something, he instantly realized that it was a reverse breathing technique. The enemy didn't understand how the guy managed to stop his attack. After all, he is a sword master. As he looked at Damien, he even wondered if he was afraid of this guy. Damien managed to repel the enemy's blade, while the enemy started screaming with anger and swore to kill the guy. After that, the enemy started to make an incredibly fast series of attacks, which Damien easily dodged. They continued to clash their swords, and then the enemy could not stand it any longer and screamed like a beast. He was preparing to make a victory leap, and at a great speed the sword of the enemy was in front of the guy's neck. But a moment later, a huge amount of aura appeared from that place. The enemy couldn't believe what had just happened. It turned out that his aura was broken by one blow on Damien. The protagonist thought that this was the most terrifying feature of the technique Damien used. The enemy couldn't believe that he lost to such a brat. The enemy couldn't accept his defeat and threw his blade at the guy, but missed. The enemy was approaching the boy with the intention to show his last trump card, with which he was going to win this battle. The prince intervened in this process and grabbed his opponent's arm, which shocked the enemy, who certainly did not expect the prince to intervene in this process. The enemy realized that he was no longer able to stop his technique and said that the prince had no idea what he was doing. The protagonist was well aware that the enemy was trying to initiate a elision, and didn't want that to happen to Damien. It was a primitive technique where the mana of the person using it and the person it was used on would collapse into each other. It was at this point that any breathing techniques were useless, and the protagonist was well aware that if Damien faced this technique, he would inevitably lose. The protagonist was amazed that the enemy dared to bully people below his height, and the enemy couldn't believe that the prince was going to sacrifice himself for a knight. The protagonist started talking about how it wasn't a sacrifice, and he would crush the enemy, then showed a seed that he had previously placed in his mouth. As a result, an incredibly huge shadow of the protagonist began to appear over Damien, which at the same moment shocked everyone present by increasing in size. The king was shocked when a huge prince appeared on the battlefield. The protagonist was much bigger than his opponent. Now the prince was confident that he would defeat his enemy with his own technique. The protagonist hoped that after all this he would be able to stop Damien's awakening, because then the world would end. The prince suggested his enemy to just surrender, because he had lost anyway. The prince began to pull his enemy off his arm as he frantically tried to get back up. The enemy thought that he just couldn't die this way after all that he had experienced in the past. The protagonist realized that he only had a minute left and said with a smile that he didn't want to use it, whereupon he began to shake his hand incredibly hard, but the enemy still continued to hold on to his palm. The prince began to drive his hand on the ground to knock the enemy down, but the enemy continued to cling to his hand fiercely. The protagonist did not understand why the enemy did not fall from his hand, and then said that since he was so persistent, it is worth to do a little differently. Then the enemy was frightened by what he saw in front of him. The giant prince was preparing to hit his enemy with a slap right on the body. After the blow, the enemy could not hold on and flew to a great distance. The enemy seemed to lose consciousness while the prince rejoiced in his victory, and the girl still couldn't believe what she saw. She also couldn't believe that from that moment everything was over. As the enemy soldiers began to drop their weapons on the ground, and then said that they were surrendering. The protagonist's time ran out and he began to shrink. He was glad he had enough time. The prince's head began to spin, then he began to fall to the ground, and the last thing he had time to ask before passing out was if Damien was okay, who immediately changed his face and worried about his prince. Suddenly the prince heard a voice that addressed him. He instantly opened his eyes and didn't realize where he was, and his clothes were completely different. He saw a girl who was holding a guy's hand and was wearing a wedding dress. She said that it was time for them to go on stage, as suddenly the man began to announce the main character of the evening, after which the prince went on stage. He looked at everything around him and did not understand what was happening. A huge number of people were congratulating him on something. The man congratulated the prince on his promotion to the second circle. The prince looked at the notification system which said that the prince had managed to reach the second circle. The guy was also amazed that he had another slot. Suddenly a doctor's voice was heard saying that the prince had opened the mixing function. He started shaking the special equipment for bartenders, then gracefully prepared a cocktail. The doctor said that now the prince is able to do the same thing only with his slots. The protagonist did not understand what was happening. He thought that the dream was really shitty. Suddenly the environment around him changed. The protagonist saw Damien in front of him with a bloody path behind him. Damien started asking what the prince dared to do to him. The protagonist didn't understand what he was talking about, while the guy kept talking about the prince doing something. Damien started to approach with words about what the prince knew from the beginning, then asked again with a bloodshot look if the prince knew earlier, and the protagonist didn't know how to answer that. Suddenly something covered the prince's mouth and he couldn't say a word. The protagonist realized that the questions were being asked by something inside Damien. The prince looked at the bloody blade and began to worry, while Damien attacked the protagonist with the blade. The prince started to lose consciousness, after which he finally closed his eyes. In the present, the prince started screaming in terror. It seemed the dream didn't favor him at all. The prince jumped up from his seat out of shock and hit his head hard against something. It turned out he hit Damien, who assumed that the protagonist had done it on purpose. The prince was worried about who exactly was in front of him. Damien started talking about the extra allowance for the blow the prince had given him. While the main character's look changed completely, now the prince was sure that the real Damien was in front of him. The prince began to say that he would certainly give him an allowance, but he was incredibly happy that Damien was still himself. The prince asked Damien for his hand, then explained that it was to check his pulse. In fact, the prince wanted to check how far Damien's awakening reverse technique had progressed. The prince was amazed that the guy had become a sword expert, and he was surprised that the prince knew about it. The protagonist recalled his skills and how cleverly he had recognized all the symptoms in the past. Damien sighed because the prince was incredible. The protagonist was surprised when he saw Damien's stats because the system said he was human, but in the add-on he was an unknown creature, and his age was displayed incorrectly, as if Damien was 3,919 years old. The protagonist realized that the awakening of the guy continued, because the data differed from what he saw last time. The system told him that there was an unknown tissue in Damien's body, which had recently multiplied very quickly, but now it was unclear why it had stopped doing so. The protagonist assumed that the awakening had stopped, but also realized that it couldn't go on like this. The prince started yelling at Damien and said that he should never use mana return again. After Damien's outrage, the prince had to threaten him not to use the technique. The protagonist demanded that the guy provide a report for the time he was unconscious. Suddenly someone burst into the room with the words that he would explain everything. The prince together with Damien bowed to greet the king of this state. The king expressed his desire to talk to the prince one-on-one. Sometime later the king began the dialogue by saying that he was sincerely grateful to the prince for the help he had given. After that the king greeted the prince. The system immediately reported to the prince that he had imprinted himself in history by his actions, as suddenly the king tried to get through to the prince, who for a while began to hover in the clouds. The protagonist began to say that he was very happy to help the kingdom. The king seemed to be happy with such words, and was going to tell the information that interested the prince. He said that as soon as the enemy leader fell, all the rebels surrendered and were brought before a military tribunal. The rebel leader himself had been arrested because he had betrayed his country. The protagonist asked about the soldiers, but the king explained that they were not going to punish the soldiers, who were just obeying. The king confessed that the enemy leader would be used as a test subject, because he is an incredibly strong master. The king spoke of how only such an end was fitting for this traitor. The prince said that he was glad to hear this information. Suddenly the king wanted to say something, then said that the prince needed to know something before he called him father-in-law. The protagonist was instantly startled and said that he was sorry. The prince instantly got up from his seat and began to apologize for his behavior and the fact that his interest had already waned. He also said that he was very ashamed of what he had done. The king started laughing and talking about how youth is the best time in life. The king started talking about how he was the same way when he was young, and added that he was worried that his daughter was rude to a guy. The main character started talking about how the princess was really a bit rough with him. While the girl was eavesdropping, she was shocked by the prince's words that she hit him 500 times. The princess was out of anger for the words of the main character. Then the king and the prince heard a knock at the door, and a scream started coming from that very place. Since that moment 3 days passed. The prince thanked the king for his work. The girl was wondering if the prince would go home. The girl also confessed that she had heard the prince's conversation with her father, and that he had invented a new excuse. Everyone listened to the girl yell at the boy for accusing her of beating him. The prince started to leave and wished prosperity to the kingdom. Suddenly the girl grabbed the guy's hand and started pulling him towards her. She asked the prince to give her a chance next time. The prince said goodbye to the girl, then immediately jumped into the carriage. The princess wished the protagonist a good journey, while the prince thought about the fact that he almost got into trouble. Some time later, the carriage of the protagonist began to enter the capital. The prince thought that his father would definitely do something, because he had heard all the news that had happened. The protagonist assumed that because of his actions he would be scolded, as suddenly the carriage stopped and the prince became wary. The doctor began to talk about the fact that they were waiting at the gate. It turned out that it was the emperor himself and personally. The prince started to get out of the carriage worried because the emperor had arrived in person. The protagonist began to greet his father, who immediately embraced his son, which immediately surprised the prince, who immediately began to feel pain because of the strength of his father. The emperor was shocked that the prince had reached the second circle. After all, it took him 25 years to do so. The prince greeted his father again. The hero didn't understand what was happening, while the emperor started to say that if he was in pain from the embrace, how dare he be the crown prince. The king gave the protagonist a strange scroll. It turned out to be wedding proposals from all over the kingdom, which instantly shocked the protagonist, who certainly did not expect such a thing. Thanks to everyone who watched this video to the end. If you liked it, please subscribe to the channel because I will try as often as possible to release long videos. And with you was me, see you soon.